debuff chance, but...
Oh, he actually gets it! What a way to start us at the World Championships!
Oh, and here comes a dig from HardJef, farming as much energy as possible, staying composed. Tauntaun said, you know what? I'm probably gonna save my shields for that Magnus, so I think it's gonna be
Oh no, because of the debuff, he actually had to throw the aerial ace. That is a huge disadvantage for HardJeffy. He had to throw all that energy where otherwise he would have knocked out with the dig, and now comes the Shadow Magnezone. This Magnezone has a 2 protect shield advantage, and the Shadow Gligar's energy dry. Here's the swap into Altaria.
Come on, Butters, give us that love.
That dig, knowing that even if he throws, it's going to instantly be shielded. Tauntaun Battu's over 2 wild charges at this point. Going to throw that first hard-hitting wild charge. HardJef going to correctly shield, but HardJef, no shields already. 0 to 2 shield disadvantage to kick things off, and Tauntaun Battu still has both shields. A second wild charge coming through. Neutral wild charge damage does a huge amount.
And he pivots!
Altaria.
And he pivots out of it. He does the damage. He pivots
good.
in the bigger
It's good
off to
pivot.
try to go for the
That's
counter
good
down,
pivot.
but is denied by a Moonblast here. Actually using the Protect Shield on this Vigoroth here, not saving it for that Shadow Magnezone in the back. Instead, using his first Protect Shield of the game to get that counter down, and now you
No.
Azumarill, and now do you bank some of that energy in case that Gligar comes in?
Yeah, that's one shield down on the side of Tauntaun Battu's. HardJef needs to grab the second shield somehow. He has the dig loaded for that Magnezone, but there's a whole shield he still needs to get through, and there's no way he could wing attack down this Magnezone from this health range. You can see he's trying to figure out how to play this around, but Tauntaun in that driver's seat, he knows he saves that shield for Magnezone. He's in a good position here, and Magnezone has an amazing play into Azumarill and Gligar, especially up a shield, and look at how much health is still on that Magnezone too. He's just trying to whittle down this Azumarill as fast as possible so that he could clear the way for that Magnezone sweep.
And we should point out, this is the Ice Beam. It swapped on the Ice Beam, actually sacrificing the Magnezone here. This is going to be not very effective, so it might not knock out. Can you get the Volt Switch down? How much bubble pressure can you do? 1 Volt Switch, 2 bubbles. It's not going to knock out. Wait a second, he actually
the bubble is big!
Regretting his decision because now he has to protect
3 turn on 4 turn,
his
right?
Ice Beam,
3 turn
or let
on
it go
4
and be
turn.
dangerously low to getting knocked out. He lets it go. This is going to be so close. Can the fast attack pressure from HardJeffy get him back into this game? And here comes the swap. Here comes the wing attack. No! The body slam comes through. Now it's all going to come down to counter versus bubble. Who will knock out?
It's going to be super close. HardJef doesn't need to throw a move. He just needs to throw bubbles. Can he get through? Only
one bubble. No!
The counter's going to come through.
1 HP in a dream, and they had a little gift there too.
That is a
Love it.
With the counter, bubble is 3 turns,
so good. So good. Tauntaun bringing up the EU right now. Ooh, I love it. EU versus Platinum. Let's go.
And we're hearing some of the crowds already chanting for their favorite competitor on stage. Love to hear the excitement.
Is
there.
Tauntaun our favorite
Tauntaun
champion out there? Our favorite competitor out there? All right, gonna lower that while we watch the skill analysis here. We talk about the skill analysis. Still getting a little bit going, right? I love the replay. We got good replays going on. The productions are up. Loving this new setup on showing of the teams, right? We got the 3 on the side and the 3 that they didn't use at the bottom. Mwah. Production team in the background, you are doing great things. Keep it up. That was big. Getting that off.
Yes. Imagine if he had a
and then this one right here. That was a big cut. Catch.
Got very unlucky with that Moonblast debuff,
Ice Beam?
You know,
Ice Beam, okay.
Okay. So now he has to bounce back.
1 volt switch, 2 volt switch. Just caught. 6 bubbles for 3 volt switches. Was it worth it? The damage was good, but Tauntaun found a way. Tauntaun found a way. Yo, yes, Tauntaun found a way. Tauntaun found a way.
This team so far super creative, and the way he played that in game number 1 was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, taking 1 game of HardJef is no easy feat too. I mean, no one was able to do that Curitiba, right? So
the damage
already taking 1 game off to kick things off, feeling pretty good for Tauntaun. I think in that first
game,
the Gligar, the Azumarill, the Altaria, all having some decent neutral play into that Cloud side, right? Altaria probably been the worst one there.
Tauntaun has played. Oh, they're giving him. We're finally getting masters on our names now. Ooh, that's cool. He's a Dragon Master. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool.
it's like the only thing that's giving fast attack pressure, besides maybe the water gun lantern. Everything else, you're just so comfortable double resisting wing attacks, resisting Dragon Breath. Lock on does 1 damage no matter what. And looks like we are locked into game number 2, and here it is. This is what HardJeffy needed. This is going to be
Game 2, we're going on. All right, let's listen to our boys Caleb and Butters. Take it away.
Cresselia is an interesting safe swap. There's not really an answer for it on the side of HardJeff. Just Registeel pretty much, but Registeel was not brought into this game. So quite the gamble, a good gamble from Tauntaun for sure. I think HardJeff's going to try to chip
What up, Tyler?
just fall down with energy, or
What up, Hit?
some of the damage and swap over to Glider.
Bam!
You really don't want to come
All right.
into this with Azumarill either.
Yeah, and so you will take this chip damage onto the Vigoroth here. You can take some energy, and the thing is, actually throws the body
It's a tough
slam
lead.
right away, just
It's a
trying
tough
to
lead,
get some
but
chip damage into the
I liked
Cresselia
it.
to make
Keep
sure
it there,
that
right?
the
You get the
alignment
Volt Switch
in
onto that Azu, and hopefully you can match it and marry it up.
You can still do a ton of counter damage into that
Yeah.
zone, and actually brings out his second best counter to the Magnezone, so he is a little vulnerable with his Azumarill if he gets led into that Magnezone in the back.
I don't think he banking Magnezone on Tauntaun.
It's really uncomfortable for
Tauntaun playing his best lineup, and I think Rar's like, nah, not yet. Not bringing it 2 times in a row.
They're on charge attack priority, trying to waste, get as much energy as possible and force onto the shield there.
Okay.
First, or
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got the dig going off. Good call. Good call. Kinda has to, right?
Because even with energy, Magnezone, not a great
Right? You
matchup.
kind of have to. It's like the go-to. It's dig or nothing because you know there's Azu in the back. And you need to be able to get that shields. So,
no, going to save the shields because he knows.
Mirror Shot will be enough. Bolt or defense debuff.
Oh, Mirror Shot bait to kick things off. Going to grab a
Whoa! Big bait potential. Locked and unloaded. Will it get the debuff? No, no debuff. All right. Chip damage on Azumarill means Bolt Switch damage, right?
It is shield parity here, but the thing is, if you soft lose this matchup and allow the farm down on that Shadow Magnezone, HardJeffy can be in trouble. So you have to be
See? Butter knows it. He's called it already too. This is really good for HardJeffy not having it on the Magnezone, but how much health are you gonna leave Azumarill with? Because that Magnezone's gonna farm it down.
Magnezone still has a little bit of energy though, because they went for a Mirror Shot bait earlier. They even wild charge.
Yeah.
So it definitely has a lot of
Vig's still not in PR range. I don't think he's trying to get Zig in PR range. I think he's gonna try to farm Vig down and see if Vig will throw off this energy. So Tauntaun's got 2 body slams.
He's not going to knock out here, and he does let it go. The Azumarill hangs on, and he's able to throw
An immediate swaps to the catch. Takes the Ice Beam, gives the shield. Okay, and he's got the body slam locked for the other Vigoroth. 1 Volt Switch would do it, but can he swap immediately? And he does. So he doesn't get the Volt Switch in. Azu's still around, and there's that body slam and a shield.
Will this get the last protection of the game from HardJeffy? You have to,
Huge.
because you have to
Huge.
get this counter down, but the Volt Switch is going to do a lot
Can
of
he
damage.
farm it down before the Vigoroth comes back? That's the big question.
Can he get the counter down? He does.
No, he can't. And there it is. Who's CMP tie? Who goes? Oh, Tauntaun with the CAP.
The knockout the opposing Vigoroth of HardJeffy.
Gonna be huge as he walked away with nothing. Can he farm it down? Oh, Bubble, you're killing me. Oh my goodness. Amazing.
Game 1, what extra in game 2? Vigoroth versus Azumarill in back-to-back games. These games can't get any closer.
No, they can't, Caleb. Absolutely. Butters and Caleb are killing it. Oh my God, that was so close.
Energy management to be in that situation where all you have
A true inspiration. He's an elite trainer and community ambassador into his words. Yo, I'm loving the production. Production's killing it. Look at the stage looks killer. The freaking Pokemon on the sides look killer. World is on fire this year. Let's go.
I mean, just, tough
Yeah, 1 turn. 1 turn. Oh, that was a big one too.
But it just hits so hard, and you have to respect the shield. expect the damage from the Magnezone.
It's 1-1,
Hard Jeff
yeah.
shielded 2 mirror shots in that game. Didn't shield anything else, right? But even the bait move is threatening enough because
Can you hear them okay?
could be that wild charge for
Hey, can you hear them okay?
But yeah, what a game here. We did get
Well, I'll make sure we can hear them. I want to talk over them while they're. I don't want to cast. I'm not going to cast over them because Caleb and Butters are amazing casters. And they do great jobs and they give great information. But we're here to watch this thing, so I want to make sure you still hear them while they cast.
Figure out how to play around this matchup a little bit more. Meanwhile, Tauntaun can really take advantage of that higher attack, getting that charge attack priority in that mirror matchup. So you're going to see him probably lead.
Does he
and
bring the
roll.
Magnezone again? He's really in his head, right? Because you got Feraligatr and Clodsire that do the complete opposite. And he could try bringing in Altaria and Registeel to counter the Magnezone. Like, he's playing head games. Could be a little louder. You can hear me just fine.
He brought it. He actually would have won
Is that better?
if he won that charge attack priority because he had 2 body slams that got thrown into the trash there because
That
he
good?
lost the charge attack priority. Now, he's
I'm
seen
out of the
Shadow
shot.
Magnezone for 2 straight
I moved
games.
and I
think
got
we're
out
gonna
of the
see it in
shot.
game number 3. There is no clear answer besides that Vigoroth, and now you know you win the charge attack priority, so you're not as worried about that Vigoroth. So I think we're going to see Shadow Magnezone one more time. Looks like we're locked in into decisive game number 3.
Caleb,
and here it is.
Caleb and Butters call Shadow Magnezone.
Leading into the Shadow Gligar. You don't have to
Magnezone into Gligar! Will it be the Altaria? Will Clodsire come out? Cresselia is here. Good call. Good call for Cress. Just in case. Oh no! But it is Registeel as the alternate change.
And we're going to get a shield from Tauntaun right off the bat.
Is there a worse 50-50? Double not very effective or double super effective, but calling that one exactly correct. And now you have to call if this is going to be a mirror shot, which is technically still bait. It is neutral, and the other one is resisted, but Wild Charge just does so much damage. Can he get the attack drop one more time? No, I don't believe he got the attack drop.
No attack drop, going for the harder hitting Wild Charge, resisted damage, but this resistance damage doesn't look resistant at all. Almost one-shotting the Gligar. In comes the Cresselia. I like this play from Hard Jeff, farming up extra energy, and here comes the Registeel, the hard
Reggie for
punish
shield
to
is
the safe
good.
drop
Think
from Cresselia.
yes.
And I
it's
really
much
like
better.
how
Yeah, yeah.
Harjeffi banks
Absolutely.
that energy, but the health in the Gligar is out of
I
range.
think
of getting
Tauntaun
knocked
might
out
be
by
feeling the
a counter. He's
Magnezone.
mainly
God,
out
these
of
two
range
right
getting
here,
knocked out by
first
Voltage
battle,
Probably a Voltage
and one of them's
will
gonna have to go to the
knock
second
out.
level
Capitalize on those
already.
2 charge attacks in the
It's
in
tough,
game
but
without
this
getting
is
knocked
Worlds.
out and
It's
wasting that
this
energy.
kind of caliber
Like you mentioned,
throughout.
the team
So I'm so
readjusted.
excited to
Has been
see
really strong.
what
So
we
this
get.
time
Like
he
if
brings
they're
the
all like
Registeel
this,
in
this is
the
what we
back.
should be living for. This is what everybody should be here for. Watching this, enjoying this. We've got 2,000 here on YouTube watching the channel. They're on the channel. Be sure to hit like and be sure to hit like for this video here. The 2,000 for Pokemon Go on YouTube. That's good.
Going for the grass on them, just trying to get as much damage as possible off on this Registeel because this big steel robot is not easy to take out.
Yeah, and the thing is, oh, here's the swap on the Zap Cannon. Look at that catch from Tauntaun.
Wow.
Out of Shadow Magnezone. You never soak damage on Shadow Magnezone. Gets the debuff and then 2 counters. Just throws the Magnezone out of there. I don't need you anymore, but Tauntaun is going to have an uphill battle because that's a 2 counter advantage for Harjeffi on his
Why would he do that and not bring back Crest? Did I miss how much health Crest walked away with?
On the Gligar, over dig with the NG as well. It's not going to be easy to play out this
No,
backline.
they're both at
Tauntaun,
half
a
health.
fantastic catch, but he's still in a really tough position.
Yeah, like, bro, Crest would have been great to come in here, do all the chip damage. Oh, our Jeffy's spiking the camera. He knows. He's got this chess match locked now. He's got it. He knows.
Confident in this moment, in this victory, because he has all that energy banked, plus because of the 2 counter advantage, he's already at the next body slam, so he's gonna secure
shouldn't have
the
brought them.
knockout into the mirror Vigoroth.
Getting that counter damage off is crucial. He has energy on the Gligar. Going to throw a Tauntaun.
Oh, he's got 2 aerial aces on the Gligar. Damn, Tauntaun. That's a tough one. Everybody's favorite goes down in the first matchup. He's like, yeah, ready to say GG's. He knows. We both know. They both know.
In this first series,
Because here comes the half-health Registeel to lock on down. He's waving. Bye, round 1.
Going to lock on down. Going for the focus blast. Even our Jeff is going to take your first series here at World Championships against Tauntaun.
He's standing up. He's excited. Let's go.
In the crowd. What an opening matchup at
That was the first battle right there. Great job.
Pokemon
Great job.
Worlds in Honolulu. Harjeffi.
Incredible.
continuing
Incredible.
his
What a misplay.
consistency,
That's a tough
which I
misplay
think is
right
gonna be
there.
so
Real tough
important
misplay.
in this tournament. There's so much parity in Pokemon Go PvP. So these trainers that can be this consistent are probably going to make it to day number 2 on Saturday.
I mean, and you said it
Love
too,
these
right?
shirts.
His biggest
Oh
fear
my God,
was
I
what,
love these shirts.
Cresselia and Clodsire. He faced both, right, in that first series against Tauntaun Battus. But Tauntaun actually didn't even bring the Clodsire, but that Magnezone also looked like a huge pain.
Yeah.
However, Harjeff finding a way around it. I mean, Tauntaun, I've never seen someone catch so many moves on a Magnezone ever, but he was catching moves left and right on the Magnezone, but just unfortunately not enough bulk to
Why
sustain
is it
even
not
the resistant
shown?
moves on that Magnezone.
I want to give a lot of credit to Tauntaun because he's
Is anything
such a
else updated?
creative
Nothing
battler.
else is played
Not
yet.
only with his team compositions, making Shadow Dragonair really strong in the past, having
Interesting.
so many spicy teams.
If you want the link for
But even in this situation,
Challenge,
running a very unique team
there
with
you
that
go.
Clodsire, with that Shadow Magnezone, and then playing the Shadow Magnezone in a way that we never see, going in and catching resisted charge attacks. Caught 2 Ice Beams. I
Doesn't
think
show
every single
anybody
game
else has
caught
played.
an
The
Ice
tournament
Beam
has
game
started
1, Ice
30
Beam game
minutes
2, a
now.
Zap Cannon in game number 3. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win, but of course,
But nothing
this
is-
double
nothing else has started, which is
elimination
really
here at
crazy.
the World Championship, so he's not out of
yet. Yeah, and we see in this third game too, the Registeel.
No updates.
It is not easy to catch a Zap Cannon or any moves from Registeel. These are one-turn lockouts. You have to be completely
man, oh man, we got Worlds.
seconds to catch those moves. But
Season
Argent-
2024 is upon us at the end, and we have Worlds. Let's look at this bracket here, shall we? Ba-da-na-na-na-na. Had it set up in the other, didn't have it set up for here. But let's get the bracket going. Because it's fire. This bracket is fire. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Whoops, not before them. Why'd that change its size? So weird. All right. Let's look at the bracket. Yes, we do. All right. All right, so now that we're all squared up and I want this one. Lock the broadcast. How many broadcast videos? Wait. Just one, right? Yeah. Oh, they put a skirt in between them over the desk. Oh, I got so confused. I'm like, what is happening under here? And they put us the Hawaiian skirt under them. It looks great, but it just threw me off. All right. So, Rocket Claire, part of Group A here with Kerstin and Memi. We got Bulk 88. We're just going to go over names we've seen before, right? We got Bulk 88. We got Kip, Aspershelto, number 2 of Devon Corp's GG's World. So, it's great. Valiant Vish is out there. What a name right here in Group 1. We got Elite, Decoupe, Zimmy Kid, Arceus, Aurorus, Magmar Man. Ooh. Zandudu and Deku play each other? Yo. Dark the Roast Beef and Shadow Man? Let's go. Hey, it looks real tough. Hey, looks real tough. Oh. Here we go, folks. There's the drop. There's the drop. Day 1 drops. Get your stuff. Get your stuff. Let's hear what they have to say.
Say why for Great League, or if you're really feeling spicy for Ultra League, maybe even. We got Elite TMs as well. Those are hard to come by. One of the rarest resources in Pokemon Go. And of course, everyone could use more Stardust. And me personally, I love a little bit more XP too.
I could use it. I could use it
Who
personally.
doesn't
And
want
thank you
XP?
to everyone that's watching right now. If you have any friends, tell them about these Switch drops because an Elite I know I could use some of those. I could use some XP. I'm still grinding out that level 50, and I'm always low on Stardust. Plus, a Sableye encounter is 750 Stardust too. So
back to the bracket, because that's all we care about. We want the bracket right now. Because there's so many great battlers that have come out. Rocha Baby as well. And Sceptile Slice. Like, oh my Boggish. Oh. Group A looks real tough. Real good. Who do I think will pull out of Group A? Who do I think will pull out of Group A? I think Group A at the end. The three that we're going to see in Group A. Arceus, Asper Shelto, and Valiant Vish. I think those are the three. That's my prediction for Group A. The three right there. And then I look over and I see Rocha Baby and I'm like, oh. Balk is your pick? Yeah, Balk's a good one too. What's his run? Where's his run right here? So Balk would have to place Valiant Vish next. And I don't think Balk is doing that against Valiant Vish. But we've been away for a month and a half. Who knows where anybody's mental state is at, where anybody's head game is at, what anybody's doing right now. It is incredible that we have Balk, the opportunity that Balk or WPJ could be fighting Valiant Fish in round 2, and either one of them could walk away. So yeah, that is one that I see. Maybe Balk does take that and walk away with it. But with the standings and the way the numbers is, I would have to say my money's on the Vish. But then again, we don't get to see many Aussies fight NA, so we'll see it tonight at Worlds. All right, round B. Status Stan. Inadequate. The Phoenix Trent SCZ. Birds of Prey. Flying Pizza versus Emilio. Ric Flair versus Beazle Boy. Woo! It's Axon versus Maximilian. Yo, we're on fire already. And Rubik's. No! Don't put Rubik's Master and Axon right up in the same group. Oh, dang it. What a great, great battlers. But Rubik's Master and its Axon, that is World's Finals rematch. And if we could get them in the semis, ooh, baby, that'd be a great World's Finals rematch. All right, that's it for Group B. Yeah, that was it for regular Group B. Let's get back up. And just look at that. So, my 3 out of Group B. Oh, I'd have to say Group B has more of a death. Because there's a lot of names that we know, but there's a lot of top tier names here. Right? Aren't like Rajiv and Tauntaun, top 2 battlers that you would expect in the semifinals or deep in the finals. Battling each other out already like that. This is gonna be so hard. All right. Only because, man, looking at the way these run down, only because it's so difficult, I'm gonna have to say it's Axon, Rubik's Master, and Trent are my 3 that make it out of Group B. Yeah, Rubik's Master, Trent, and its Axon make it out of Group B. I feel so bad for Ramblin' Man. My boy Flying Pizza representing Arizona. Whoop whoop. You got the Swablu out there. Oh God, what a group. But you know what? He's out there. He made it. He put his mind to get to Worlds this year, and he did it. And I'm very proud of him. We're very happy. He worked really hard. So congratulations to Flying Pizza and getting to Worlds this year. All right. Let's look at Group C with the Batomon. We got Spartan L, T Stainer, woo, Nighttime Clasher, Joppy, Scaffo, Zephyr, Marto, Hoff. Oh no, Hoff's not doing anything. I feel so bad for Hoff. Hoff's gonna have such an uphill battle. Swagron, UC. Oh my goodness. You're like, oh, Group A looks like death. And you're like, oh, Group B looks like death. And you're like, oh, Group C looks just as bad. Yeah, I didn't even say Galaxa. Holy. Who would be the 3 in this group? I don't know. That's... Group 3 is a favoritism right here. Group 3 depends on favoritism. Just so we're clear, it looks like everybody's just trying to kill time because the tournament has not gone underway. So it looks like it happened in LA too, where they give us 1 or 2 battles and they hope the internet doesn't shit out on the live stream. But they're waiting because the tournament started at 1 o'clock my time, which should have been 10 o'clock their time. So is it just 1 battle a time, or are they not doing, is it 1 battle a time? Oh, how terrible would that be? But yes, so Group C looks just as tough. Like I cannot tell you what Group C is gonna do here. But we have a matchup on there right now. We'll come back. I want hit. We'll talk about it while we watch Albinoff take on Goji. 2 incredible names that have made themselves from last year as well at the Worlds. Goji. Love it. Oh snap. Oh, is that a Wigglytuff? I told. Oh yes. So, we'll turn it up for them I'll turn it back up when we're in the matchup because I love hearing them talk about. We'll break down this team with you. I'll break down this team with you because your boy EV2 Easton, you're like, well, you know, Hobbs' team looks so good, even if they have Fairy, but I don't think Fairy's coming. I'm like, oh man, I'm expecting Fairies to come. Yeah, the Wiggles is gonna be huge, especially since a lot of people are only bringing 1 real big counter to it, like a steel typing. No one's bringing poison, right? Which is crazy to think. Because Confusion has been put on the bench, so you would think poison would be good. I know ground is a typing that people use, but the only ground users that we really see when it comes down to poison are Gligar, which if you have Nidoqueen with Stone Edge or Nidoqueen with something, you know, you can put some pressure down. And that's really about it when it comes down to ground. I mean, we saw the G-Fisk, and the G-Fisk did not win the matchup, but did really well for Rargifs, right? There's only Skarmory here. So, not only that, you got Gira O, and did I tell you I got a Gira O ready to go now? I was going to play it, but I can't get my share screen to work on my plugin, so I got to go through Discord, and we'll go that in between the next battle. I'll get that all squared away, so that way we could watch Gira O in the GL now that we're back to regular mode. But Gira O pairs so nicely with this lineup. I think Goji is actually rocking the Inadequance lineup. I think this is Inadequance's lineup. Oh yeah, you ready for Super Jelly? I'm going to play Rayquaza, Giratina O, and Cresselia? Is that an ABB lineup that just sucks in this meta that would have a Ice Punch Pokemon or Rock typing? Like, this meta is so not there for that. But I have it. I'm going to play it for sure. I was lucky to get it too with the trade. I owe this person a shiny Formosa. So, looks like no. Look at that stage. Oh, it's so glorious. What a beautiful production. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Like, it's like you should cosplay at these things. You should be your trainer look when you get on this stage.
But Dodge hasn't
Love the Hawaiian look that Abhinav got. You know, big shout out to Abhinav, one of the great TOs here for the NA. Helps out on all the play Pokemon. Great as a judge. Was so good for us in Atlanta back in the day at the beginning of Silph. So real excited to see him battle it out against Goji.
You know, not going for maybe charge bug that just gets hard walled by.
All right.
I think he has a really solid team here.
The little Jirachi is so cute. Who would have thought Woober would be bigger than Jirachi?
Because like you said, he has blade to everything besides the Lickitung, so why
right?
not?
Like,
As long as you're not
Woober?
bad against Lickitung, you're in a good spot. Goji does have the
Wish,
Lickitung
wish,
and
wish.
the Red Seal to beat the Lickitung, right? Those are wins that he could guarantee.
Yes.
Especially if he's not even shields.
Like, it's going to be really hard for Abhinav. He's going to have to really, I guess, bank on Clodsire. Or not Clodsire, Quagsire. Yes, you look at all the other stuff. It looks really good. The steel would be great against the Fairy. You know, you got Lickitung against Whiscash. But looking at it, Aquatail, Quagsire. Well, you would hope. I don't know what he has. Is it Aquatail and Stone Edge? Forgot what he has, or is it Mud Bomb and Aquatail? But
there are so many tough matchups, and I feel like we need to talk a little bit about Wigglytuff, that there's only one thing that can resist that, which is the Skarmory there.
So we'll have to see. Yo, our boy Eevee. When the drop moves update. Yeah, right? When are they updating them tomorrow or something? I can't wait for the drop moves update. We'll chat so hard on that. Yeah, Goji, let's go! Let's go! Round of applause to all the world competitors. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Thumbs up. These competitors are ready to go. Let's listen to Caleb and Butters. Take it away.
Game number one, it is going to be the Skarmory into the Whiscash so far.
There it is. You called it right there. Hit Whiscash.
This is the benefit of Quagsire or Shadow Quagsire over Whiscash. Shadow Quagsire can actually win this matchup with shields up, going straight Aquatail. But Whiscash is not actually going to do as well here. If you get a debuff, it could make things a little bit easier for the Whiscash, but you can see the Skull not doing even half the damage.
No.
Either, and we see first Sky Attack. I don't think we're going to see a shield here from Goji, just because knowing that most players will not go for the Brave Bird right off the bat, is going to choose not to shield right to kick things off. And you can see the second Skull is about to be reached.
Caleb, look at this Mantine in the back. He brought the 3 Pokemon that were the least polarizing on his team, and that Mantine in the back is going to be really strong against the Shadow Gligar and Shadow Quagsire. Of course, the Shadow Quagsire can get to that Stone Edge, but this is a Water Pulse Mantine. It doesn't have Ice Beam for the double super effective into the Gligar, but either way, that Mantine is going to be really strong against Abhinav.
I love it. I was wondering if people were going to start doing that. Water Pulse, almost as strong as Skull with no debuff, though.
Red Seal really has nowhere to go, but you can see Goji throwing out Charge High Priority, trying to make the most out of this Whiscash.
Wow.
And the thing
Look
is,
at that timing! Abhinav knows it too. It's like, oh, he got it. He gave a little nod.
This out easily, and you have to respect the energy from this Whiscash on both Pokemon.
And going for the Scald here, knowing that the Mud Shots aren't going to do enough, Goji is looking pretty confident here. He's looking.
He brought
for
the
that
Quack,
debuff.
like we
the
said.
Chance has dropped to 30%.
He brought the Steel, like we said.
Secure that debuff. I didn't quite see it because he pivoted instantly, and then here comes a counter pivot into.
Mate, you were right. That Whiscash did everything. Took out Skarmory, hit up the Quagsire, did some chip damage on the Gligar before it did. Got everybody.
Or if you call the Water Pulse slash Ice Beam, right, depending on what moveset you're running. But Goji going straight for the bait play here. Abhinav hasn't even seen the third Pokemon yet.
Bait comes through. Let's go!
Playing favorably into Goji.
What a great bait. What a great bait. Goji's got a big old smile on his face. He's calculated everything.
Actually going to have to potential shield again. No, choosing not to shield right away. Could have been a Water Pulse, but saying, you know what?
What a call!
Happens. Yeah. Goji surprised here too.
Yeah, he was even impressed. And here comes the aerial ace that will knock out. But does Goji want to keep this around to throw another aerial ace back at the Gligar, knowing that there is a ton of energy on this Shadow Gligar? I like that no protection from Goji. Goji is now going to have a tough time taking out this Gligar, though, because Whiscash is so low. Can he get to a Scald? He needs to get to 3 more Mud Shots, but no, actually throws the double resistant Mud Bomb into this protection. I think Abhinav,
gone.
Oh, no! Counting from regional champion Abhinav to no protection. Protect Shield, pivot Registeel, pivot into the Quagsire. Also, Quagsire is going to be tough to
look
take
at
out.
He's looking up. He's like,
Be an interesting
I better
matchup
have
here
that
too.
dig
Quagsire
ready to
doesn't have a
go.
super effective Mud Bomb on this particular moveset. However, the Mud Shot damage in the Aqua Tail is going to add up.
And it is
but
Stone Edge.
Quagsire is in Focus Blast range now. Do we see Abhinav shield up the Quagsire, or does he save that shield for the Gligar? Gligar actually has a lot of energy remaining.
Look at Goji's
Look at
face.
that,
He's feeling it.
exuberant
He's
energy
feeling
from
it,
Goji there,
baby.
even though he knows he's in such a tough spot. This is exactly
You
where
gotta
Red
shield
Shield
it.
just gets so
You
clunky
have to shield
in these
this.
in-games
The
where you have these
energy
Pokemon that are
aspect of
shipped
this,
and low health.
55
How do you finish them off?
focus
You have to get to
blast,
these
or
big
65
charge attacks,
60
and they
focus
just get
blast,
shielded, and then now you have to
35
throw another
Aqua
big
Tail,
charge attack
and you
to knock
generate
out,
it
and then you have
faster
to get
than
another
lock
one
on.
against the Gligar.
Like
You're just too
100%.
slow against
And you
the
could make the catch
pacing
or
of
just
these
go
ground
straight for
types
the
of Shadow
swap
Quagsire,
dig.
Shadow
Like, let's
Gligar.
go.
Yeah, Goji
Get
really wanted
to
this
it.
Registeel on that Scar.
Go,
mid,
go,
but
go. Oh, he
instead
got
has
it.
Registeel in the back
Goji,
against
no.
double ground, and double ground is not what you want to see on Registeel. Quagsire coming out the play.
Aqua
on
Tail
field, knocking out the
Quagsire,
Registeel. Only a few more shots away, and Abhinav going
huge.
to take this first game against Goji.
Wow, I mean, I feel like Goji had such great positioning in that mid game. He did give up a Protect Shield in the early game, so
He
Abhinav
had to
started
throw
out
right
strong.
away.
But that
He
mid
had
game
to
with that
throw
Mantine
that
swap,
right
he felt
away.
like he was in a great position,
tough.
but then was just cornered with that Registeel against the backline of the double ground for
The
Abhinav,
shield,
the Shadow
so that you can
Quagsire
get to those
and the
Aqua
Shadow
Tails, that
Gligar,
was
which,
key, right?
I mean, there's
65
not
what is
anything
it,
on
60?
Goji's team
Focus
that really
Blast is
counters
60
those
right,
double
or is it
grounds, so
55?
I kind of expect
Blast is
Abhinav
55.
to
That
lean on those two
means-
Pokemon.
Yeah,
Focus
I
Blast
mean,
is 65.
you know, and
Sorry,
both
that
of them
can't be
have
Focus
play,
Blast
right? You got
65.
Mantine that's
So then you
supposedly
get to
the
go to
counter
2
there,
more?
but in that situation, Mantine still could lose to the Gligar,
With the
which
water
we
pulse,
saw,
damn
and also
bad
you have
call,
Stone
right?
Edge on the
Ugh,
Quag side for the Mantine
that's why
as
sometimes
well.
baiting is
And
bad.
This is a wild no
That's why
shield
sometimes
ban,
baiting is
right?
bad. You guys
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
didn't see it in
Even
Goji's
though
face.
You can see Goji
he
saying,
got the
wow,
energy back,
really
he
not going to
kept
shield,
throwing.
especially because
He
Abhinav had a
still
bunch of
left
energy
with
that could
the
just gone
energy,
to
lost
waste
the
if it was going to be the
CAD.
water pulse, and
Like,
then
like
the no-shield
Gligar did
precision counting from
nothing there.
Abhinav to really show why he is here on the
Abhinav
World
was really
Championship
banking for
stage.
that
Yeah,
miracle.
because if
and
he
got
missed
it.
that, then
got
he
it.
would have got knocked out on his Gligar, and that Quagsire might not have been able to take out the Registeel plus
All right.
the energy on
I'm
that
gonna go get
Whiscash. Remember
some more
that
soda. I'll
was
be right
one
back.
mud shot away from the Mud Bomb, so the fact that he was able to hold on with that Shadow Gligar,
That's so
top
huge. He
level
got
calls from
murder.
Abhinav as they move on
Murder, you
to
got away with
game
murder.
number 2. This would be,
Oh.
oh my goodness, this is what you never want to see. Goji knows it, the worst case scenario. The Giratina into the Lickitung, instant pivot into the Mantine, and Abhinav is probably going to chip and dip.
And that's a tough matchup here. And the tougher part for Goji is, what do you have for this Lickitung? You didn't bring Wigglytuff, you didn't bring Registeel, and this Lickitung looks strong into everything
Lickitung
on
was
your
gonna
team.
take
It
a
actually
back
has potential to
seat?
win
I
all
like
those
it.
head-to-head matchups.
Lickitung
Maybe
was
not by
huge, right?
itself,
We said
but
Quagsire
Abhinav
and Lickitung.
choosing to go for that chip damage and then now
Especially after
putting
a
this Mantine in
Whiscash,
Stone Edge range.
Goji might have
The question is, how hard is
mentally
Goji going to fight for this switch
overcompensated
advantage?
for it,
Going
and
for
it
that
might
water
cost
pulse, a
him
harder
here.
hitting move to put this Quagsire now in Arrow's range.
But
And
Caleb-
you see Abhinav baiting with the Aqua Tail. What a savage!
But to your
Oh
point, Caleb,
my God, he
yeah,
is a
to your
savage!
point,
You're absolutely
if
right,
Goji
Caleb!
just wants switch
Oh!
advantage to avoid that matchup and use both his Protect Shields, he's going to be so vulnerable with his
He's
Whiscash.
so
It's going to be
mad.
double super effective
Goji's so
power
mad.
from the Lickitung. This Lickitung is going to be able to sweep the entire back line. Now you're at the Stone Edge, but actually a little greedy there from Abhinav. You actually have to give up the Protect Shield here. Now, suddenly Abhinav is out of Protect Shields, and this Mantine pivots out into the Whiscash, and actually a little slow
What a
there from
Stone Edge.
Abhinav. He throws the Stone Edge, which is resisted.
Yeah, a huge catch from Goji as well, just weaving in and out here saying, you know what, I don't know if Switchman is going to help me much because like you said, right, the Power Whip and the Lickitung matchup against this this Whiscash is not great either for Goji. But Abhinav's kind of in a tricky position here because this Quagsire has a lot of energy. Oh, and the throwing on Charge Attack priority here, not good for Goji because now, I mean, you don't get as much health left on this Whiscash, and you're even in lick range at this point.
Yeah, and the Whiscash hangs on to
Whiscash
throw the
is
Mud
back
Bomb.
on the charge.
Does no bubbles on it, but it still should secure the knockout.
low
It's
enough
just,
to go
how are you
out,
going to get
though?
any damage on this Lickitung? Everything is going to be double resisted from the Giratina origin. It has Shadow Claw, Ominous Wind, Shadow Ball. I guess you just start going for some Ominous Winds and hope that you double boost and somehow get a victory out of that. Here is the Gligar banking up energy, trying to swap and then counter swap into the Mantine. Now, suddenly, you actually might get some chip damage in here because you can protect shield and at least land a Water Pulse.
Yeah, you know Goji shaking his head. This is a tough matchup.
Yeah,
Here. One of the bulkiest Pokemon
How do you not see
in
the
championship
Lickitung
series,
coming?
and you also have a health
only
advantage
thing.
into this Mantine. You can see he's shaking his head. Abhinav laughing a little bit, say, "Hey, I got you here from this one too." Lickitung looking too strong. Lickitung, #1 user in the World Championships for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it's so risky to run that Giratina Origin. It's so neutral against everything but Lickitung and Vigoroth in this meta, but Lickitung and Vigoroth are just so strong. And now you got to go for it. You got to go for the Ominous Wind. Does he go for the boost here? And he does. He's going to go for it. This is his one shot, one opportunity to maybe get back in the series. You're going to need to see a 2-stage boost here. Can Goji get it on this Lickitung? And no, he doesn't get it.
And you can see all smiles from Goji as well, doing his best here. Resistance
Abhinav coming in huge with that Lickitung.
And you can see Goji waving the camera. It's not over yet, Goji. You still have a chance. You have to fight your way through that loser's bracket, but it is definitely possible.
Shadow Ball.
We're going to congratulate Abhinav for that 2-0 victory here to kick things off for him at Hawaii.
Have a good one.
Fascinating team from Goji. I loved his energy throughout those battles, and Abhinav made the call on that bait game #1, and then game #2 made the team composition read with that Lickitung in the lead versus the Giratina, and of course, bringing the double ground types, the Shadow Quagsire, the Shadow Gligar, put that Lickitung on there. It's hard to stop. That's why they are so good in this meta, and that's why it's sometimes hard to run those polarizing matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I believe Goji actually ran that same exact team during the Korea qualifier.
Wow, okay.
To make it to World Championships. However, the thing to note is that was actually a different meta, right? We had a slight meta shift, and that's why we're seeing a lot more Quagsire over Wishcatcher. You can see Quagsire even have a little slightly higher attack to win that charge attack priority. And just the coverage from Quagsire looks so safe, right? It's so much stronger into a lot of what's in the meta here. I mean, I think we're still going to see a few Wishcatch here or there in this meta,
1 hour down,
but Quagsire looking definitely on top out of those water.
It's going to be a long night, folks.
Absolutely, and we saw that at the North American International Championship from Out of Pocket, the only other tournament from North America.
Now we're starting to see activations
let's
on the numbers.
Look at the highlights from that last game, because I want to see that Abhinav
Round 1
on the no protect shield once again. Actually, this looks to be game #2 where he had to pivot into the Mantine. I really like the way that he was pivoting back and forth here. And Abhinav saw the swap there and then threw the Stone Edge, but that was resisted.
Our boys here, we saw that. We're good with the recap. Let me get the bracket up for everybody. Let's take a look at this. Let me see if Mason... Mason. All right. So, looking at the sweetness that is this. Status Stan continues to go through to round 1, and he'll play Mario. Great. Ansior and Anikor moves on. Look at that. Dan WWW beats Birds of Prey 1. Where is Birds? I miss Birds. Is that Birds of Prey? Our homie girl, Birds of Prey? All right, back into C. Galaxian ends up taking out Scafo 2-0. Enhoff moves on to the next round. Well done, Enhoff. Sir Panik Kalat beats Yusai. Okay. Yusai doesn't show up. Understandable. Tough to get out there. Out of pocket. We didn't even get to Group D yet. Out of pocket with Stone Collection and Crust in the first segment of Group D. Get out of here. Got J-Jan representing Arizona. Let's go. Jogger Swap Ventusky still in Group D. Oh my gosh. Group D looks just as tough too. You got Paulino Tad, Freaka. Oh my god. So wait. Group D. Oh my goodness. Group D's we were like, oh, Group C looks bad. It's just getting harder and harder. Hey, our boy C2U's out there. Gotta go give him some love. Big old great battler of the West Coast. Emmy Weedle, the EU winner of the last season. Let's go. Oh, my God. I'm going to lay it down now. Group D is group death. You can show me 14 other great battlers, but this is a group of death. Group D is the toughest group so far out of all of them. After seeing everything, I'm putting it down now. Fight me, fight me, fight me. But Group D is the toughest one of them all. Group E. You got Adib Khan with Stud Muffin. Yakobovic. What did I say right? Yakobovic. Zitarb. Tomahawk. Two-time winner Tomahawk. Ilkum. You got Rise and Snork. 8 the Great. Zwylos. King Alexander. Cindy's out there. Snow. Daily Bravebirds. SoCal Swablu represent. Woo, 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 woo. Yo, yo, yo. All right, and then the final. Yeah, I still call him Group D, Group Death. Still call Group D, Group Death. The final. Hey, Donis versus Monix. Oh, that's a good one. You've got Auburn here. You got Gabsies from LNZ. Ramberto coming up. Oh, baby. Ramberto. Oh, baby. Cheer for my boy out from LA. Let's go. You got Sammy85 Teddy Bear representing Lyle Jeff. There he is. Wow, Lyle got put in a real nice group here. A very nice group. I'm not saying it's an easier group, but this is not as bad as seeing other people. You do have oh my God. You got Palasha down later that he could see later in the semis. Oh my goodness. Andrew's here. Jangles out there. Lot of good things coming out. Then we got Group G. Fishy Likes Beachy Mushroom Queen. What? Group G just is like, yeah, Group D, hold my beer. 23 EJB, Onion Frank, CO is a beast, Antimatter represent, let's go. Flash for everyone, love it. Loving it. Brown Baller, our boy Brown Baller, jumping on today. Gonna join us for some conversation as well. We're still in Group G, and I'm just like, I was about to say tired. But you got Gerald as well. General Pizza Man. So many pizza men out here. Buckeye Fitzy, Uzo, Toasty Paw, Colin 6. There's another 2-time regional winner buried in Group G, but there for the battles. Oh my God, I'm so excited for him. So, I'm going to say D and G are pretty tied, with B following behind it. So, but here comes that H. Here come H. And H is like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? San Dugo, Shiny Dioglia, Magic Mason, Crescent Angels, A Mind Joke, and Valor Ash. I unfortunately don't know Rang Amsmi, but I'm sure a top-notch battler. But all of those names have either been a regional winner or from 2 years, or a top-notch battler of 2 years just in there. It's insane how incredible H is stacked. House Stark versus Cedric. Just me, Josh Lee. We got Arrow, the Gengar life. Pokemon backwards. Andres. Dune Boat. There it is. There's my guy. That's the one I think is going to win it. Oh, I think he's going to take it. Oh, I think he's going to take it. Oh, I think it's going to be Dune. And, I think Dune's going to have a hard time at the end of H. But I think he's going to take H. We'll have to see what he brings and when he comes up against. Yeah, I can't really say how this is all going to play out. Emmy Weedle gets the win and advances. Well done, Emmy Weedle. We watched Yabanov advance. It's Axon. Now that's a match. That's a matchup I'd love to see. It's Axon versus 1 million. Maxi 1 million. Ooh, that would have been good. Emilio takes out Flying Pizza. Tough run, kid. That's a tough one. They both know each other pretty well, too. Both great battlers in the circuit. Inadequance advances to the round 2. Well done, Inadequance. Group A still hasn't started yet. Not a problem. It looks like we're going to see on-stream Arceus and Magmar Man. That'll be phenomenal.
Actually, the 2022 APAC playoff champion back in the Walrein meta back in the day. So another trainer that has been playing from the start of Championship Series, also top 5 in the 2023 Indonesia playoffs, so really consistent in all these APAC qualifiers, and now making his first ever World Championships appearance up next.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, too, that first APAC qualifier that he played in back in 2022 had players from all around the APAC region, not just Indonesia, not just region. So he was able to topple a lot of those players, and he's ready to topple some more here as we get into it. We got Juice Muniz on the left-hand side and
our first Charjabug, Mandibuzz lineup.
Juice Muniz running that Azumarill, Shadow Quagsire, Lickitung, Cresselia, Vigoroth, and a Skeledirge. First time we're seeing that Gator on the stage.
Yeah, that is an interesting team there with the Skeledirge, of course, the double normal type. And how many Vigoroths have we seen so far, right? Every team has Vigoroth. There is not a ton of Annihilate out here, of course. Juice Muniz was number 3 in Curitiba, in top 5 in Natal as well. A talented Brazilian trainer that qualified this season and now is testing her might at her first ever World Championship.
Let's go.
We're gonna
this
see
is the first ever. Let's do it, girl. You got this.
And we see
girls at PvP represent. Let's go.
To go as well. Serpanic's team actually reminds me a lot of Hard-Jeff and LNDS Steiner's team from NAIC. Maybe 1 or 2 adjustments here or there, but it looks super similar. And like you said, no Annihilate really.
Like
just
Charjabug
a lot
looks
of players
really
running
bad.
Vigoroth. And
but
typically Vigoroth teams are also good
so
into
really
opposing Vigoroth teams.
Right.
Don't have that Annihilate in most situations.
But also to
worry
about
punish that Vigoroth. You have, you know, Cresselia, Azumarill
on
both sides and stuff like that, but the damage definitely starts adding up in those matchups. So here we go. Game number 1. Juice Muniz versus Serpanic to kick things off. It's going to be Lickitung versus a Charjabug here to kick things off. And this is exactly where Juice Muniz wants to see this Charjabug. You want to avoid it on your Azumarill and even the Vigoroth to a degree.
Great lead call here.
The double normal team composition here. But the thing is for Juice Muniz is you have that Azumarill in the back that is poised to be super strong against the Mandibuzz and fairly strong against the Vigoroth as well.
Buddy,
and as we know, Lickitung is number 1 in usage because it's so good neutrally. It's able to topple this Charjabug in neutral situations. So Serpanic decides to pivot into, look at that, you got the backwards cap on his Vigoroth.
Oh, and this is actually pretty good for Serpanic because now you draw out the Azumarill and you clear the way for that Mana Buzz. Mana Buzz does not want to see that Fairy type, but drawing this out is going to be really good for Serpanic so that Mana Buzz has a lot more positive play into that Lickitung and has a lot of neutral play into that Vigoroth as well.
Exactly right. I think that was his strategy to be able to bait out that Azumarill, and then if you ever get the matchup with that Mana Buzz into the Lickitung, you're going to be able to ramp up so much energy, which will be extremely useful against the Vigoroth in that backline. And the thing is, if you're expecting Vigoroth in the backline from Juice Muniz, you know you can't counter swap a Vigoroth with a Vigoroth. So it's kind of whoever swaps Vigoroth first is going to be able to have that neutral matchup.
And we see really great timing from both of these trainers too, making the most out of this matchup. And like we said, Vigoroth not the best answer to Azumarill, but this Azumarill's pretty low on health at this point too. Serpanic maybe going to think, okay, I could probably get a Volt Switch down, farm up energy on my Charge but can't play into the back end line for Juice Muniz. I mean, this Charge Bug has a lot playing to everything besides Skeletor. You see Juice Muniz actually coming in with the Lickitung to try to go for this combo play, drawing this first shield from Serpanic.
And Serpanic was reaching for the Mana Buzz. He was trying to swap before he got to that Exeter and actually had to use a Protect Shield that I don't think he wanted to use. I think he wanted to soak that energy onto his Mana Buzz, but was not able to because of the long duration of that fast attack of Volt Switch, but able to secure that knockout here. And the thing is, it's going to be kind of tough to finish off this Charger Bug because these resisted counters aren't going to do the trick. I actually expect Serpanic to Protect Shield a Body Slam because you don't really need a Protect Shield on Mana Buzz.
I mean, the Rock Slide definitely does some super effective damage on the Mana Buzz. You can see Serpanic actually swapping over, maybe thinking, oh, he could potentially catch even the Body Slam. But two Pokemon on both sides, low health, leads for a lot of catch potential. You see Serpanic saying, all right, do I have my math right? Should I shield here or not? A lot of energy on this Vigoroth. Juice Muniz going for the Rock Slide and Serpanic making the correct shield call.
And how about the 1500 CP shiny Mana Buzz here from Serpanic? That is a nice flex as he's going to be taking this Rock Slide though from Juice Muniz. That is going to be super effective. And now you are in range of the next Rock Slide, or if you are able to get to a Azumarill and throw an Ice Beam or a Playoff, you will be in range of knockout as well. But remember, the Charger Bug is low health, but can still get to another charge attack. Can you get the protection with this Dark Pulse, or are you going to try to do everything with the Azumarill? This is a tough call for Juice Muniz. Will she use her last Protect Shield? She does.
Yeah, definitely a good shield call for sure. You need this Vigoroth to have a chance against that Charger Bug. Charger Bug already has energy as well. You can see swapping actually over to the Azumarill to soak up maybe some of this energy.
The patience.
Mana Buzz building up to back-to-back aerials. I love this play from Serpanic because now going to force Juice Muniz to throw this move against the Mana Buzz. Otherwise, you're going to have to eat an aerial race and you don't want to take any more damage because the Charger Bug has energy. You can see, oh, great timing from Juice Muniz throwing the Rock Slide right before the Dark Pulse was reached.
But going for the Rock Slide, going for the Rock Slide. Maybe the Body Slam wasn't enough, so you had to go for the Rock Slide play. Now are you going to get outpaced? Can the already has the X-Scissor available, so Serpanic is able to throw this into Juice Muniz. That will secure the knockout in Game 1 victory.
Wow, what a game between these two competitors. I mean, Serpanic looking like in a tough spot with that Azumarill lurking in the back for that Dark-type Mana Buzz, but the pivot over to that Vigoroth, drawing out the Azumarill to set up that Mana Buzz to have a lot more potential in the back end was what led to the victory there. And really great shield calls from Serpanic as well. I think shielding a Rock Slide there, maybe even two Rock Slides as well too, but just really taking advantage of shielding the harder hitting moves from Juice Muniz's Vigoroth.
Yeah, that call at the end, I think he had to use his first one on a Body Slam, which he didn't want to do, but the one that mattered, he made the right call here. And the thing is, I find it fascinating that in the normal dynamic between Vigoroth and Lickitung, if you swap in Lickitung, the best thing to counter swap a Lickitung is your own Lickitung, because you do a little chip damage to that Lickitung, you bring in your own, you're going to take the alignment. For Vigoroth, it's the exact opposite. You never want to counter swap a Vigoroth with your own Vigoroth, I guess, unless you do enough chip damage. So it's kind of interesting in this hard Vigoroth meta, when you just say swap the Vigoroth, it feels like such a strong move. It feels like those limited cups in Go Battle League when Vigoroth is just so overwhelmingly strong that you can just counter swap into it. And we've seen that so much so far to start us off for the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's again, there's not a lot of clear answer to Vigoroth. You have Cresselia as maybe a harder check to Vigoroth than Azumarill is, but again, even then, the Body Slam, the resisted counter damage really adds up, which is why Vigoroth is so strong in this current meta. It has lower usage than Annihilate, but so far on the big stage, we've only seen a lot of Vigoroth in action, and looking really good.
And will Juice Muniz adapt and maybe bring out the Skeletors, which she also brought in Santiago? Does she bring it? Here is the Charge Bug once again into the Lickitung. Very similar team compositions in the backline. It's actually a mirror backline, but to Juice Muniz's advantage, the Lickitung should be able to beat this Charger Bug in neutral situations.
Azu versus
Charger
Azu.
Bug is able to typically win against Lickitung if you spend both shields.
Right.
If you don't spend a single shield or one shield, Lickitung is going to take the advantage. I think Juice Muniz would be fine with going a shield advantage and maybe not winning switch advantage here, because the backline is a mirror backline on both ends, and as long as you avoid the Charge Bug, that Azumarill has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks to Tauntaun versus Hard Jeffy's matchup. It's going to be probably Vigoroth. Oh, and actually counter-swapping your own Vigoroth, but the problem here for Juice Muniz, you're very far behind in counters, so you're at least 4 counters behind, and Serpanic is going to be able to get to this first body slam, but Juice Muniz is already loaded with hers, I believe, right now, and she throws it straight away.
Yeah, Serpanic really benefited from that interaction between Lickitung and Vigoroth, because Juice Muniz took a little longer to swap out. The lick damage, though, double resistance against Vigoroth is inconsequential for Serpanic, so he didn't really take much damage, but got a lot of energy. I think Juice Muniz is expecting the Mana Bus in the back again, so that's why he came in Vigoroth instead of Azumarill.
Right.
The more clear answer to Vigoroth, forced to come in. Your matchup here and gets to a final body slam. Does Serpanic spend the final shield here? No, decides to let it go. I think might be able to take the body slam though. Oh no, not even.
I love that call though, because you didn't have a good way to take out the Vigoroth. If you let your own Vigoroth go, your Azumarill is not going to be able to easily take it out, and the Lickitung has no shot taking it out, and now actually counter-swapping and switch-locking his Azumarill into Juice Muniz's Lickitung, and this is actually a huge swing for Juice Muniz here, because now you are loaded on energy, and you might be able to get the back-to-back power whips and get the last Protect Shield out of the game for Serpanic.
Yeah, I don't know if Serpanic was expecting maybe a Skeletor to back or something, but now you see Juice Muniz swapping over to her own Azumarill. Good play there too, because you want to avoid that Azumarill burst.
Take a couple of those play roughs. That's good. That's good. She's on it. She's on it. We all know the play style of Azumarill.
He has no shields remaining. This game is not over yet.
And I think Juice Muniz banked a body slam in the back. So that means in the back line of Lickitung versus Charger Bug, you can throw that body slam into the Charger Bug, secure the knockout as well, and you have a Protect Shield advantage into this Azumarill. You are getting quite low though, and you're getting close to in range of play rough. Plus, Serpanic is getting quite close to his switch timer.
And we haven't seen who wins Charge priority yet in this mirror match between the two Azumarill. That could be crucial, because you can see both trainers reaching energy around similar times.
Here we go.
A little bit ahead on this specific play rough though, so might not make a difference here. Let's
Panic,
see
you don't look
how
so.
it plays out. Serpanic trying to build up
calm,
the move.
collected, can't really get a read on him. Is he
He's
doing
going to go
good?
straight
Here
for
comes the
discharge.
last Volt
Does
switch.
Juice Muniz shield this or not?
Got a couple of
If
energy.
there's no
Got some
shield,
extra
it
energy.
should take out the Azumarill. It's going to let it go, putting everything on the Lickitung. Charger Bug
putting
still
it
has
all on
energy
Licky.
though, and it's going to throw another X-Scissor. Juice Muniz has to
get to it, though.
perfectly here.
He's
and
got
not to take
8
out the
turns
Charger
to
Bug,
give
but
up for
also
2
enough to have energy
Volt
for that
switches.
Azumarill in the back.
Right,
Because
one.
I believe the Azumarill
Three's got to get a
have an
3.
ice beam, and actually
And
she
it's
throws
not
a little
enough.
bit early, so you're not going to be
That
able to
body
get
slam
to
should
that
do it.
back-to-back
Does she have
body
enough to
slam.
finish
If
off the
Serpanic
Azumarill,
does
though?
have the ice
I
beam
didn't see how much
banked
health
on the
was left on
Azumarill,
that
that could be
Azumarill.
a 2-0 victory for Serpanic. It looks like he does
Oh,
have that
he's got
He is
the
gonna
ice
be
beam
able to
ready to
Juice Muniz to take the 2-0
go.
victory.
Wow, what a series from Serpanic.
GG's. What a great play. What a great battle play right there. Oh my goodness.
Throwing Juice Muniz off and thinking, okay, I need my Azumarill now because I don't want to lose to the same exact
Incredible.
line. But Serpanic making that
played that
minor
beautifully,
adjustment, just
right?
swapping out the Mana
You got
Bus
to see,
for the Azumarill paid off.
Azumarill coming out. We got, she had the right lead. He did everything right with the energy, but that Charger Bug, getting that X-Scissor was so big and giving it Volt Switch, and it's just so tanky, and it could take so much. It was great save swap. Amazing job there by Panic. Great job by Juice. Unfortunately, though, she will go down to the loser's bracket, but she's not out of the tournament yet. Her Worlds run is still active. Oh, man. Incredible, incredible. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Our boys, look at them looking so good like they're from Hawaii. Yeah, yeah. Oh, is it break time?
Oh, because, you know, like we said, couldn't make it that first World Championships, but is here on our third one here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And you see Vigoroth.
Great job again. Body slam, getting the shield. Putting up the body slam here. One counter sneaking through. That was great. And then the bubbles right on it, building up so much energy on Lickitung. Sometimes when you have these tanks, you just try to do so much with them that they end up just like not coming back with the energy. Or not coming back with the big play that you need it to come back with. And you just like, no. So, now that the matchup is over, let's go back to the bracket as the Demore tournament has been being played. Looks like update is Casaran beat Rocket Claire to advance. And Odin ends up taking a 2-1 victory over Whole Scrawlix. Bulk88, like Hit You Hard said, was going to advance, and he will be seeing Valiant Vish. Hopefully we'll get that on stream. Charming Chinda versus Boglish. Elite Rocha Baby. That's a nice one. I'm excited for that battle. Zandudu ends up taking Decoupe. Nice, nice. And then we got Arceus Magmar, which should be on stream next. So we'll see if that plays out. Legio and Zone 22 advanced. Ashford Shelto. Oh, who did he play against? Where'd he go? Against Charming Chinda. I was right. I'm a good battler. Okie dokie. Looks like we have more advancing. Mike Worker advances. Ankior will be placing Inadequate in the semis. Ooh. Still waiting for the Beelzeboy and Rick Flareon result, which would be a great battle to watch. Rubik's Master goes down. We'll have to see how he can come back from that. If he can, in the losers bracket here, he'll be battling against the loser of battle 16, which is oh, he'll be battling the loser of Anacor or Inadequate. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. Again, Group B, so tough too. Or Group C, so tough too. Here we go. Looking into Group Death. As Group Death advances, you got Out of Pocket going into the next round. You got Vincent beating Stone Collection. Whoa. Hold the phone, everybody. Hold the phone. You got Jogger Swap battling JJN as JJN advanced to the next one. He has returned. And just so you know, sir, Bulk88 will be playing Valiant Vish. We're finishing up the last updates. Evan777 ends up going and will be playing Tommy W. Great 2 battles there. Hopefully we get to watch that, but there's so many battlers out there. We can't watch everything. Danoski advances. Zardy beats C2U and will fight. Oh, Emmy Weedle. Oh, that's a tough one. And Jacko Loco. Cool. These 2 battlers, C2U and Jacko Loco, definitely have seen each other in the Flash for Everyone tournament. So we'll see how that one plays out for both of them. Hopefully, both of them, we'd love for them, both of them to advance, but only one can. As we are battlers and we know only one can win, we wish both of them the best and, hope for them that great achievement here. Oh, it looks like we have an interview now with our girl Amanda and Sir Panic. So let's take a watch here and see how it plays out.
I didn't feel anything. I literally forgot everything and just played by instinct today.
Well, your instincts were pretty good. I mean, we were just talking before we were going live, and you were saying, "Oh, I had this big plan. I took
That's
these
a
notepads
big
from the
upset.
hotel. I was going to write down all the counts. Walk us through what you
upset.
Before this, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll grab some notes and look smart on the stage, and I'll write down every move count, everything. I can't remember anything. So yeah, we're just playing as if it's JBL.
I do that too.
Thankfully it's worked out for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, you got your first matches out of the way. It's got to feel pretty good. And you qualified for Worlds before, but this is your first Worlds competition. What is your impression of all of the different players? Are you excited to make your mark?
Oh yeah, this is like, it's a long time coming. Finally, I can play outside of my country, and yeah, I feel great. I feel great, and finally meeting a lot of people. Like we talk a lot, like in chat, and never actually met them. Now finally here I am. Hello.
Hello,
that
Sir
is great.
Panic.
Oh, while
Welcome.
you're
We
saying
love
hello,
seeing
is
you
there
and
any
happy that you're able to finally meet everybody. All right, Tyler. We got a lot. Got some things to talk about. Actually, let's see. Let's see. All right, I'm going to try to get my capture card back up so that I can do Battle League with everybody. But for some reason, oh, come on. Come on, read it. Read it. It's Battle Week. You gotta read it. Why is it not reading the phone? So now we got the Elgato to plug in. Now let's see if we can read the phone. Oh. Maybe it's because it's on battery mode and it's got to be off that no battery mode, right? Gotta do... Oh! We got it. Oh, yeah, folks. Bam, sir. You have returned, so have I. We're gonna battle it up. Oh, God, it feels so good to be back in this. Yes, let me play with Pokemon. Giratina. Whiscash. What is a third Pokemon we could play with? What is a third Pokemon we could play with? A counter user? Would a counter user be good here? Or Umbreon? No, you'd want that. You'd want a fairy or a counter user. Yeah. A counter user would be good. Vigoroth. Let's go with Vigoroth. You know what? This is the world's team right here. Take it on the world. Take it on the world. Oh. Who's bringing Bronzor? What? What? What just happened? What just happened? Yeah. They line up so good. Oh, Licky. Yes. Licky would be a good one too. Absolutely, Licky would be a good one. All right. Yay. 1892. That's how far we've fallen, folks. That's how far we have fallen. But here we go. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that now. We're going to fix that now. Going to fix that now. Hey, going to fix that now. Three, two, one, go. 2, 3, 4. Is 4 Force Palm Shadow Ball? I don't know the full count because I hated whatchamacallit Fossil Cup. No, he's Thunder Punching me. Cool. Come on, proc. Proc, proc, proc. What's the energy on Force Palm again? Nope, ain't gonna get it. Ain't gonna get it. Finally found a handful of time. Oh, come on. A double fighter lineup? So then I could bring in Wish for it. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, I proc. Do I put up the shield? Oh, I gotta put up the shield. It's gonna be an icy win. It's gonna be an icy win, right? It's gonna be an icy win. He thinks he's gonna be good. He's gonna be good. He's definitely lost track of my counts. So I'm gonna sneak this Shadow Ball through. Boop! Bye-bye! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, did someone bring in their Fossil Cup line? Is that what this is, their Fossil Cup line? We got 30 seconds. Superpower. We finally, like you have to throw. Like you have to throw. Like you have to throw. I like how they throw and then left. Solid movements. Solid movements. All right. Oh, man. I wish I was there. I really wanted to. You want another one? We'll do another one. You know, it's going to start soon. We're going to get the new casters. We'll put their audio up, too. Don't you fret, folks. It's... Oh, man. I'm so happy to see Arceus Aurelius up here against, which we call it. And it's Speedy and Lindbergh. Woohoo! Let's go. Another set of amazing casters. I'm going to see how much a Dragon Claw will do. Okay. Still alive. Still good, because you're only rocking Mudshot, so you're not rocking Dragon Tail, so I'm not afraid. You know what? You give up a shield, I'll give up a shield. Oh my goodness, another proc! Yeah, Mudshots aren't doing diddly. Magmar Man is coming up next. 4, 5. Oh shit. 5 though. That's just Dragon Claw. That's not shouldn't be Earth Power, right? Yeah, just Dragon Claw. Just Dragon Claw. We're good. We are good. What? 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 Ew, Talonflame? Who says that? And then, oh yeah. G's again. Like, are we just battling Fantasy Cup team players now? Like, this is the 1800s, my God. I'm trying to be like, what's happening? This is the 1800s. I don't think battlers down here understand yet that there is a shift. Wow. Magmar Man, he is spice. We definitely love Magmar Man's attitude to the meta. But there's my boy Arceus. Let's go, Arceus. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, great battler. I'm so excited to watch him play. He's won 2. So good. Artifax? What do you think about Artifax hit? You think it's gonna be fire? 3, 5, 6. Boom! Drop, 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 drop. Ah. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you this. That was 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. What was the first Pokemon? What are they? Chef, are we in a kitchen? What's happening here? Yeah, this is big. No, not on the Pidgeot. Damn it. Pidgeot walked away with a little bit of energy. Here we go. I'll take that. I'll take that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Yeah. So what am I thinking here? Shield the Vigoroth, swap in, and throw what I can as fast as I can, because foul play is a coming. Foul play is a coming. I could do this. I could do this. I got this. Lickitung ate the Whimsicott! God, we gotta finish this matchup. I think this is the right play. I think this is the right play. I think this is the right play. Two extra taps. The Pidgeot, is it still alive? Oh no. Was it Pidgeot? What was the last one? Oh, it was Quagsire. It was Quagsire. So I need to be at foul play. I need to be at body slam. And I am. That could be it. Oh! Playing like a pro down here in the 1800s. All right, let's get back to why we're all here this morning. And that is
of this Whiscash. And even an undercharge here, he knows he's not even going to be able to knock out, but he wants to get a lot of energy, and we'll have to see how he wants to play that. Now we're already at another Mud Bomb on Magmarman's side.
Whiscash showing real promise right now. Artifax is the, or Talonflame is the best? No. Whiscash, baby. I think people underestimate the Whiscash.
Punches its way through the Whiscash and sets up for that Icy Wind debuff.
Yeah, not only that, a little parting gift for whatever is going to come
Icy Wind
in.
for either of those two, going to draw the last shield here.
To bring in, I think, the Whimsicott. I mean, he's going to go for the Frigibax. Those Dragon Breaths aren't going to be doing too much, and now going to be able to get off an attack here. Will Magmarman use his first shield, and is he going to let it go?
No way. He took a peek at that team sheet. He said, this is not a dynamic punch. I don't need to be concerned. Water and ice, both going to be resisted here. But here comes the Registeel. This is a fascinating situation to be in, because if you're Magmarman, you've got a Dragon-type Pokemon that's dealing double resisted Dragon Breath, and you have a Fairy-type Pokemon in the back. How do you deal with the Registeel?
Registeel is going to just be able to take it all, but Arceus really doesn't even want to, recognizing how strong Registeel is against this back lineup here. Wants to maintain as much HP as possible, going for the Zap Cannon and getting that first shield off of Magmar Man. There's no shields left on Arceus Aurelius' side, but he does have a lot of health on that Lickitung. And Registeel against the roll, getting that attack debuff on the Frigibax.
Wow.
Artifacts.
You look at the charge attack, energy cost, trying to catch a charge attack there, doesn't get it. Instant swap Lickitung into the Whimsicott, gonna throw the neutral body slam here. Whimsicott will be able to hold on, but it's not that bulky. It can't absorb too much more damage, especially those neutral licks, so Magmar Man needs to reach for a charge attack soon. Gonna try to go for the Moonblast, actually ducks out and goes for the
Nice.
Seed Bomb.
Yeah, what is
Go
so
for the Seed
difficult
Bomb, I
here
like
is
that.
that Fairy Wind does not do that much damage as a fast attack, so being able to
Should
throw
be
that now
leaving
was
it
not
in the
gonna be
deep,
doing that
deep
much.
red.
Still not able to
Too
take out the
deep,
Lickitung.
not deep
And,
enough.
Like Arceus Aurelius doesn't want to take out the Whimsicott yet either. It's a stare down as now the Arceus is coming back in. Dragon Breath takes it out. In comes that Registeel with a fully loaded Zap Cannon.
Zap
Charge
Cannon,
attack priority
ready to
tie
go.
goes
An
to the
Avalanche
Octabax,
comes
gonna
through
throw
first.
the Avalanche
It won't KO.
into the Registeel because
It'll hurt,
Dragon
but it
is
won't
double
KO.
resisted
But
here.
the
You're gonna throw
Dragon Breath
single
will be
resisted
enough.
Avalanche, definitely the right play. Does come through. Here comes the charge attack though from Registeel. Now Amanda, it's gonna be a race. Registeel versus Arctivax.
This is the problem here. The Zap Cannon desperately needs that debuff as well because even though those
There's
Dragon
a
Breaths
debuff
aren't
proc.
gonna be doing too
No
much, it's gonna be
debuff, and
adding
it is
up all the
definitely
time.
not in his
He's gonna
favor
be able to
as he
hit
can
that
get to the
Avalanche.
second
Oh, it's
Avalanche
the
and
one
throw in
Avalanche goes
time.
through this. Oh,
What a
Registeel
great
wants the
play.
count to go
Yeah,
down.
Arceus, we're with you.
Arceus
We don't know
really
either.
Can't believe it. We can't believe it. A Dragon-type Pokemon takes down Registeel, and Magmar Man cooks up
Yeah.
a win in
Arctivax is
game
fire.
number 1.
Those were fascinating battles because for the most part, it looked like Arceus Aurelius was actually in a lot of control of that situation. He had a good lead call. He was able to do a lot with the Lickitung against the Whimsicott, but I mean, it was such an interesting play by Magmar Man, switching in a Whiscash into a Lickitung with already a lot of energy.
Risky, right? Because you know that the Lickitung takes a little
What a great
longer
matchup right
to get
there.
to the
Incredible
power whip,
battles
and if you send out
between
that
these
Whiscash
two.
at the wrong
Like,
moment, you can
woo!
get whipped right back into the Pokeball. So Magmar Man willing to take some risk, maybe sending out that Whiscash to pull something out from his opponent's back line, to lure something out so that he can then capitalize. We see the Poliwrath getting to the Scald here against the Arctibax, doesn't even get that final counter before it gets KO'd, and then Whimsicott chips in a Seed Bomb, which turned out to be just enough.
Yeah, as you can see, both of them just not even throwing an attack right away because he wanted the Arceus Aurelius wanted to get a little bit more on the Registeel. Registeel has the same problem that the Whimsicott does because just those fast attack damage is not doing anything, relying solely on the charge attack. And when there was an extra shield on Magmar
All right.
Man's side, it was able to just block up and now throw his
Man, I
Avalanche
just
for the
so
win.
Yeah,
so
sometimes it all comes
loving
down
these
to
graphics.
pacing, and
I'm just
Registeel, its charge attacks are
infatuated
so
by them. Look at
expensive
how
that
cool it
takes
is.
so many turns.
You know,
for
they
this
put the
Pokemon
3
to get to
Pokemon,
those
they've
charge
like made
attacks
it so
and land
easy
them.
for us to
It just feels
understand.
like a
Like that's
Pokemon,
what they
you know,
should have,
like a
that's what they've
Whiscash
been
or a
doing.
Quagsire. It
Like you
feels
can
like
tell
every
they've
time you turn
understanding
around,
now. They've
it's got
got to
an
get the
Aqua Tail or
program
Mud
up. They've
Bomb,
got to
right?
be able to
But now
figure
you
out
look at
how they
Registeel,
can
and
make
it
this
takes
work
10,
and what it
12,
takes to
14
make this
turns
work.
for you to
And they
gather the
finally doing
energy
it for
for
us.
you to
Next
zero
is
in
just
on that
adding
charge
the
attack.
moveset.
Going into game
Doesn't
number
have to
two,
be
though,
the
Amanda,
right
how do you
move,
feel
like the
about the
full
team
name.
compositions? What
Just
do you
has
wanna
to be
see from Arceus
SE, so we
as
know
he
it's
looks to bounce
Stone
back?
Edge.
I mean,
You know
the
what
big
moves
thing
that the
that is
Pokemon has.
going on
We've got
in
the
the field, it
shadows.
seems
We see that the
originally, although it's
Pokemon
made
there.
its
We're
way
now seeing which
everywhere, it's
Pokemon
definitely
they
in
use.
top 2, is the
Loving it.
Cresselia.
They're just
Yeah.
getting
So, I mean,
better
I think
and
Cresselia
better
has a lot to play,
every
but when there
year.
are Pokemon
Hats
like
off
Talonflame
to
that just
that
do
whole
so
team
well
production
against
back
it,
there.
It can be very, very polarizing,
Daniel
but, I mean,
Z,
being able to
Mel,
throw
and
those
all
Grass
of them
Knot
back there.
against Whiscash or
Hats off,
Azumarill on
just
the other
great.
side would do
Their
very,
graphics team, their
very
production.
well. This team is just so spicy
Bravo.
for Magmar Man that I think it's going to be
Bravo.
trouble to figure out what 3 you want to pick to play against.
Exactly right. Jumping right into game number 2.
Is
Let's
that
see what
King
our
on
players settled
stage?
on. We've got
It
the Shadow
is.
Magnezone hovering over the field, but it's got a Poliwrath on the
Ooh,
opposing side.
Magnezone and the
That's Kelly
Poly
gonna
and
do
so
so
not
much
good as
immediate swap,
Magnezone
but
leaves
we're seeing that
immediately.
Talonflame.
Poly's
And
still
this
looking
is
good
also
here.
a
Let's
dangerous
go.
proposition.
I like
We
this. I
talked
like
about
this.
Talonflame
It
users
is
here.
Whimsicott.
If
Why are
both
you
on the
bringing
field, we're going to get to see both of them.
Whimsicott? What are you
Gonna go ahead
thinking? What
throwing
are we?
this Icy Wind, lowering the attack here before I think we'll see him chip out. But the problem
Boom.
is like neither one of these
He
Pokemon
brought in
back really
Lickitung
wanna
and
beat
now
up
he's
the
yeah,
Talonflame
you're
with
bringing in
energy.
Lickitung. Perfect,
Magmar
perfect,
Man
perfect.
says, oh, you
Now he
debuffed
can
me,
take a
I'll just
couple
go
of these
ahead
charge
and
moves.
put my attack
Yeah.
right back up.
He's gonna allow it to go through,
Talonflame
so
likes
this is
to
smart
turn
by
up the heat,
Magmar.
so
He
the
knows
Icy Wind
he's gonna
debuff
allow this
does
one to go
give
through. Let me
Arceus
get
a
my
helping
attack
hand
back
here
up.
as he sends
Let me
in
get my
the
attack back
Azumarill.
up. Let me get what he
Azumarill,
thinks
excuse
is gonna
me,
go
the
down back
Lickitung.
up.
Lickitung only needs
The
to land
problem
one
is
body slam
he's
to
got
knock out
2
here against
Pokemon.
Talonflame after lick
Oh,
damage
this is
applies,
so bad
but
for Magmar, man. That
fighting back,
Talonflame
flame charge after
in the
flame
back
charge.
is going to be
I think
such
Lickitung
trouble.
going to start to feel the heat.
Yeah, starting to sizzle up here, doing as many licks as possible. Great timing, wants to be able to throw. Doesn't want to let an extra Incinerate sneak through because that would be devastating. And Magmar throws up this first shield here, is almost at another one. Wants to be able to at least maybe get shield parity or knock out this Lickitung. Lickitung to another body slam. Does he want to go 2 shields down? He does.
Minor miscalculation there by Magmar Man. Just one
so
or two
upsetting for
turns
you when
off,
he
but he
gets one
does
flame
throw the
charge.
Final Protect shield. He's got the flame charge ready. He throws the Incinerate instead and gets the knockout in return.
Go with
now
Polly,
we've got
go
a
with Polly, go
Poliwrath
with
in the
Polly.
back, and like you mentioned, Amanda, the Talonflame. We could see a mirror match situation. That's what we get.
Oh, this is interesting going on here. Throwing that fly, getting that shield off of Arceus Aurelius as well. But now we're seeing Talonflame on Talonflame. One's about to go down, and now we'll see how he wants to play this
How
out.
does he get
There's
two
no
charge
shields left on
moves, two
Magmar Man's
fast
side.
moves?
This Talonflame already has one Incinerate through.
Yeah,
and
no,
look at this back line. It does not
so
want to
mad.
see the Talonflame at all.
What do you do if you're Magmar Man? You've got a Steel-type
Nothing.
Pokemon and
You
a Fairy
cry.
Grass-type in the back.
cry.
Now Talonflame
Here it
is
comes.
really just going to wreak havoc. Arceus Aurelius through the fire and the
He's like,
flames.
okay,
Fires
we'll
off
let
the
this
flame charge.
Incinerate
KOs one
situation go
Pokemon,
through.
and you got to expect Whimsicott is not far behind.
Whimsicott doing the best it can, just going ahead and saying, I'm here for a little bit, as now the fly is about to connect. This will be a boosted fly as well, enough to knock it off the field and get game parity here for Arceus Aurelius. 1-1 against Magmar.
Yo, he's explaining it too.
As they
Like,
say, right?
such respect for
Whimsicott
both
cannot
battlers,
hold a
right?
candle to Arceus
So what
Aurelius and
happened
his
was
Talonflame that
an
was so
Incinerate went
instrumental
through,
in his
and
regional
then he
championship
got
victory.
his
But one
charge
of those
move
things
off
as well,
on
Amanda, is that there's
Magmar
no
Man.
Abomasnow on
What
his
should
team.
have happened
Abomasnow has
is
been
if
pretty good in
both
this matchup as well.
Incinerates go through,
fun fact,
Magmar
Arceus
Man's
uses the
Talonflame
Abomasnow
should have been
in
out.
he used a very similar
And then he got a
technique
charge
to be
move
able
off,
to
and then
get his
another
world
Incinerate
championship
in.
title.
So it
However,
was
when we were
very,
talking about,
like,
he said,
that's what Arceus
the
was
Abomasnow
arguing,
buffers,
like, how is this,
bench pressure,
how
he
is this
actually
not,
didn't really
how am
use
I
it
not
much.
getting
He
my
said he
moves
used
on?
any other Pokemon there.
But
Looks like he substituted
it didn't
Valkyrie
matter
Hydra, which is an interesting
because
pick, one that wasn't available
Talonflame
in
versus
NXT,
those
but
two
has now
Pokemon were so
recently
good,
added to
and
the
both of
roster
those,
with
I'm
100%
pretty sure Magmar's like, if that's Talonflame in the
Yes, it
bag,
has a lot to do
I'm
with it.
pretty
As we take a look
KO'd
back
here.
at our replay from this
Because
previous
even with
matchup,
Icy Wind, you
forcing
can
the
still be
situation
effective
here, getting the
against
full
the
Incinerate
Whimsicott.
down, two
Even
protect shields,
with
very high cost,
Scald, you
but
can still be effective
Magmar Man
against the
unfortunately was
Magnezone.
forced to
So
pay the
Polly
price
is
because
still
once the
good
shields
to
were
play
down,
here.
Talonflame went to town, and Arceus Aurelius
Yeah, he was
absolutely
like, okay,
couldn't
okay,
get through the
okay,
back line
everybody,
from
we got
Magmar
it.
Man.
Yeah, this was a
Yay!
just
All
looking at
right,
the
all
team composition
right.
as a whole,
See?
very risky by
Everybody's
Magmar Man.
good.
If you think about
Love it.
he
The
pretty
respect
much
the
plays
battlers,
A,
having
B,
fun.
weak,
No one's like,
talented.
oh,
His
freaking out on
answer
stage.
was his
We're all
own
having a good
Talonflame.
laugh,
What
and
was
they're
the dangerous thing?
playing
Who's gonna
into
win
it.
that charge attack priority?
Worlds,
Who's gonna
baby,
get
let's
over the
go.
first?
Look at those
Let's take a little
achievements.
snapshot here of Arceus Aurelius and his illustrious career, the Dortmund regional champion, but a lot of top 8s prior. And again, it really felt like he reached a new level. He kind of punched through that glass ceiling, those barriers he'd been trying to get past when he did win in Dortmund.
That's absolutely true. I mean, when you talk to these trainers, a lot of times they talk about, you know, when they see their pairings in a bracket, their heart kind of drops when they see a certain trainer. And maybe that can get in their own head being like, oh no, well, I know that this trainer is so good. But Arceus really said, he's recently come to the conclusion that he's also one of these best trainers. And speaking of different picks that he didn't bring to Dortmund,
He is
we
the
got
best,
that
one of these
Goodra
best
taking the
trainers.
field against the
He
Talonflame.
brings
An
in the
immediate pivot out to a Whiscash, which is
Goodra.
not the greatest answer to it. We'll have to see how Magmar Man wants to play it.
Look at this adjustment by Magmar Man, right? He's got
Destroying
a opposing Goodra on the opposing side, but he was looking out for another Talonflame appearance, and it's just not there. So Arceus Aurelius is just a step ahead. He chips yet again before dipping into his Lickitung to try to secure this mid-matchup against the Shadow Whiscash.
Whiscash is going to be able to throw a Scald. There is a chance that this will debuff the attack, but it's not as high as it was in the World of Wonders meta. Being able to connect, but this Lickitung
No
is still
debuff.
healthy, still in
No
the green, still
debuff.
almost up to a Power Whip, going a little bit fast. Now he's baiting with this Body Slam, but it's still going to do a lot of damage.
This actually is going to be very close to knocking out. Lickitung does get same type attack bonus onto the Body Slam. The question is, can it lick down in time? No. The Mud Bomb will come
that
through
should
from the
be good
Shadow
enough.
Whiscash.
Yeah.
And we know Lickitung can tank a lot of damage, a lot of punishment. What's another Mud Bomb?
Yes, Lickitung just sticking his tongue out, taunting this Whiscash. Saying, still hanging on, almost at another attack. Bring it on, whatever is coming in. Magmar Man is in a difficult position here because he knows that if you get a little bit of energy on the Talonflame, it can go a long way. However, this Body Slam's going through, and that Dragon Breath damage is just so punishing.
I really appreciate Arceus Aurelius' patience there. We know Incinerate is a 5-turn fast attack. He's able to get in 4 licks
And
before the
Gudra
body slam.
just
And
sits
look at the
back
energy
there,
management here.
waiting.
He's actually
Oh my
gonna
God,
swarm
Gudra
into
with
the
the
Gudra
play.
Aqua Tail.
The wombo
Surprise.
combo.
Not only that, he has a big
Incredible!
here, getting that
Magmar
last
Man
shield
was
as
still
well.
in the middle of
Arceus Aurelius
Incinerate,
is
and
playing
Gudra comes
fantastic.
in, and he's
2
like, nah, I
shields there,
can do
1
this.
shield left on Magmar Man's side, but there's a lot of energy on this Talonflame. This fly
Yeah,
will
yeah.
connect. Looks like Arceus
Let's see how it
Aurelius
plays
is
out, 'cause
debating if he wants to
Archibald's
shield it
still
up.
in the
No,
back.
gonna let that
I
go.
like this.
Yeah, maybe
It's a nice
hoping
call.
for the
It's a good
resistant
call.
flame charge doesn't get his wish, but he knew
he's gotta
that
get 2
Talonflame
shields.
was the
And he's
key
gotta-
in game
I think he's
number
gotta
2. So
flame
in a
charge
decisive
everything
game
down.
number 3,
Let's
in the
find out what
opening
our
rounds of
homies
the World
say.
Championships, he goes back to Talonflame.
Talonflame is going to get a little bit of energy here. Coming in with the Dragon, again, we talked about how oppressive those Dragon Breaths are. It's doing a lot. The Artifacts, it's because of its typing, is not going to be doing as well against this Talonflame as Gudra did, forcing this last shield off of Magmar Man here because he just wants to be able to get at least the shield. The Dragon Claw already there, going for it even before the Avalanche was reached.
Both trainers are doing what I call flying under the radar, which are the shields, right? You're relying on the fast attack pressure. Dragon Breath versus boosted Incinerates. Both of these Pokemon are neck and neck in terms of damage and energy. A fly comes through here from the Talonflame, which is slightly more energy efficient. Great play by Arceus.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius going ahead, letting that fly go through. It is
More
basically
damage.
almost enough to knock out
Let's
there.
go.
And now there's, even though there's so much energy on the other Talonflame, there's just not a lot of health. Going for that charge attack priority. Very interesting to see that it looks like Magmar Man does win that, but Arceus Aurelius is already pumping
He
his
had the
fist, saying,
Incinerate
maybe
that
you win
goes
charge
through.
attack priority, but I
Because of
think
that,
I'm
he
winning
will
this
take
battle.
it.
He pressed the fly. He knows it's going to come through. Magmar
Arceus
Man
is gonna
was
go.
so impressive in game number 1,
Magmar
but Arceus
Man.
Aurelius' adjustments just outmaneuvered and outplayed him in games 2 and 3. That's a 2-1 victory.
2-1.
for
We
Arceus
finally get a
Aurelius.
2-1.
Arceus Aurelius, I
From
guess
earlier
once
in the
again,
first
he's
matchup
making
to
that
now
statement.
another
He
2-1
says,
here.
I'm not going to lose if there's
And these
another
are close
Talonflame. If
2-1s.
I'm
These are the
going
micro
ahead,
plays.
making this big
In the
statement that
battle
I'm the best current
decision
Talonflame player, I
plays.
better be able to show it. And you talk about that emotion.
did a soccer
He showed it
slide?
on
What
the
a
field
hooligan.
once again. Also, he's in a definitely Hawaii mode there.
I was going to tell Arceus Aurelius to maybe save some of that energy, right? If he's going to keep winning rounds.
Hey, he
he's
got
gonna
it
be
on
exhausted later,
stage.
but
He can do
I've seen
whatever
him
he
before.
wants,
I know he's got
Speedy.
energy
He
for
got the dub
days,
on
so we
stage.
expect
That's a
lots of pop-ups in the
big,
future
big
if he
win for
continues to
him, you
progress through the
know?
World Championships bracket.
I mean, when we were at LAIC, the hype and the vibe of all of the
Yo!
Magmar region was just so vibrant, so electric.
Flying Pizza
it's not
beat
as heavy as the other
Tauntaun?
regions you see, but Arceus
What?
Aurelius has almost that whole
What?
energy just in one person.
What?
I have to actually give compliments to
Yo!
our Worlds because in several pivotal moments, we heard the crowd pop off, and we were so grateful for all the energy and excitement for all of our competitors. So if you're here cheering
Where are
somebody on,
you?
when they take the stage, make sure you are in the seat, ready to watch them play, and you're cheering them on as they progress through the World Championships in Hawaii.
Absolutely, and if you're at home and you're saying, I'm sorry that I missed this in person, but there is this trainer that I've been like following forever. I really want them to win it. Make sure to be typing that in the chat as well, because I know so many trainers like to go back. They
Yeah.
like to watch over
Be
their
sure
battles,
if you're
and they
watching,
see these
if
things
you're
that
watching
people
this,
are saying
type in the
about them,
chat,
and I
hit
think it can be
likes,
a really
give 'em
uplifting thing
love.
to the Pokemon Go community.
Not only the Pokemon Go community, right? We have, or excuse me, not only competitors, but also casters as well. We've had casters who've made their debuts, and they tell us all the time, Amanda, they look back at the chat and they read the nice things you say, and it just absolutely just makes their
love it.
entire weekend. So again,
Makes
the
us
community
all-
we're
makes
so
them all
grateful to
happy and
everyone
sad.
watching
You
at
should
home
always
and
tell
here in
them
the
great
venue.
job.
But let us hear you, all right? We got to keep the energy up all weekend long.
Yeah, we're just getting started. This is just
Yeah, give them all the love, folks. They deserve it. They're there on their weekend to take their time on. They've been following the season. It's been a long TD season. We're finally here at the end of Worlds. Give them love. We're just doing a watch party here, just to do a watch party. If you like what I do, and also as I battle, because you know, it's Battle Worlds weekend, baby. Down in the 1892s. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, so they're going to be doing super effective, but I'm still doing enough there. Not a good play. So, excellent. We'll have to swap out. What else is going on? Alright, so E still hasn't started yet. C winners are almost done. A winners. Oh my god, that was the last round one. Magmar Man and Aurelius for the last round one. What a treat. What a treat. Oh.
You're telling me you're the self-proclaimed best talent playing player in the world, and after that first game, I wasn't so sure, but you're able to come away with the victory. How you feeling?
Well, the problem was game one, I didn't bring the talent flag, so I got to bring the heat in the next two if I still want to stick in the competition, and that I did.
For sure, and this is your first ever World Championship attending as a competitor, and you got to go against Magmar Man, who arguably has probably always the spiciest team in any tournament. How did that feel so far, and just being in Hawaii in general?
It was really challenging to like know what to do, but I
Oh.
got into it and tried to make a read on what.
I was hoping to get that. That was an overtap.
I just want to say I have a lot of friends and family watching at home. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. And it's so good to be here. I'm just super happy.
That's awesome. I love hearing the energy too. You got some fans in the crowd as well, and I'm sure your friends, family at home, staying up real late, and hey, it paid off too, right? Watching you win on stage. What are you looking forward to as your first World Championships in this tournament? You trying to take it all the way? You trying to just have fun? All the above. What do you think?
I don't want to put too much pressure, but like I'm not gonna go down without a fight. So
Nice.
anyone who wants to take a game off of me, they're gonna have to work for it. I'm gonna do what I can, and I'm gonna be happy with that.
Oh, so close.
I really like what Arceus really said there about not putting too much pressure on his shoulders, right? Because once you sit down across the table from another competitor, you're actually facing off against one person. But if that internal voice is telling you, you better win, you better not make a mistake, you better not mess up, it's almost like 2 versus 1. It doesn't feel fair, right?
No.
It's like getting extra shields to a talent flame. You just don't want to do that.
Not only that, but you're watching, and it's like this stage is huge. I think you guys probably saw at the very beginning of the show. It is packed. Not only that, there's so many people watching. I think a lot of times players can get a little bit nervous, especially if it's maybe one of their first times performing on the big stage, saying, not only do I not want to screw up, I don't want to screw up in front of this many people. But it takes a certain level of confidence, being able to play a couple times, take that step back and say, no, I got this. And I like what he said, where he said, okay, I'm not gonna go down without a fight. Like, I'm not saying I'm gonna win at all, but it's gonna be a challenge.
Everyone
Yeah.
has their own comfort zone, right? I remember famously, King Ivy wasn't having the best tournaments. He wasn't feeling that good about his performance back in 2022. And he said, you know what I did? I had the phone down, and I just picked it up. And I held it in my hands, and I played that way. And things really turned around. I feel like those minor things, right? What works for you, Amanda, probably won't work for me, and vice versa.
And what works for me is that nothing's really working for me at the moment. Do you have any GBL teams?
Well, I don't play Triple Charm, so I don't know
Oh,
about
yeah, never mind.
GBL
That's
teams
not
there.
gonna work for me then.
But I really appreciate that you mentioned GBL in general, because we have really stellar Twitch drops for you this World Championships event. Make sure to connect your account and get these awesome rewards. I mean, avatar shirts, and anything you can imagine. We also have these encounter tracks, which are really, really cool. And you know what, Amanda? We have a special surprise at the end of the stream, but I think the trainers that are watching now are kind of ahead of the pack, because these Pokemon might be good next season. I've got a special feeling about them.
Oh, snap.
And Team 3, which one do you think that you are going for? I know that you are not the biggest Team fans, but can the Pikachu and the Dunsparce kind of persuade you to go with Team 1? Because that is kind of what I'm looking at.
You know what, Amanda? I really want to change things up. I like the speed of
What?
the flexibility of Galarian Weezing. And I think that Chestnut is a very underrated fighting type Pokemon, because that grass typing does lead to that double super effective weakness against flyers, but at the same time, you've got superpower, you've got frenzy plant, you can even tech
All of them.
We interviewed each other yesterday, and you asked me my favorite save switch. It's also a Sableye, right? So I think it's definitely a very flexible Pokemon, one you can use in a variety of situations. When we talk about team composition, especially Go Battle League, we like to say ABC or ABB, or even AAA Charm in your case, Amanda. But
Exactly. So your Sableye is not going to do anything against my Triple.
that's true, that's true. Hard counter any Sableye, just run Victory Top. But the point I'm trying to get at is that if you are running an ABC team where A and B Pokemon complement each other really well, then that C slot, that Sableye slot, can be your safe switch to take control, switch advantage, and then win the game. Line things up the way that you want. A very, very famous line that's worked for many, many seasons is Skarmory with a water ground type, be it Swapper or Whiscash, plus Sableye. Definitely a very strong trio, so just
Yep.
maybe give that team a try.
Yeah, I mean, we have that Go Battle League coming up. Not only that, there is Adventure Week going on as well. Plenty of opportunities to catch different Pokemon. There's some shiny variants as well that will be available. Let's go ahead and look at all of the different things that you can get. Is there anything that's really jumping out at you? We talked a little bit about Shadow Cresselia, whether we thought we would see it here at Worlds or whether, I mean, so far we haven't. It's just been seeing the regular ones. But
Dang
there's
it.
so many Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to hone in on the top right corner. You mentioned Shadow Cresselia. We've seen so many Cresselia in the meta this entire season. It's a very flexible Pokemon, very strong Pokemon. One of those that you don't need XL candies. You don't need to take it to level 50. It can still hold its own against the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. And I thought maybe this is like a Hypno situation where Shadow Hypno, it just feels more aggressive.
Can you not hear them?
Regular one. But I think that Shadow Cresselia, a lot of trainers are just opting for that trusty bulk that they've come to know all season long. By the time we do see Shadow Cresselia, though, I'll be really excited to see how it performs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Also a reminder, I mean, frustration on your Pokemon, very frustrating. This is an event that you can get rid of that using those charge TMs, and I think that that's one of the most exciting things too, because it's not like you can just do it every time. How many times have you found a Pokemon that you're like, I really would like to use this in battle. I can't use this in battle quite yet. I need to wait for a rocket event. The time is now.
The time is now indeed.
An oxymoron to call it a frustration event. It's like an anti-frustration event, right? It's like a relief event. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, we're getting our phone set up on the stage. We just need a couple minutes. Let's play a fun game. This is the pronunciation game. And for Pokemon Go players, we tend to do well unless it's like one of the newer generations, maybe Pokemon that are just getting introduced to the game. Tell me about this one on the screen. I believe it's a water bug type.
This is, I'm gonna guess just because of what it looks like, which is a spider, that it would be Dew Spider, but I don't think it's right. I think it's actually Dew Spitter? Jupiter?
Jupiter. Jupiter, like from Jupiter. Alright, you said Jupiter. I'm gonna go with Jupiter. That way we cover our bases and we can't possibly be wrong. Jupiter. Alright, you were right. Alright, 1 point for Team Amanda.
Jupiter.
In the chat for Team
Wow, I thought it was Dupiter, but it's Jupiter.
to number 2 here. Okay. I've heard this one mispronounced to the nth degree. But I think a really easy way to remember is
It's accent advances, beating Ramblin' Man.
you don't say Zamazenta, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true, yeah.
So if we go with that methodology, Zamazenta, Zacian.
And Huff is still doing it. Let's go, girl. She's got to fight Marto Galde. Oh my goodness, what a matchup.
Crown Sword version, which we haven't quite seen in Pokemon Go, but when it does appear, Behemoth Blade is going to be absolutely a destructive force.
Jay Jan, unfortunately, has been sent to the back, and so is Ventusky by Paulino Todd.
Just remember, apparently if you're brothers, you have the same pronunciation of your name. Really makes sense.
Sometimes it works. All right. This is a very, very interesting Pokemon. This is a Steel and Dark type. So obviously you don't want to see a counter user, but if you're up against a Ghost type,
All right. Little light discussion. Let's keep playing. Let's keep climbing in the 1800s, folks. Out of Pocket is in the semis. 2 hours into the tournament. Incredible. We're going 2 hours into this tournament. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Bam. I'm gonna have to let it go. Let this last feather dance go. Or Brave Bird. Whatever they're gonna do to me. 3-time debuff. Cool, bro. Cool story, bro. 1 pop. 2 pop. Cool. Guess what? I'm full pop. Soph Toph! With the boys, Arrow and Rise. Let's go. They're playing a game with the battlers. Okay. What's the first question? He has. He has not. You didn't tell them that rule when you made it, lady. Boo. Gira and Nagal. Let's see how this plays out. Two. Dunebug. It's Dunebug. 100% Dunebug. Everybody knows that. It's Axon and it didn't become pop until second season. He had to wait till the NAIC and then he popped off. Nice. I want to say 4 again. Bang, bang, what's the hang? Yes! Ooh, we want to see this. We were talking about this hit. Balk 88, a great NA battler, but I think Valiant Fish is just a little more technical. We'll have to find out how they play it out. They're already into it already with Annihilate on Annihilate. Let's go! Boom. Come on. Oh, that's fun. This is gonna be bad. No, we're good. We get it. I get it. All right, let's get to the matchup.
Coming through here, getting that last protection from Balk as well. He knows that he's up energy. He knows he's going to be able to reach that Night Slash first, and it looks like he's going to head and just maximize it. But there is now a boost of his own, maybe a little too late, and swapping into the Altaria, and to now be met with an Azumarill.
No shields. That's gotta hurt.
2018, this matchup has been bad all along, ever since Pokemon Go PvP first became a feature in the game. Altaria gonna fire up the Moonblast here, hoping for a last chance debuff. But if you look at this team from Valiant Fish, he's got Annihilate, he's got Altaria. He was ABA weak to this Azumarill all along.
Yeah, this Azumarill is now fully loaded with energy here. This Ice Beam is super effective. There was no debuff on it. This Altaria looks like it's going to be almost taken completely out. This Pokemon isn't going to be doing too much, but neither are any of the attacks of the Altaria, just giving a ton of energy to Bulk.
It feels so bad, right? You're a Dragon-type Pokemon if you're playing that Altaria there, and the opposing Azumarill is just going to bubble you all the way down, and it's going to do it with a smile on its face as it loads up so much energy. There's nowhere for Valiant Fish to go, and Bulk is able to pilot his way to a Game 1 victory.
Bulk's got the bulk on his team for this one with the Azumarill on it, the Lickitung, and Annihilate just putting in the work and letting the other ones basically take all of that shield pressure completely away.
What I find really interesting is that Valiant Fish is kind of known for his Lantern play. Definitely makes a lot of great catches, is very, very familiar and comfortable with that Pokemon, but we didn't even see it in game number 1. After seeing Azumarill just wreak havoc on your team, it feels like the obvious choice now is to bring the Lantern.
Well, the thing is with Valiant Fish's Lantern is it is a water gun lantern, so obviously it has shifted in the meta a bit. Although, like Caleb said a little bit earlier on, I would argue water gun lantern is even stronger than Spark Lantern in this current meta. A lot of people are running like a double.
Really?
I think that
you think water gun lantern's good?
About that that little tidbit, but I think that if Valiant Fish is using it, he definitely knows how to. But maybe he's trying to psych out his opponent as well. If you're a player who is known for playing a certain Pokemon, maybe you bench it game 1 to make them try to play a certain way against you.
No, exactly right. You can definitely kind of lure your opponent into making certain decisions that you can then use to set up your team for success. As we take a look back at our replay from game number 1, the late switch into Lickitung allowed the Annihilate to come in for bulk, and then the Azumarill was just more than enough to wrap up this game. And what I find so poetic about this is that when Bulk did win his regional championship last season, he used Altaria. So he's very familiar with the Pokemon and the matchups, and his Azumarill just had all the answers.
Yeah, Azumarill is just like, I mean, put it in the caster prediction for a reason. It's been around from the beginning, but it just has so much play into a lot of the Pokemon that have seemingly made their way back into the meta. And speaking of, it's really great against the Gligar, but the Charjabug doesn't really want to see it either. Great first call by Valiant Fish here. Shadow Gligar against the Charjabug and just getting a ton of energy. Both of these players look like they're going to go ahead and stay in this meta.
You see the grimace there from Bulk. I mean, if there's one Pokemon he did not want to see, it's Shadow Gligar. And if you look at the back line as well, he's got Annihilate. So he is ABA weak to the Shadow Gligar. And where Charjabug was so flexible and so good in so many matchups, it's going to get spent here against the Gligar, because as soon as you send in your Skarmory, your hard answer to it, it's just going to get countered.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about team lineups, we talked about ABB, and you're saying ABC. This is something that's a little bit different, but we've seen it so much in this season, and it is, we've been jokingly calling it the season of ABA, where you have one Pokemon you don't want to see because you're weak to it in the front and in the back. That's exactly what happened. Being able to just completely farm down tons of energy here. In comes the Skarmory, but a quick pivot out to the Lantern.
Wow, I really appreciate this play by Valiant Vish, right? Because he's able to win lead. He detects that Bulk is weak to his Gligar in the back. So what does he do? He gathers a ton of energy and then makes that instant pivot into Lantern, pulling out the Annihilate. So even after Lantern puts in the work here, he still has his Shadow Gligar to dispose all that energy after this fact.
Yeah, absolutely true. Going for this heavier hitting Shadow Ball here, which would do a lot of damage to the Lantern. There are 2 shields left on Valiant Vish's side. Once he used that first one up here, Water Gun paces a lot slower than the Spark Lantern variant does. However, just that Water Gun pressure has already put down the Annihilate so low, getting this shield off of Bulk as well. I mean, there's, like you said, so much energy on the Gligar and no shields left on Bulk's side.
Going for another Shadow Ball here. Bulk really wants this Lantern gone, and he's going to get his wish because there is no Protect Shield in play for Valiant Fish. Shadow Ball connects, does KO the Lantern. Gligar still has a ton of energy. It's going to come in here, throw an Aerial Ace, but guess what? It's got 2, and Bulk has 0 shield, so this comes through immediately.
This comes through enough to knock out the Annihilate, and we're about to see that Skarmory's coming back in. But if you're Vish, you're saying this is completely fine. Steel meets steel here, as the ground steel is going to just be able to do a little bit better. These Zap Cannons and Focus Blast doing so much damage to the Skarmory, and Skarmory not being able to hit back hard at all.
They say iron sharpens iron, but what do you do when you get hit with high voltage? There's a Zap Cannon into the Skarmory, taking it way down into the red. And at this point, we saw that knowing nod from Bulk. He said, I recognize I got outpicked and outcomped. Cannot win this game number 2.
But making it an exciting series as Valiant Fish ties it up there. And I know we talked about earlier, like the hard part about Registeel is that there's no fast attack pressure. It's not often that you see a Registeel lock on farm down.
Exactly, but after the Zap Cannon, it was able to do exactly that. Valiant Vish pivoted to the Lantern pick in game number 2, which feels like a really nice response to the Azumarill, but he also had the benefit of the ABA positioning there. So going into game number 3, what do you expect to see from both of these trainers?
It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yes, Bulk went very risky in game number 2, and that risk didn't pay off. It's one of those high risk, high reward scenarios. The question is, are you gonna double down on it saying, okay, if I got beat so bad last time, will my opponent expect me to do the same thing again?
That's a great question, right? Because a few trainers repeat a team, and even fewer still will repeat a team 3 times in a row. At that point, it's just maniacal, right? It's just diabolical to do something like that. But going into game number 3, I do think Lantern was very strong for Valiant Fish. It was a great correction to the Azumarill pick from Bulk. And on this stage, with all this pressure, I highly, sincerely doubt that Bulk is going to play as risky as he did in that game number 2. I don't think we're going to see an ABA team. We might see something more flexible.
We have our first finals
maybe not
locked
looking
in,
for the
Group
hard
C.
answers.
Yeah, I think a
Lynn
lot
Stainer
of times
and
people have
Yakai.
been using, you know, you talked about how Sableye was one of your favorite safe swaps. A lot of people like to use Lickitung as a safe swap, and I don't think that that's necessarily too bad, but if you have a Pokemon like Valiant Fish has, which a Registeel,
for the
it makes
finals
that
for
swap
today.
a lot more difficult,
Finals
because
just
even
for
if someone
today.
swaps in an Annihilate, those
Monotone
lick damage is gonna do
Gallade
something.
advances
You're kind of
against
helpless
Sir
otherwise in this
Panic a
scenario.
lot.
And speaking of helpless, Regardless, the tables have turned here now.
that's not a good
Altaria
one.
against the Azumarill, forcing that swap out into the safe swap of Lickitung because, like I said, there's not really too hard of a counter on Bulk's side.
Yeah, we see the instant swap, which is to be expected, but what is really unknown here is that final Pokemon for Valiant Vish in the back. Lantern was so good in game number 2. Does Bulk expect it here in game number 3? He actually lands the play rough and then switches into the Charjabug here against Lickitung.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position. There's quite a lot of energy on this Lickitung, and definitely going to need to take 2 charge attacks to take it out at this range. Looks like Bulk is going to shield up the first one, recognizing that Charjabug definitely has some play, being able to get this Lickitung nice and low. Volt Switch is 4-turn fast attack, and Lickitung has a 1-turn fast attack, so you really have to do some good timing here to be able to make sure the extra Volt Switch doesn't sneak through.
Yeah, both these Pokemon have formidable HP pools, and the Licks are doing some work, but so are the Volt Switches on the other side. Body Slam going to come through here. We know this is a same type attack bonus, neutral charge attack. We will not see a Power Whip here because it is resisted, but these X-Scissors, I'm telling you, Amanda, they're so fast. They come through every 2 to 3 Volt Switches, and another one peels away the final shield from Valiant Vish.
Yeah, Valiant Vish has no shields, but a lot of energy. One lick away, we saw the Volt Switch go through, getting that shield also from Bulk here. Both of them recognize how bad the Altaria into the Azumarill is, and both of them want switch advantage, and it looks like Valiant Vish is just sacking his Altaria, recognizing there's not a lot of room for it, not a lot of play for it, going ahead, just letting it absorb all this energy, and now expecting that Azumarill to come right back in.
Yeah, Valiant Vish sunk both of his Protect Shields into that mid matchup to try to prevent this exact situation, his Altaria versus the Azumarill. Ice Beam is going to come through here. If this is fully charged, I believe this actually will KO. Altaria does, yeah, absolutely gets knocked out there by the Ice Beam, and now an interesting decision to make comes in with the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern obviously does very well against Azumarill, being that Azumarill has that water typing and Lantern has the electric. The problem that we've now faced is the water gun pacing is slower, not going to be able to hit as hard to the Azumarill, and Azumarill already has another player of store. This is going to put some pressure onto the Lantern. Lantern almost now at that Thunderbolt, going a little bit over, recognizing Azumarill's slow pacing is going to let them charge up a ton of energy.
Yeah, exactly. I think when these trainers are prepping for the World Championships, they study these counts. They know exactly how many water guns they can get away with before the opposing Azumarill has a charge attack. And look at this, a water gun down of an Azumarill. I mean, Valiant Vish is trying to put himself in a position to succeed.
Yeah, this is also difficult though because there are no Protect Shields left on either side. Quagsire having some attack against a Lantern, but it's not one that you typically see. Movesets are revealed, and it is not one that has Mud Bomb, so it's not going to be hitting that hard. Needs to go for that heavier hitting Stone Edge. It is now reached. This should be enough to knock out the Lantern.
Bulk waits a turn, allows the water gun through, prevents the swap onto Lickitung, and does land the Stone Edge. Great technical play by him. In comes Lickitung. Now you've got a gap of just 3 mud shots to get the body slam, and he does. This might just be enough to KO, and then there's a charge bug in the back. Is there still a way for Valiant Vish to win this game?
It looks like he's going to be trying as hard as he can. Not quite able to. Looks like it will knock it out. The Volt Switches are not going to be able to be reached. Lickitung is
Can he
at
do
the
it?
Oh!
Valiant Vish doesn't get the lead he wants. He doesn't get the swap he wants, but he gets the victory in the end. Body Slam connects, and a sweaty Game 3 comes to a stunning conclusion there. Valiant Vish will move on the winner's side of the bracket.
These games have been so incredibly close from the very beginning, from the very first
Where'd
matchup
you
that
go,
we showed on
Hit?
screen
You
with the
just
LNES
left
Hardship
me.
against Tonton Batus, where Tonton won with 1 HP, and then
Look at Vish, he's
Arctic
like,
won
what
the
just
next one.
happened?
We're seeing it
I
time
did it
after time with all of
against
these
Bulk?
fantastic
Bog's like,
trainers.
oh my
These
God,
are world's
one of
competitors.
those.
These people are ready to win a world.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible, that matchup. It was so good. That was so good.
Poetic is it that Valiant Lantern play brings Water Gun Lantern, right? Which previously in previous seasons, Spark was the preferred fast attack, switches over to Water Gun Lantern and shows that he still has what it takes to make all the right plays. Soaks the Stone Edge onto his Lantern, recognizing that he still had energy on the Lickitung, and then finds the win condition. The Charge Bug was so pesky, he had to switch into Altaria to catch the discharge early on in the matchup, but he knew he was playing the long game. He knew he could open a window for himself, and that's exactly what he did with his Lickitung in the final moments.
Absolutely. Let's look at some of the highlights from that as well. And I also have to ask you, you were a Talonflame, Doubter, you're kind of a Lantern doubter as well at the beginning. Is any of these plays by Valiant Fish being able to change your mind? I mean, look at this matchup. Such a bad lead, the Altaria into the Azumarill, but this Lantern managed to completely take control here. Not only is he able to hit this Thunderbolt, he's able to get one more water gun to get so much energy.
You know, Amanda, I'm just going to use a phrase that we say a lot in the Pokemon Go community when we look at Lantern. I'm going to say driver, not car.
Okay,
all right?
fair.
I think it was Valiant Fish was the magic behind this performance. Water Gun Lantern didn't have what it takes, but he knew he had just a small window. 3 mud shots. If he waits another half second, Valiant Fish would lose the charge type priority tie and lose this game. But in the final moments, he knew exactly where his opponent was, and he capitalized.
And that is such a hard thing to do, because when you're playing, of course, if you're playing a Go Battle League, or if you're even playing against someone at home, when there's not as much pressure on it, it's much easier to remember, like, okay, I know that they're at this much energy, or this is how much there's going to be. When you're in those high-stakes scenarios saying, okay, I have to win this matchup, you just better hope that your counting is on.
You know what? I would actually push back and just say that when you're on this stage, one of the key things is to just forget that you're on the stage, right?
Absolutely.
Just kind of put yourself in the mindset that you are sitting on your couch playing Go Battle League, and you have all the tools and the comfortability that you need to have those precise
No way.
counts.
I thrive on being on stage. Let's go.
And saying, oh, who's watching? What's going on? You take your eye off the ball.
Don't do it.
then that's when you drop the ball and you lose the game,
You
right?
drop that Pokeball right out.
Don't drop the Pokeball, right? Keep it in your hands or in your belt. But anyways, Valiant Fish able to win that series against Bulk 88. That was really well fought. I think Bulk went a little bit risky in game number 2, didn't pay dividends, but then Valiant Fish realized that there was a crack in the armor, and he exploited that. And
Let's get
Absolutely. And like we discussed, these are all champions.
let's get back to the tournament, to the battles, the battle week. Yeah. And you see that in the streets. Right? There's Sceptile. Through. Sceptile! Let's go, girl! It feel like summer. What? Nani? Nani desu ka? Eh? Daijoubu? Oh, that's a big yawn. That's a big yawn. Double the Brave Bird. What's this person doing? 1, 2. He's triple the Brave Bird now. This is probably Flame Charge. Yep. And he gone. Come on. Come on, my lap. Jump up. Jump, jump, jump it up. Come on. Ba-dum. Come here. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Jump, jump, jump. Don't look at me like that. Jump, jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Oop, jumpy, jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Jumpy, jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Oh, hi. Jumpy, jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Jumpy, jumpy, jump. Oh, buddy, I can't lean down like that. That's gonna hurt my back. Frenzy Plan ain't gonna do it. Giratina, oh, putting down the work. I got 1 Incinerate that went through. Unless it's Shadow Claw. But we're gonna swap out. It is Shadow Claw. 2 Incinerate go through. 3. Should be Blast Burn. This'll hurt. I don't think it gets me 4 Incinerate. 1. Yeah, I got 2 taps in there. 2. Bye. Didn't go through. 3. Let's go. Incinerate playing for me. Ooh, let's go. Thank you, Lugia.
Absolutely, you don't want to be missing any of that action. There's been really, really fun battles. And I tell you what, we're going to have some really interesting battles coming up too. If you guys were watching earlier, Softok was talking with Arrow and with Rise to Occasion, and there was the question, who has won more regional championships, Junebug 97 or It's Axon, who was our previous year's world champion? And the answer was Junebug.
Obviously.
And what they said was, oh, It's Axon only wins on the big stage.
Oh, okay. He saves his best performances for world and national championships. I get it. You know, conserving your energy is a very smart strategy, not only for hiking up mountains in Hawaii, but also for winning world championships.
Well, and it looks like it's paid off for him so far because I think we are in the first round of 3. Texas is going to be playing up next against German trainer JVG wins HSP. Another very good
Ooh, we're getting It's Axon. Don't let it go to your head, kid. And it's right before, which means they're counting me, which means I should wait for them to make a catch. Oh, what? Never mind. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you've locked yourself in this. They've locked themselves in this. Psh. Ah, no debuffs? I mean. Got it. Got it. Got it. Splish, splash, Maddie's taking a bath. In which case she's just splashing around. Scold. 2, 3. Let's go. I forgot what the lead was. It didn't have any health because... Yeah! World champ bringing in Cress, Mandy, Vigoroth, Shadow Glide. Let's get to the main event. Oh! We're here for the battles, not mine. Oh. Hey, we're going to give a round of applause to Flying Pizza. Oh, wait, just kidding. That's the winner's bracket. Flying Pizza is still in it. Haven't played Trent yet. Rubik's Master and Status Stan are seeing each other in the semifinals or losers round 3.
Not broke, don't need to fix it. Definitely going to be on this team. And it's such a hard counter to It's Axon's Vigoroth there. But it does need to be a little bit more wary of like that Shadow Gligar of the Mandibuzz as well.
We talked about unique Dragon-type Pokemon. I think a lot of people's eyes are on Goodra or Altaria. I don't think anyone is expecting Arctobax, but maybe even fewer people were looking for Shadow Dragonair. This really takes me back to EUIC last season with Tonton Batus and Nezabethan. Shadow Dragonair, such a flexible Pokemon, usually with Aqua Tail and Body Slam. Let's see just how JBG Winston pilots it here, because this is game number 1. JBG's on the
They
left
only
side of
done
your
the
screen.
first half of
It's
this
Axon,
bracket
the reigning
too.
world
We
champion,
haven't done the
on
second
right.
half.
And see if
It's
he can
insane.
keep up this title. We have a great lead for JBG Winston here. Going ahead
JBG
with
onto
Azumarill
It's
and
Axon.
Amanda
It's
Buzz. Not
Axon
much
loving his
Amanda Buzz can
birds.
do
Remember,
here,
his
and
Noctowl
it's Axon's
had
choosing to give it
IVs
out,
that
and
let it
now
survive
Quagsire is just going to
3
start getting loaded every
ice
4 seconds.
punches. We'll
Aqua
see if
Tail
that's a
did go
giveaway
off,
here.
Basically just charging up energy so quickly. JBG going for a charge attack. Wants to get a little bit of a chip damage on this Pokemon.
JBG's got to keep one eye on the switch timer. He knows
There you
if
go.
he stays in the matchup too long, he might not get that Azumarill Mandibuzz lead that he started with. We're going to see the Shadow Quagsire go for the Aqua Tail bait. Instant no shield by JBG Winston.
This is a big call here because the Aqua Tail's not going to be doing too much at all. Meanwhile, these Dragon Breaths continuing to chunk away. It's Axon saying, okay, if that first one didn't go through, maybe he thinks another one isn't. But JBG Winston just in his mind here, correctly shielding this up. And I think we're going to see a Dragon Breath down at this point, just getting out a ton of energy and also still maintaining that switch advantage that he wanted. Mandibuzz coming back in.
No, you nailed it. At the cost of 1 Protect Shield, does maintain control of the pacing of the matchup. Gonna throw the Body Slam against Mandibuzz. Honestly, anything here is just kind of like icing on the cake, right? A little chip, a little Body Slam damage here, there. That's good and well, but we know the Azumarill is the real counter. Here comes Dark Pulse from its Axon's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this shield do a nice chunk. Should be able to knock out that Dragonair. Yes, it goes down, but Azumarill's just going to come right back in, get a ton of energy. Even though he's down 1 shield, he got that advantage that he was looking for. An immediate pivot down into the Regisaur to be met with the Skeledirge. If we saw in Talonflame earlier, just melting away the steel with those Incinerates. Welcome in this Gator.
Yeah, you can already tell the gears are turning there for its Axon. He's trying to figure out what to do. He hard lost lead. He didn't control switch advantage in the middle matchup. And now he's got a fire type against his Registeel, and he doesn't get the debuff from the Zap Cannon either. So this is a very difficult position to be in.
A difficult position to be in, and JBG Winston is also baiting. Its Axon calls it back here, recognizing that, okay, he probably won't be able to, but it's already at another one. The Incinerate damage has just done so much here. It's Axon choosing to let this Registeel go, trying to put it all on the Mandibuzz, but I think at this point he's already analyzing what he can be doing in game number 2.
It's Axon able to get to the Zap Cannon here, which will knock out the Skeledirge, but the negative side of this is that now Azumarill can come in.
What's happening?
Empty on energy. It can maybe even look for a bubble down, which makes things even worse for the Mandibuzz in the back. Azumarill trying to get the full bubble down, and it
real
does.
tough bind.
Registeel goes down a few lock-ons before even able to get to a Focus Blast, and back to where we started this matchup here. Mandibuzz against Azumarill. No shields being used here. This Ice Beam will connect. Mandibuzz is very bulky. As you can see, not enough to take it out, but there is still a shield left on JBG Winston's side. The problem is, like you talked about, Azumarill just has this very slow pacing with 2 shields left on its Axon side. He's trying to make a little bit of magic happen.
You saw there, its Axon got another disappointing result because he tried to force the charge attack party tie with the Azumarill on the Ice Beam, and JBG just didn't give it to him. He just keeps bubbling away. I think JBG is done with Ice Beams and play roughs. He's going to go straight fast attack pressure all the way. Meanwhile, Aerial Ace from the Mandibuzz, this is just a struggle. It's just struggling to fight back.
Yeah, welcome in there, taking game number 1 to JBG Winston against our world champion, It's Axon. Very well played. I mean, I think from the start, getting a Mandibuzz on an Azumarill is not great. Not winning that switch advantage in the middle was even tougher, I think. It's Axon played it very well. Having 2 shields left in the back could have proved instrumental, but the big problem is, yeah, if those shields, you can't use the shields if they don't throw a charge attack.
Exactly, and sometimes it feels bad, but that is definitely the result, especially when your opponent has picked their team composition so well, calling the Aqua Tail bait, shielding the Stone Edge, that really locked down that middle matchup for JBG
Just a great call. The Aqua Tail bait and the Stone Edge call, absolutely stronger and stronger getting in the only con.
Semblance of control of momentum in this game.
Yeah, it was very difficult after this point. I mean, he was forced to throw 2 charge attacks to be able to knock out that Skeledirge, and just didn't have enough energy in the tank to be able to take out or throw anything at the Azumarill either, because that was what JBG Winston was basically saving that shield for. And if you are wondering at home, maybe you're saying, okay, but why isn't he has all that energy, he has 100 energy, why didn't he just throw the charge attack? It's basically because every time you throw a charge attack and your opponent doesn't, they're getting an extra fast attack through. And JBG was like, okay, I recognize how low this Mandibuzz is. I can just completely bubble down. It doesn't matter what it's going to be able to throw at me. I'm going to be able to knock it out in time.
I really feel like Mandibuzz would have needed maybe 5, 6, maybe even 7 aerial aces to win that game because it has to land so many against the Azumarill. And
29 aerial aces, 152 aerial aces.
Too far to travel. But again, Amanda, this is our world champ, right? It's Axen, one of the best players in the world. How does he respond in game number 2?
I mean, if I'm in
He brings in
I'm
Cress.
actually pretty worried about that Shadow
brings in
Dragon.
Cress.
If you look at the team composition, Registeel is the only thing that it can actually kind of like decently handle it. Sure, you can hit back with the Cresselia, and it doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name, so I mean, those charge attacks are definitely going to continue to add up from every Pokemon, but just the Dragon
so
damage
good.
from that Shadow Pokemon doing 20% more is so devastating.
Dropping right into game number 2. JBG Winston has a 1-0 lead in the series.
Ooh.
It's Axen,
no.
leads the Mandibuzz, and here comes Azumarill
There's
again.
the Cress.
Second
What I say?
burst,
He
same
bring
as
in the
the
Cress.
first. This time pivoting now into the Vigoroth. But that is such a risky play. If there's an Annihilate on the other team, looks like luckily for its Axen, JBG Winston left that one on the field, choosing to stay in with that Azumarill for a little bit longer.
Everybody knows
okay,
it.
I have not only an energy advantage, but this counter damage
Reggie's
isn't
gonna
be
beat
doing
both,
that much. It's just the body slams that are
Mandy
actually
and Cress,
putting
and
in the hurt to
Skeletors
this
can just
Azumarill
hit
over
everything else for
time.
hard.
I just really admire your call out, Amanda, because you could see it physically on his Axen's face. When he didn't see the instant swap into Annihilate, he was definitely relieved. And now we've got a Skeledirge on the field, gonna try to time the 2 counters and then the Rock Slide in the midst of the Incinerate. Gonna fire this charge attack off. It will be super effective.
Move.
It is super effective, and it is shielded up. I think JBG was thinking, okay, last time he baited, he's probably not going to do it this time. Already at another Rock Slide. This is super effective against this Pokemon, but he doesn't want to use all of his shields in this mid matchup here. We're about to see how much his Rock Slide does as it connects, bringing that Skeledirge already down to the red.
Ooh, and
Vigoroth does get another counter through, but that Ghost typing on Skeledirge double resists the fighting type attack, so it really doesn't add up quickly enough. It's actually recognizes that, lets the Disarming Voice come through, goes into Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz might need to soak a Disarming Voice here.
Mandibuzz will soak that, but he'll be able to. I mean, Snarl doesn't actually do that much damage either, but it is also going to be doing a super effective to that Skeledirge here.
Skeledirge just eating away. And all that's left is Cress. Oh, it's so bad for its Axen.
JBG Winston wait down that switch timer just in case he needs to make the fast pivot coming with the Azumarill. Here comes the instant pivot into Cresselia, and Registeel! The steel
He
wall.
knows it
JBG
now.
Winston throws it up, and he says,
He
you're not
knows
getting
it
past me,
now.
Axen.
Cress was
Very
the big
impressive
play.
team
We
race
could
by
all
JBG
read it a
Winston.
mile
Not only
away.
that, being able to correctly call when someone is baiting, and also when the heavier attack is going through. I mean, that was a very, very impactful part of.
Gear into Skelly. Got that debuff. Let's go. Wow. Wow, that's huge. That's huge. That's got to feel really good. If you're a battler and you took one from the former world champion, that's got to feel real good. It's any tournament. It's anybody's tournament, folks. Depends on your team of 6. Depends on how it plays. Depends on the proc. I love this game like that. Yeah, JBG, he's got a fan. I'm a fan in JBG, that's for sure. Okay, so we learned immediately. Let's bring in the Vig. Right on the dragon. Won't stop. Burning down the house. No shield. Ah. Double shield? Ah. One shield. Four, 5, 6, and then we'll swap. 8.
Look into what trainers are probably going to bring happens way back at NAIC. So for about a month and a half, these trainers have been maybe practicing with their friends or maybe doing some scrims regionally. But other
We're
than
rooting
that,
for Dad
they
to
really have
win.
no idea what their opponents are going to bring. So we do get a little bit of flair, a little bit of spice, a little bit of
Wait,
you know,
you think I can
resurgence
get it
of
with the double
Skeledurs, but then
scald?
Archibacks on the opposing side, and then
Or am I going
toss in a
scald,
Shadow
double,
Dragonair,
mud
right?
bomb? Can I
Kinda
go
spice
double,
things
scald,
up.
scald,
All
double,
these
mud
trainers
bomb?
have unique approaches, and they have tried, tested, and honed
there you
these
go. Right
teams
in
in
the lap.
order to try to win a
Attaboy.
world championship title.
Not only that, some players are able to like
Hi. You wanna go to
study
your spot?
how other people like to play. I know, like you know,
Go,
like
buddy, go. Oh,
I was
yeah.
talking with Hargev, earlier, and he was like, you know, I'm willing to accept battles from anyone right now. I have a team. I want to test
Right
it.
in
I
front
wanna
of the
see
air conditioner.
How it plays out against just any team.
He
that someone
knows.
Bring against me.
He
And
knows where the comfy
in his
spots
interview,
are.
he said it. He said,
4,
I know my
5.
counts.
Come on.
I
Come on.
think I can play
Yeah.
in any meta, and I think that comes down to a lot of that practice, like you were talking about. He knows
Got it.
Pokemon. He
Shadow
just knows
Ball.
how he wants
Come
to make
on,
them fit
Shadow
and use
Ball.
together. So when he sees a team of 6, he
You want
says,
this victory
no,
with me? Ready?
I remember playing against someone where they had that exact thing. They're gonna play this way. They're gonna lead X, and then they're most likely gonna have this as their counter spell.
And that experience is so valuable, right? You're doing so many mental reps and actually physical reps playing out these battles. It can
Love
definitely,
you, buddy.
I guess, lend you lots of rewards. I just want to speak one more point. It's
Oh,
Axen.
yeah.
Last season, right, in the World Championships against Rubik's
You
Master,
excited? We're watching
he did
Worlds.
make the risky call. He led the Shadow Lowland Sandslash into the Altaria. And once you have such a commanding lead and you just seize control of the game and don't let it slip away, that can lead to a lot of victories. Its Axen hasn't changed. Pokemon like Registeel, like Mandibuzz, those are
Inadequate
Pokemon in certain scenarios.
is
and
in
can
the
also be very punishing
finals.
As well. So whereas last year he
think we
got
can
things
talk
lined
about
up
that
just
already.
right, in this round against JBG, things did not go his way, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad player.
4,
He's true to his instincts and his
5,
team read.
6.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if
Hydro
you're able
Cannon
to
ready to
make it
go.
the
We're gonna
main
take the
stage,
first one.
You are not a bad player of any sort.
No.
No one here.
No,
is
no,
a
no.
bad player, I would say. I would very, very fearful to be facing off against any of the trainers who have been
It's just a
qualified for
whole
Worlds.
different tournament
Yeah, exactly.
now.
And no matter
You
what
can have
region they're
favorites
from,
all
right?
you want. Like I
Someone
said,
that the
I think
competition
Doomboy's gonna
varies,
take it. I
but
think he's
that
prime.
Pokemon and
I think think
Pokemon
all
Go
lines
are
signed for
universal
Dunebug,
languages.
but
everyone can learn it.
he
Everyone
might
can
not.
pick it up and go and actually build teams and compete. As we heard from Abhinav earlier with our interview, he was a trainer that worked really hard and felt like he was really talented and really good, but his performances didn't match what he was feeling internally.
Yeah.
But he was able to actually align those two things with his regional championship victory this season. I think so many other trainers are looking to align that as well. They know in their hearts that they're very talented, but now it's up to them to prove it.
Yep. Well, JBG Winston is someone who has just recently proved it on stage a couple minutes ago. He's going to be back on the stage with Butters for an interview. We'll go ahead and kick it over to them.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with JBG Winston, and you just took down the world champion. How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of relieved right now. It's probably the biggest achievement I had so far in Pokemon Go. Because I'm now at least not negative at the World Championship. Like in 2022, I finished 1-2 at the World Championship, so I'm kind of happy right now.
In 2022, you did compete. You placed 25th, and you also used a very similar team. You used Talonflame with the Incinerate and the Azumarill core, and now you're running the Skeletors in Azumarill core. Do you think that's an upgrade from 2022?
Yes, 100%. I feel like Skeledirge is just a way better Pokemon than Talonflame ever was.
Awesome, and like you said, not exactly the result that you wanted that first time you were able to compete at Worlds. Now you're here, you've advanced to round 4, you've taken out the world champion. How are you feeling going into the rest of this tournament, and what are your goals for the rest of this tournament?
So first my goal was to not finish negative. I already achieved that now, so I guess my next goal is to go to day 2.
Awesome, fantastic, and your journey in 2022, you were super consistent that season. You missed last year's World Championship, but now you are back. You qualified with the championship points. Do you feel like now that you've been able to have this consistency this
God,
year,
Butters is so
this
tall.
is your time that you can make the push, finally get to that goal that you wanted to, and claim a championship?
I believe I can, yeah. I'm on the highest level I ever was before, and I believe now is the time to finally win the tournament.
It's a beautiful journey to watch all the trainers that have made it here in different ways. And then, I mean, you just beat the world champion. That is absolutely incredible.
What?
Congratulations to JB Winston. And don't go anywhere. We have a ton of Pokemon action remaining. We will be right back.
Oh, is it that time? It is that time, folks. First 3 hours of the day done. Beautifully, beautifully done.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
S. James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people, like Speedy's Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim, they like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before. because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets second place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, you know, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today, like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're going to make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired.
He
little
played
exhausted
that so
for leave
beautifully.
as well.
He was great.
What kept me going was my friends.
I'm a huge
They've shown me so much
SJP fan.
support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up!
S. James P. 21.
Woo! 5-0, let's
That was my
go!
initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go. And,
Must be nice to live that good life, kid. God, I wish I could practice every
Pokemon,
day.
And it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between
Love
tournaments,
it.
literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
Reps are good for
I'm here for our next
some.
Meet the Casters segment. I'm here with Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. You ready for these? Okay, sweet. I've got some awesome questions for you. Let's kick it off with number 1. Use one word to describe yourself.
Mischievous.
Accurate. I'd say accurate. Next question. What is your favorite Pokemon if you could only choose one?
It's quite easy for me. My favorite Pokemon is Sableye because it is kind of creepy, but still cute, and I think those are good life goals to have.
And it's mischievous.
Your first
Come
Pokemon
on, it's
World
probably one of the most
Championship you've ever
mischievous
attended.
Pokemon out there.
I attended the very first one in London. I didn't compete. I just went as a spectator. It was fantastic. It was so cool, and I was really happy to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this is a not a trick question. Just give an honest answer. Favorite color?
My favorite color is yellow. I don't know why people don't think that is real. Caleb was laughing at me when he found that out, but yeah, it's yellow for sure.
Yellow is a very bright, fun color. Also Pikachu's primary color, right? Next question. This is a serious question. Is Bastiodon meta? And remember, Australian trainers are watching.
Bastiodon is unfortunately meta. I think it is. It's going to be there for sure.
All right, only time will tell. In your own battles, what is your preferred safe switch?
Oh, you're going to hate this. My preferred safe switch is Lickitung. I think it's normally pretty neutral, but there's a lot of Vigoroths around nowadays, making it a little bit more awkward to use, but I think overall it's a pretty good one.
I thought you were going to say Wigglytuff. So honestly, any answer is better than that. Who is your favorite pick to win Worlds this year?
Man, it is so tough. I want to say it's a little bit of an underdog. People might not know him super well, but Tomahawk UK has been doing absolutely fantastic this season. He's gotten second multiple times. He's top cut in a lot of different ones, and this could
Probably
be
in
his
2000s,
turn.
yeah.
What is your favorite Pokemon plushie in your collection?
I have a really cool Lapras that I got at Worlds last year, and I think that one is probably my favorite Pokemon plushie.
All right, you talked about your predicted winner for Worlds this year. Who is the best Pokemon Go player of all time?
That is a really tough question. As of right now, I think I'm going to go with LNDS Harjeff. I mean, he was the first player for Pokemon Go who didn't drop a single battle in a tournament, and then he went right on after that to win LAIC. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. He's super inspirational, and you can tell, like, he's got that grit to win it all.
Awesome, Amanda. Thank you so much. It was great to learn a little bit more about you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Paradise of the Pacific. We are here in Honolulu, Hawaii for the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. I'm Wholesome _, joined by the Pokemon Go pundit, Soph Toph. Soph, how are we feeling?
I'm so excited. I've been excited about this tournament for months, and to finally see it all playing out, it's living up to my expectations. We've already seen a lot of great battlers, a lot of great battles, and I know there's still more to come.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just so exciting to see trainers from all these different regions finally all gathered here together on one stage for the most important tournament of their lives, for the opportunity to become Pokemon Go World Champion. We've already seen the likes of EUIC champion Tauntaun Battus. We've seen LAIC champion Harjeff. We've seen world champion already. It's Accent. Actually, it's a very tough battle, but there are so many other trainers that I'm so excited to feature here in these upcoming battles.
Absolutely. And speaking of upcoming battles, we actually have some trainers from different regions who are about to battle it out. We've got Yakai, who I believe is from Hong Kong, as well as LNDS T. Steiner. You mentioned Harjeff doing so well from that LATAM region, but T. Steiner has been right in there, has had such a phenomenal season in both LAIC and NAIC.
Yeah, so I'm really excited specifically for Steiner because when you watch him battle, he battles with so much emotion. A lot of those folks, especially from the LATAM region, you can just see they wear their emotions on their sleeve. They're absolutely popping off so regularly when they're having those wins, and you can see them celebrating with a lot of their friends. So it's great to see the representation here from all the different regions, but I'm particularly excited for LATAM. Also to mention, Steiner had a very impressive run at NAIC as well, so I think he has momentum on his side going into today's battles.
You talk about momentum, you talk about friendship. You might notice a lot of these trainers that we've seen so far, not just T. Steiner, not just Harjeff, also Juz Muniz, who I believe we saw on stream earlier, they all share this LNDS prefix, you know, kind of mysterious, but I think they're all part of a shared Go Battle League inspired community where the LNDS comes from GBL Lindos.
Absolutely. It was great when I was actually down in Sao Paulo. Every time that you would see one of the Lindos come on stage, there would be an absolute roar coming from the crowd. Even backstage, we could hear all of the crowd chatter just every single time they'd be even mentioned in conversation. Now that said, I'm very curious to see the Pokemon that these two trainers are going to be bringing. It's a very interesting meta that we're in right now, specifically because we have not really had too many opportunities to see kind of what the flavor of the month, we could say, is here in this current meta. We've seen the likes of Shadow Quagsire, I think it's making some splashes here in Honolulu, Hawaii, but I'm very curious to see how it's going to be
Why are
performing
these guys not
for these
lit
trainers.
so well?
Well, you mentioned Shadow
Hey,
Quagsire.
we get a debuff.
There
Let's
on
go.
Yakai's side. It actually looks quite safe
Lego.
into T. Steiner's
All right.
team. Maybe the most safe Pokemon,
He knows I would
actually, so we
wouldn't
might be
shield, so
expecting
he
to
would
see
scald
quite
here.
a bit of Shadow Quagsire action from Yakai. Let's take a look at the stage, though. Look at how beautiful that is, and neither of these trainers is a stranger to the big stage. It's actually Yakai's second World Championships, and of course, T. Steiner, we've seen time and time again at these huge events.
Okay, well, taking a closer look at the teams for Yakai, we have the double flyer squad, the Altaria, as well as the Skarmory, met
Dang,
by
I should've
Lickitung,
thrown.
Charjabug, the Shadow Quagsire, like you said, actually running Aquatail Stone Edge, so very important there, and then Annihilate. It's going to be very interesting to see whether that Night/Boost happens or not in some of these battles.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises on
Oh,
this team. You mentioned the Quagsire. We also
no.
see Altaria. I feel like we've seen a couple of trainers. I saw Valiant
Is this
Fish
the sand
using it
attack?
earlier.
Please be the sand attack and not the night
That was one
sand
of
tube
our
and not the
trending
night slash.
up picks, as it has a lot of nice play against those water ground types. Let's take a look at T. Steiner's team here, though. Jim, walk us through this.
Yep, we've got the Lantern Azumarill double water combo there. Lantern definitely has a lot of representation despite some of the nerfs in recent metas. Also met with the
Come
Shadow
on.
Gligar, the Vigoroth, the Charge
Terrible.
We had a lot of chatter regarding
Oh,
Vigoroth
this is so
versus
bad.
the Annihilate.
Another
so give us some
no.
detail around why you may want one Pokemon versus the other.
I think Annihilate, if it's in some of these neutral matchups, you get that same type attack bonus on counter, which can be super important. It also has potential, of course, to get double booster
watch
with
that
its attack
battle.
there. If you can get that on the Night Slash with the 1/8 chance there. And Shadow Ball really can hit everything. So I think Annihilate, especially with a shield advantage, can just pretty much do damage to anything. However, Vigoroth has a bit of a better matchup into Pokemon like Gligar and Feraligatr, which we've seen kind of on the uptick recently.
Yeah, and I think one of the Pokemon that it really wants to target is that Lickitung, which is going to do a lot better versus the likes of Annihilate, but with that normal typing, double resisting those licks, that is a big tool within the tool belt of Lickitung. Definitely a matchup that it wants to see. I'm going to be very curious to see how this Azumarill performs on the side of Trainer Steiner here. This Azumarill doesn't have a ton of targets, but if it's able to get lined up versus that Altaria, we've seen that matchup before, a very one-sided matchup. These trainers are getting locked in. We are here at the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. This, I believe, is round 4 here. Can't wait to move into these battles. Let's get started, Soph.
All right, here
Round
we go. We
4.
see that Vigoroth that
Let's
we
go.
were just talking about on T Steiner's side, and it's led
220
into
battlers,
Yukai's Charjabug.
4
All right,
rounds
well, Vigoroth
already
does have access
in
to
Group
Rock Slide, a new
C.
addition to its
We're in
moveset
semi.
here in the year of 2024. Really excited to see, are we able to get a Rock Slide off really quickly? No, actually, we're going to see Yukai throwing this X-Scissor right away, trying to land some chip damage.
That's right, Vigoroth just going to do a couple more counters, continuing to bank up energy. Has 2 body slams here, going to throw the first. I think 2 body slams is almost just enough to take out the Charjabug, so doesn't reach for that super effective Rock Slide, and Yukai lets it go.
Yeah, lets the first one go. Some nice chip damage, but you have a ton of energy now as this Charjabug. And if you're Yukai, you have to feel very good that you're not matched up versus this Shadow Gligar. So already getting a meaningful amount of chip damage. We actually see an interesting double normal team from the likes of Steiner here, but in comes the Altaria. This is now a pretty neutral matchup, but with that nice chip damage from the Charjabug, this Altaria might be able to get this Lickitung in single Moonblast range.
That's right. Here comes the first body slam from Lickitung. Not going to do a ton of damage to the Altaria, but does have a second loaded already. Lickitung actually quite safe against Yukai's team, so that's why we saw that chip and dip strategy you were just talking about, Jim.
What we may be setting up here, Soph, in the back would be the Shadow Quagsire versus the Shadow Gligar with access to Aqua Tail. That could be very, very important for Yukai. But we see these one-turn fast attacks adding up. Altaria able to get to the Sky Attack. This should be enough to knock out the Lickitung, but it does not have a lot of HP remaining. This could serve as an opportunity for Steiner to get some energy on his Gligar. But take a look at this Altaria. It's able to get to the Sky Attack. Can he get to the Moonblast? Yes!
Really nice patience from Yukai there. Waits till the last possible second to see just how much energy he can gather. Moonblast goes through, actually gets shielded by T. Steiner. Now you have a Gligar, you're down his shields, but you do have a little bit of energy.
Yeah, let's take a look at the shield situation here, though. Yukai still has 2 Protect Shields for the Quagsire. At this rate, you really just want to invest Protect Shields, right? You're thinking, oh no, he lets it go. This was the bait. This was the Aerial Ace. Saving 2 Protect Shields for later on. You have one Aqua Tail stored and actually going to throw potentially on Charge Attack priority right when this Gligar reached the Aerial Ace, but no, actually just goes straight for this Aqua Tail Gligar. Going to let this one go.
That's a nice call by Yukai to let the Aerial Ace go, but you have to remember you're getting a little bit low on health here, and T. Steiner still has a lot of the Vigoroth left, which can do a lot of damage with those counters.
There's not a lot of HP left on the side of Yukai, neither on... Okay, quick swap here. The Vigoroth is back in, lots of energy. Charjabug trying to get to the X-Scissor, but not before Steiner is able to get to a body slam. Charjabug is actually in body slam range at this point, and I think it might be close to 2.
Really nice recognition by Yukai there that the Vigoroth already had 2 body slams, but here comes the second onto the Quagsire. You have just 1 shield left, but it's going to take a lot to try to mudshot down this Vigoroth. How do you get rid of this as Yukai?
Yeah, here comes... I think we're only 5 counters away. I don't think you're going to be able to farm down with Mudshots here. Needs to throw this Aqua Tail. You do have 2 Aqua Tails now as Yukai. Trainer Steiner needs to make a shielding decision. Do you want to try and get all of this energy out of the way? I don't think switch clocks are up yet. Not at this point. You're 1 counter away. Not able to get to the body slam. This is the second Aqua Tail. I think still some residual energy on the side of Yukai. This is going to be a very close matchup. So
just going to come down to how much energy is on this Gligar. You're not threatened at all by the Mudshots. Oh, but not that much energy, and this Quagsire is almost at the Aqua Tail already.
Yeah,
1 HP and a dream. Able to avoid the knockout. Just get to this Aqua Tail. This is going to be plenty to knock out. Steiner trying to desperately get those wing attacks to knock out the Quagsire, but unable to do so. Game number 1 goes to Yukai.
Really nicely played there. Lickitung swap in the middle was a little bit tricky to
Incredible.
deal with, but Yukai just kept calm.
That was
chipped
great
up the
plays.
charge bug, came in
All
for
these
Altaria,
1
and we saw
HP
that
and dreams,
perfect
baby.
farming
That's
in
what the
that
battle's
Altaria
about.
Lickitung matchup to come out with a charge attack to pull that first Protect Shield.
You know, it's really interesting to see the double normal team on the side of Steiner, knowing that there's that Annihilate on the side of Yakai that can just really crush that Vigoroth and do well versus the Lickitung as well. But Yakai led with that Charge Bug, and I think that Steiner really wanted to switch out to try and realign his Gligar onto the Charge Bug.
Right?
Unfortunately, he was unable to do so, and instead the Gligar got lined up versus the Quagsire.
That's right, and here is that nice overfarm by Yakai. Look at this, commits to the Moonblast here, barely able to get it off and forces that first Protect Shield from T. Steiner.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the day, actually, I think our very first game, a Moonblast debuff on a Gligar as well. Not the case that time, and as we saw here, this was just the spamminess of the Shadow Quagsire, able to reach those Aqua Tails so fast. It's a really tough situation for Steiner because you find yourself at the end of the game just shielding these low energy charge attacks. Maybe if you're rethinking that one, hey, do I want to shield a little bit earlier in the game? But nonetheless, really great play from Yakai, able to win on the back of that 1 HP Quagsire.
That's right, Quagsire really, able to close out the game there, pulling the Protect Shield, I think throwing 3 Aqua Tails just in the last little span of that match, and barely able to hang on and pull it out.
All right, well, you've got answers to the Quagsire. There's no doubt. You had the Vigoroth, you had the Lickitung as well. But to be honest, those are going to be some of your best answers in general to that Shadow Quagsire. Lantern not going to perform very well. Shadow Gligar, we saw, really struggled. Charjabug has some issues. Maybe we see the Azumarill as another answer as well. But it would not shock me to see another double normal team from Steiner. Maybe try and get some different alignment this time, though.
That's right, the double normal is scary to bring into Annihilate, but I like the way T. Steiner has constructed this team. You've got Pokemon like Gligar and Azumarill to scare it off, but I think we're actually getting ready to go into this game too. We've got T. Steiner with Charge Bug leading into Yukai's Altaria.
All right, well, we see these Volt Switches, 4-turn attack versus the 1-turn attack in these Dragon Breaths. A little bit of a positive matchup for this Altaria, though don't discount the ability of this Charge Bug to dish out some damage as well. Here comes the first Discharge. It's going to do some nice neutral damage into this Altaria.
That's right, but Altaria is not really threatened by that. I think Altaria can come out of this with a nice amount of health if it wants to. It looks like T. Steiner is actually choosing to shield up this Charge Bug, maybe fearing that it could be a potential Moonblast.
The one thing to keep in mind here is look in the back, this Lantern doesn't have a lot of destinations. Okay, here comes the second Discharge though. This is going to do some nice neutral damage again, and we do see the Protect Shield come up from Yakai. Seems like switch advantage is going to be important to him this game.
That's right, pretty different from last game. We saw it take quite a while for any Protect Shields to go up. Looks like both trainers are choosing to play that one Protect Shield situation here. Altaria able to fire off the Sky Attack, and it looks like T. Steiner is happy to let this go. And I think you know, it's kind of a difficult decision. What do you come down here to farm down with? Looks like it's going to be the Lickitung, but you're going to take quite a bit of Dragon Breath damage.
Not only are you going to take a lot of Dragon Breath damage, I think this Altaria might be able to reach the Sky Attack. No, unfortunately, not a huge
Unlike
fall
last
from
time, you don't
Steiner.
get it
This puts this Lickitung in a great situation where it has a huge energy lead and has not taken much damage of Chip at all.
That's right, and if you're Yakai, just thinking about what to bring in, oh, it actually brings in the Charge Bug here. Usually not a great matchup for Charge Bug, but the Lickitung is chipped just a little bit by those Dragon Breaths, so potentially helping to put this into double X-Scissor range. Here comes that first Body Slam from Lickitung.
I like where Trainer Steiner is here with his current Lickitung, but the thing I'm worried about, Soph, is going to be that Lantern looming in the back. It may get a line versus that Lickitung, which is not a positive matchup. Here comes the X-Scissor from the Charge Bug. Again, this will do some good chip damage here, but this Lickitung is plenty bulky to hang on. Probably can survive another one as well. You have so much energy and great timing there from Steiner, trying to get this next Body Slam out, but this isn't going to be enough. The question becomes, do you get to this third Body Slam before the X-Scissor throw? No, and actually a quick swap out, a catch on the X-Scissor.
That's right, nice read there from T. Steiner. Charge Bug was pretty much forced to throw there, or else the
Steiner,
because
when he reveals that Lickitung,
so nice
you're going to be
but now
real
you are
bummed.
locked in against Yakai's Lickitung, and I think this is, with the licks, going to almost be perfect Power Whip range.
You know, we've seen Water Gun Lantern in the past. We're seeing it again. This is 1 turn versus 1 turn fast attack. You have to still give some advantage to this Lickitung, knowing that it has access to Power Whip, but doesn't even get there. Actually just goes straight
Steiner with the
Nice
call!
calling of the bait there by T. Steiner. Looks like Lickitung is just going to be going for double Body Slam to close out this matchup. First Surf coming through. Don't expect a shield from Yakai. lets it go there, and Lickitung still looking pretty healthy here.
A lot of bulky Pokemon still remaining in this matchup, so despite the low HP, there's actually still a lot of bulk on the field. Here comes the next Body Slam. Just like you mentioned, Soph did put this essentially in Body Slam range, this Lantern, able to now get to the Surf, but may want to go for the Thunderbolt, thinking I'm only going to get to one more charge attack. Maybe not, though. Opts to go for the Surf. You still need to knock away this final Protect Shield on the side of Yakai. Yakai falls for the bait, but you do have a Body Slam basically ready to go. Will you overfarm? No, throws it right away.
Yeah, and I think Yakai probably just wanted to preserve a little bit of health here. You know that Lickitung is still in the back, doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. So if you can keep your own Lickitung healthy enough to stay out of Body Slam or even Power Up range, then you're in a very good position.
I think that all you need to do is get to one charge attack. The Body Slam may not be quite enough, but maybe a Volt Switch or a couple licks after this is going to do it. Here comes the first Body Slam from Steiner, though. This is not going to be enough to knock out. You need to desperately get to, I think, 3 Body Slams to win this matchup. I just don't know how you're going to do that at this point for Steiner.
And that was charge attack priority, so Yakai did guarantee getting this Body Slam off, and I think you probably just need a couple more fast attacks, just switches into the Charge Bug. Oh, it's actually a Body Slam here, but I think you're going to be able to lick down when you come back in with your own Lickitung.
Absolutely, you are now just taking all of this energy off the field. The Volt Switch does not go through, but you only have a little fraction of HP. Here comes the double resisted licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steiner.
What a
And
play.
Yakai is going to be
Great
moving
job,
on to the Group
Yakai.
Winners Finals, just one match away from making Day 2 and that top 16. And what a match that was. Masterful play in that first game, managing the Quagsire's health so perfectly. And just now, again, we saw that end game with the Lickitung really just able to close out things against both Pokemon in the back.
If we look at Steiner's Lantern, I'm a bit surprised to see it
Hockey
brought
goat.
in game number 2 there, knowing just how many difficult
5
matchups
years
that it
strong.
has. The Altaria, that's
See what
normally
the
a
Hockey
relatively
goat has to
neutral
do
matchup if
with
you are
Hero
going
O.
to be running Spark. However, you're running Water Gun, so that matchup becomes quite bad. And then additionally, getting lined up versus a Lickitung is not what you want to see. Perhaps expecting the Skarmory there. That may have been the case, especially since game 1 Steiner did bring that Gligar. Maybe that's what he was expecting, but it was a tough matchup. I really think that actually in that middle game that Steiner may have been in the lead, but there was just nowhere for Lantern to go, and that really was the nail in the coffin there for Steiner.
And I have to give some credit to Yakai too. Made a pretty nice team read. Could have brought his own Lickitung into the opposing chipped Lickitung. Instead, made the read to bring in Charge Bug. After this Lickitung licks down this Altaria all the way.
Yeah, this was a devastating lick down. I'm glad that you mentioned that again. We were thinking, okay, can this Altaria
That was a big
get to
one.
the Sky Attack, tries to press it, no, but it's right when the final lick damage registers. A lot of X's, there's a lot of Body Slams flying out from both of these trainers, but I really like the plays from Yakai. I think recognizing when he needed to get Pokemon off the field, not over farming a lot, just recognizing, okay, I need to throw this Body Slam, I need to throw this X-Scissor. These are bulky Pokemon and I need to lock in damage right now.
That's right, and this is nice recognition from Yakai. I was thinking potentially double power up, but actually Yakai just goes for the triple Body Slam. If you get the bait, even better. And nice recognition at the end here. Just needs one Volt Switch to threaten the Lickitung and force it to throw energy.
Got him.
Point for Yakai, just recognizing that
Oh,
there
I thought I
are
was
multiple win
alive with the
conditions.
sliver
Let's
of
go
health.
with
That's
the save
fine.
one there, which was making
We
that
got
catch.
the whiz.
You're forced to throw that energy at that point, and you know that once you're forced to throw that
He's
energy,
gonna blast burn.
all it
It's gonna be a
takes is
blast
couple
burn.
additional
It's a
licks
blast
from
burn
your
and go
own
home,
Lickitung
right?
to secure the matchup.
Go
and
big, go
secure
home.
the 2-0 victory there for Yakai.
Go big,
so
go
he'll be
home.
moving on. That was the
One.
winner's semis. I think that's going to take him to his group final.
2.
So
I think that's right. T. Steiner, on the other hand, is going to drop down to that loser's bracket, but I believe just needs to win 3 more matches, so not too far off of making the top 16 on day 2.
Well, one thing I want to call
How
back
did
was
that
the
happen?
Shadow Quagsire. I know we've
We
mentioned
only
it maybe
counted 5
as the premier
Incinerates.
Mud Boy now. I think there's definitely an argument to be
60?
made
Is
there.
it only
But
30?
so talk a little bit about what makes Shadow Quagsire unique, especially as compared to some of the Pokemon like Whiscash or Swampert.
I think the big thing is just that it's so fast with that Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail, if you remember, was a exclusive community day charge attack that you could get. And I think you might even be able to evolve it during the World Championships event. So make sure you get your Quagsire and your Shadow Quagsire as well.
Shadow
But really
Woober.
just that spamminess. If we think about other Mud Boys that have made a huge impact on the competitive scene, right? We have Swampert, we have Whiscash. All of those take 5 or 6 seconds to get to their first move, but Quagsire can get to Aqua Tail in just 4 seconds, and 1 second is huge in Pokemon Go.
I think the other thing
Huge,
for
she's
me, though,
correct.
specifically with Quagsire, is its access to Stone Edge, with its rock-type attack. When we look at some of the threats in general for some of those Mud Boys, it's going to be the flyers, especially things like Whiscash and Swampert. They struggle versus Pokemon like, especially Altaria. But when you have access to Stone Edge, you can pace through relatively quickly as well. It can do some hard-hitting damage that that a lot of the traditional Mud Boys don't have that same access to. So I think it gives a bit of a different dynamic for that particular Pokemon that is great for our current meta with a lot of those flyers.
Absolutely. And speaking of great Pokemon, let's take a look at some of the rewards you can get from watching the stream. I believe this is for the VGC Celebrate the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. You can get this Sylveon that was part of Tomoya Ogawa's 2023 Worlds winning team. So make sure you get this Sylveon while you can.
I don't think we've seen too much Sylveon in Go, maybe even 1 or 2 regionals, but I think that our favorite evolution, at least here in our current meta, maybe Umbreon, so.
I think it has to be Umbreon. I don't think any of the original evolutions have made a big splash. And
Nope.
The other ones are just a little bit
She is
too
correct.
still for Great
No
League.
evolutions
So I think
besides
you're right that
Umbreon
is
have done
Pokemon
anything.
Go's evolution of choice.
You know, it's interesting to see some of the different metas that have been defined by our different regions. I feel like there's an EU meta. I feel like that there, you know, before we get into the metas, let's talk about TCG real quick. It's not just VG as well. We have TCG swag that you guys can also make sure that you're redeeming. Outburst Worlds 24. Guys, we want to celebrate with you back at home. There's lots of opportunities for you to get some exclusive items here, including the 2024 Pokemon World Championship Special Illustration Petron in XEX, in game. I'm very, very excited to see how that one, an absolutely beautiful card.
Absolutely beautiful. And if you redeem this, I think you get that on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, so you can
That is
show
an
it off when you're
absolute
playing
beautiful
those ladder
card.
games with your friends.
They are correct.
All right, well, I want to go back to the Umbreon because I think that it is a staple of certain metas. Like we were talking about, EU, NA, LATAM, Oceania, APAC. There's a little bit different metas, and I've seen quite a bit of Umbreon actually in the APAC region. I don't think we've seen it featured too much on stream, but I kind of feel like there's different forces that are colliding from different regions, different areas of the world, and it's really interesting to see how some of those different skill expressions are defined in some of these battles. We've already seen the likes of, I think, some LATAM versus EU. We've seen some NA versus EU. I'm very excited to see some of the Oceania and APAC trainers featured as well. We did just see Yakai, though.
We did just see Yakai, and I think we're about to see him again. I think we have him on the stage ready for an interview with Caleb. Take it away.
Nice.
Thank you, Soph. And a translator as well. Yakai, fantastic performance. I believe this is your first World Championships too, and you're undefeated so far. How are you feeling right now?
应该这是你第一个世界锦标赛，你现在感觉如何？
I'm feeling
Oh, I
well
even
right now,
proc
and
too.
This is actually my
Suck.
second World Championship series, and I got knocked out in just 2 rounds last year, so pretty happy that I can make that far this year.
Okay, wait, sorry for that. My correction. Second time, but first time on stage and doing really well so far. I believe with this win, it means that you already made it on to day number 2 in top 32. So you can rest up here. How are you feeling about day number 2 competition now that you made it? I think you're the first person to make it into day number 2.
I feel pretty happy about that.
Nice. Yakai, congratulations. Advances to day number 2. Good for him.
Normal battle, just like I normally playing in GBL, and just do my best.
Awesome, awesome. Well, tell some of the viewers at home, right? Because you mentioned, you didn't do so well last year, but you came in this year undefeated already, looking to win even more. What was kind of the adjustment you made from last year to this year to kind of help you prepare for this year's championships in Hawaii?
I realized that Show 6 Victory E series is sometimes pretty similar to
Yeah,
GBL
I
battles.
think this is a bad
and
team
that's
against
a
me.
region that I'm good at, so I take
Yep.
every single game this year as a normal GBL battle, just that I know all the Pokemon that the opponents will potentially bring, and just play it like a GBL
Oof.
battle and guess what's in the back and do the skills that I used in GBL.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mentioned GBL, it does remind me, I've battled you in GBL a few times and lost, I think, all of them. So definitely have a lot of skills in that category. Well, congratulations on your win here.
Oh,
I know you
Caleb,
traveled
you're so
a long
funny,
way
buddy.
to get here. Anyone you want to shout out and thank that might be tuning in from across the world?
I want to thank you, my aunt. He's with me
I'll be back.
Here today. He spent her holiday to travel with me all the way to Hawaii this way. And I want also thank you, my Hong Kong friends who support me all the way and help me to find a sponsorship, and also
iPhone MVP is that I have daily practice with me on Show Spec 3.
That's awesome. Well, a lot of you helping out here. You're playing fantastic as well. Anyone at home cheering on Yakai, I'm sure staying up late was worth it watching him win. So congratulations on your win. Good luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Back to you, casters.
恭喜。
Thank you so much, Caleb and Yakai. I really love what Yakai was saying there, just taking each game as if it's a Go Battle League game, or treating each Go Battle League game seriously. I feel like that's something that's really important in terms of translating your skill when you play at home to your skill when you're playing on a huge stage at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that was such an inspiring interview, and he made some really great points. You have to not only just prepare, on paper for what's to come. Like you said, you have some advantages of knowing the 6 available Pokemon, but it really comes down to those moments in the battle. And I think what defines Go, what makes it stand out from some of the other Pokemon games, is that everything is in real time. This isn't a turn-based, I mean, there are turns, but this isn't a turn-by-turn game in the sense that you're having to wait for your opponent to make a decision before you make a decision. Everything is happening in these milliseconds here. So there is so much precision. You've had so many of those cycles in the Go Battle League. So for trainers at home that are thinking, can I do this? You guys can. You're playing Go Battle League, you're playing battles versus your friends. Maybe add some new skill sets to your utility belt, and you can absolutely participate here at a high level.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you have such quick turnaround times. I mean, you see a switch, you have to react in, ideally less than 2 seconds in order to, get your swaps, decide whether you're going to be chipping. And I think getting into the mindset where you're able to get those fast reaction times is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think that you have to look at repetition, because just like you said, if you're just a second late on a switch, that can sometimes be the difference between you winning certain matchups, whether it's the 0-1 or the 2-shield type of matchup. So that precision, that presence of mind, that composure mid-battle is so important for these trainers. When you look at it, reaction time is something that, in a lot of other games maybe isn't quite as important, but it is absolutely paramount here in Pokemon Go. Like I said, if you're just 1 second late, 1 turn late on a switch, it could be the difference between a win or a loss.
Absolutely. Well, I think speaking of players with fast reaction times and precise skills, who is more precise than our reigning NAIC champion, Out of Pocket, who is on the stage here? By the way, our past NAIC champions have gone on to do really well at the World Championship, so let's see if Out of Pocket is able to replicate that already here in winners semis, playing against LNDS Paulino Tad.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see another LNDS trainer from Brazil here, Paulino Tad, actually running a pretty cool team here as well. We have been talking about the Shadow Quagsire, but the Shadow Whiscash is going to be making a comeback here versus Out of Pocket. Now that said, Out of Pocket must have the momentum on his side. You have to say it. He's here already in winter semis, and if we recall, in NAIC, he was our champion as well. But Sophie actually ran a much different team last time, running the Feraligatr, which is nowhere to be seen in today's tournament, it seems like.
That's right. Well, let's take a closer look at these teams. You already mentioned the Shadow Whiscash on Paulino's side. I think I also saw a Registeel, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much recently, but we used to see a lot of. So, maybe Paulino is kind of feeling a little bit, retro-y with these picks here.
You know what? It's really interesting with that Registeel, because I think that Registeel does have a lot of play. If I look back, especially at the NA, LATAM, and EU regions, over the last maybe 7 or 8 tournaments, the Cresselia has been a Pokemon featured on almost every single winning team. What walls Cresselia better than a Registeel? It is the premier answer. In fact, we've seen that already today. I believe it was the It's Axon matchup where his Cresselia was getting regularly lined up versus Registeel. So I'm excited to see that. Out of Pocket now running the Lickitung, Lantern, Goodra, Annihilate, Skarmory, and Wigglytuff, which has been a very interesting pick here. I'm curious to see how it's going to be performing, running the moveset of Charm, the Disarming Voice, I believe an Icy Wind.
That's right. You talked a lot about that Cresselia. It actually has a lot of play into Out of Pocket's team. Obviously, you need to watch out for the Skarmory, but aside from that, it has neutral to positive matchups against the rest of the team, looking at that Goodra, Annihilate, and Lantern.
Growing up in front of our eyes,
we're going to see more double normal. We saw that Vigoroth Lickitung combo pretty regularly, I think, on Steinar's team. Out of Pocket has a double normal with Wigglytuff and Lickitung. We're moving right into game number 1. This is winners semis, Group D. We're going to be immediately seeing a Dragon Pokemon. It's Goodra facing off versus Cresselia. Cresselia does have access to this Moonblast, so this is going to be a tough matchup for Pocket to stay in.
Yeah.
He is staying in though, and the good thing for Goodra is that when you have 2 shields up, your matchups are just a little bit better against Cresselia because you can just use your shields against those Moonblasts. Here comes that first Aqua Tail, doesn't do a lot of damage to Cresselia, and Paulino is just throwing this Moonblast right away.
Oh,
but
no.
actually Pocket chooses to let it go. You do survive this, but you're going to be very, very low.
Yeah, we really have to hope there's no Moonblast here if you're on the side of Pocket.
No debuff?
No debuff there whatsoever. You're going to be able to pace to these moves quite a bit quicker.
Moonblast.
Throwing the
We
Aqua
just
Tail,
saw
it looks like
it,
yet
so we
again.
know it
This is a
exists,
very
Wholesome.
interesting position to be in, though, for
Come
Pocket,
on,
because I think
Alolan
as
Thunder
Paulinho, you
Rock.
have to throw energy. I don't think that you can Psycho Cut down. Oh, and actually a quick swap out on the side of Paulinho, bringing in the Shadow Whiscash, trying to get a farm down before you can actually get to
Now
another
you're
move.
locked
This now
in.
brings in the Lickitung on the side of Out of Pocket.
A little bit of a slow swap there from Pocket. I wonder if he was considering whether he can make that Aqua Tail, but instead just chooses to bring in the Lickitung. Don't expect to see shields used here. I think Pocket's strategy might be just to invest 2 shields on that Annihilate in the back.
It's worth calling out that the Scald debuff is now a 30% chance versus a 50% chance. It did not apply there on Pocket's Lickitung. So this is going to be a full strength body slam, and the shield comes out from Paulinho. That is the first Protect Shield, has a Scald already banked. Maybe he goes for double Mud Bomb here? No, wants to go straight for the Scald.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get that attack debuff off. Pocket still needs to land a power up to take this out. Actually, it does put up the Protect Shield on this Lickitung. Attack fall does come though, and just going to go for the power up. Not sure if Paulino was able to keep track of all those licks, but does shield up this body slam.
A double bait from Out of Pocket, getting both Protect Shields now from Paulinho, trying to desperately get to this last body slam, but no, Paulinho has the Scald ready to go. I don't think a Mud Bomb would be enough. The question is this Scald going to knock out? Here it comes, no Protect Shield. Does the Lickitung hang on? No!
Oh my goodness, and that did a lot of damage to Lickitung, quite a bulky Pokemon, and now if you're Out of Pocket, you pretty much have to come in with your Annihilate. Goodra is incredibly low health, getting threatened by these Mud Shots, but this Whiscash still has some energy, going to make a Scald here.
Out of Pocket trying to hand a broom over to his Annihilate, saying, I need you to sweep here. There are still 3 Pokemon that I need you to take out. Tanks the Scald, just a sliver of HP. These Incinerates are going to add up so quickly. In fact, I think this second Incinerate would knock out, but there are no Protect Shields able to reach the Shadow Ball. This is super effective. Same type attack, bonus damage. Will it knock out? Yes, indeed. Down goes the Skeledirge.
And that is exactly what Pocket needed. Barely got that Shadow Ball off before the Incinerate registers. Now there's still a little bit of this Cresselia do have a shield, and it looks like Pocket's actually staying in though. This Goodra is incredibly low health, has to live a couple of Psycho Cuts and Mud Shots here in order to take this game.
You are just on a sliver of HP. You have to now win this game with Goodra. You're going to be taking neutral Psycho Cuts, which is not a hard-hitting attack, but don't forget about that Whiscash still hanging out the back, and Paulinho has so much energy, has the Grass Knot ready to go. Doesn't matter that it's resisted. There is no HP remaining on this Goodra, and game number 1 goes to Paulinho.
And cheers from the crowd there. What a close game that was. Those Dragon Breaths were absolutely about to shred that Cresselia and Whiscash, but luckily Paulino had so much energy on that Cresselia and able to close things out with just a couple HP.
All right, well, so a tough lead there for Out of Pocket, having your Dragon lined up versus a very bulky Pokemon that has access to Moonblast. Super effective damage coming from that Cresselia. Were you surprised to see a no shield early on the Goodra?
I was at first surprised, but when I saw Out of Pocket's backline, I saw the Annihilate there, and if you look at Annihilate versus Paulino's team, it actually does quite well into most of these Pokemon, so I thought that he was just going to go for a 2 shields Annihilate strategy.
I think he went for the 1 shield Annihilate sweep, but unfortunately after that Scald was let through, it just left so little HP on that Annihilate. 1 Incinerate did most of the damage, and then the Psycho Cuts did the rest. That was a good game by Paulinho. We're taking a look back at these replays. We can see some nice timing here from Out of Pocket, throwing actually a double bait if you recall, getting both Protect Shields from Body Slams from a Lickitung. We don't see that every day.
Yeah, that Lickitung did put in a lot of work, just like you said, pulling both Protect Shields. And, you know, I think looking at Paulino's team, that Cresselia is so threatening. Pocket probably has to keep bringing the Lickitung just to deal with that Cresselia.
Yeah, I think that Cresselia is actually going to be a must-bring from Paulinho. I think it has a lot of really good matchups. Maybe not the Skarmory, but outside of that, has a lot of good play into most of these Pokemon. I think Lickitung is a very smart pick for Out of Pocket. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bringing that again. Has good play into almost everything, especially that Whiscash, though. Does nice into the Cresselia. Now, that said, I'm very curious to see where this Registeel might come into play versus Out of Pocket. Obviously, it does great into tons of these Pokemon, but will it make an appearance? Let's move into game number 2. We are in winners semis Group D.
Looks like Paulino is happy
That
to stick with that
shouldn't be a
Cresselia, this
thing.
time leading it
The
into
people
an
that don't sub
Annihilate.
should never be
Pocket
in
is
the
staying in for
placed
just
on
a
the
little
round two.
bit
You
of
have
time here. You
220
can't threaten this
20
Cresselia with
battlers.
your super
That should
effective
never,
Shadow Ball.
Yeah,
ever
you have
be
to
the
like
case.
this matchup a little bit better as the Annihilate as compared to what you had with your Gudra before, because you are able to hit for super effective damage.
Ramberto's
Now, actually, a bait coming out. Our first charge attack is the Grass Knot. This puts Out of Pocket in a little bit of a peculiar situation here, opting to go straight for this Shadow Ball, though. This is going to be an immense amount of damage. Is it enough to knock out? Not quite.
Not enough to knock out, but that's absolutely huge. This Cresselia is such a menace for Pocket's entire team, though actually was going to be charge attack priority there, but the Night Slash ends up landing into the Lickitung. But I think here for Out of Pocket, you're actually pretty happy to maybe just stay in here, continue doing some super effective counters, build up that energy, and then maybe eventually swap out into your own Lickitung.
You took the words out of my mouth. You're not going to be having to worry about Body Slam whatsoever. Maybe swap out right as the Power Whip comes out, so very nicely read. Now it's such a huge HP advantage. You know that you can maintain switch, and you have energy going back into that Cresselia matchup later on. In fact, as Out of Pocket now, you have the privilege of over-farming so much because you have no problem absorbing all of these Body Slams from Paulino's own Lickitung.
Lickitung is absolutely the best place to be absorbing neutral damage. Here come all these body slams, but look at Out of Pocket's Lickitung still in the green there, and that is all of the energy on Paulino's side. Now Out of Pocket might get to start throwing some charge attacks after this next body slam comes through.
He wants to go into that next matchup, though, with as much energy as possible so that he can quickly unleash it, likely into that Cresselia, or even better, into the Whiscash. The thing we need to keep an eye on here, so actually going for the Power Whip, thinking maybe Body Slam isn't enough to knock out. I think I may have thrown the Body Slam here, but no, this Power Whip will certainly knock out. And now the question for Paulino is, do you bring in the Cresselia or do you save it as a catch? And a little curious here, I think that yes, this is going to be a Body Slam bait coming through. You need to get rid of these Protect Shields. Will Paulino call one this time? No!
But the problem for Paulino is even if he lets just a body slam go, there's still some health on the Annihilate. He'd be threatened by just those fast attacks alone. Another body slam coming through here did not even build up to the power up, so Paulino is happy to let this body slam through.
Sometimes you just want to lock in some sort of damage, and as a reminder, so many of these trainers are running Water Gun Lantern. That's what we're seeing from Pocket here as well. Now that you've got that solidified body slam damage locked in to this Whiscash, you can easily take one of these Mud Bombs, and you're going to be pressuring this Whiscash so much more than if you were running Spark.
Yeah, Whiscash is getting a little bit low from these water guns. Really nice counting there from Paulino, throwing this Mud Bomb just before Lantern can threaten with a Surf. And it looks like Pocket is just going to let this go, maybe trying to close out this game with just counters from Annihilate. Oh, well, actually has a lot of energy from before.
Yeah, don't forget the farm that we saw earlier against that Lickitung, so you have lots of energy ready to go. Paulino has some energy as well. I think that you're going to be able to get to charge attacks at a very, very similar pacing, but no, Paulino still has his charge attack ready right now. Pocket has a decision to make. Do you want to use your final Protect Shield? There's still an opportunity for this Cresselia to be used as a sacrificial swap. No, it has the energy ready to go. Grass Knot is loaded. This is going to knock out the Annihilate.
Oh, and denies all this energy from Annihilate. If you're Out of Pocket, now you have to lick this down and then hit the Whiscash with a charge attack.
I like this energy farm, though, because I don't think that there's any energy on the Whiscash whatsoever. You are on the force cycle, but all you need is a body slam to knock out. Lickitung able to reach it. This is going to be plenty of damage to knock out the Whiscash, and game number 2 will be going to Out of Pocket. He evens the series 1-1.
Nice adjustment there. Came back from the 0-1 deficit, and now we will be moving into that decisive game 3. We saw Gudra from Out of Pocket game 1. Didn't really have a lot of play, so decided to drop it, bring in that Water Gun Lantern, which didn't do much. But I think, again, we saw Lickitung kind of being the MVP for Out of Pocket, right? Dealing all those body slams at the end, threatening the Whiscash, and being able to take care and take all the energy from the opposing Lickitung.
We saw some great plays in game number 2 there, so many great plays early on from Pocket, getting that overfarm on his Annihilate and then getting tons of energy with his Lickitung that was able to strip away those Protect Shields. But look here, Paulino was able to get that shield and make the combo play, had the Grass Knot ready to go, denied all that energy from the Annihilate. But what this set up, without any energy on your Cresselia, any overfarming whatsoever, this Lickitung simply comes in, licks down, gets to the Body Slam, and seals the deal. Body Slam lands on the Shadow Whiscash to even up the series 1-1.
That was a nice combo play there from Paulino. Saw Pocket use that final Protect Shield, knew that the Annihilate was vulnerable there to a combo play and got it done. But unfortunately, I think, was just kind of in a bit of a corner there.
All right, well, quick stat here. Paulino finished 5th in the Curitiba, actually with Greninja, a Pokemon we don't see very often. Defense Form Deoxys, and Shadow Dragonite. Pokemon that we did see early in the season, I would say. I believe, in fact, Wadaj was one of the pioneers of that Shadow Dragonite early season. But guys, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It is still the game number 3 here. This is a decisive game number 3. Such a meaningful battle coming at you right now. Cresselia again on the field for Paulinho, but it is now met by one of its counters, Out of Pocket's Lickitung.
These are two key Pokemon for each side. We've seen both of these Pokemon in both of the games so far, and Paulinho is wasting absolutely no time in getting off this Moon Blast there, trying to get that attack debuff.
Yeah, Lickitung is going to be a strong answer to this Cresselia. No debuff there. Going to be throwing these body slams just before the next. Oh, and actually maybe trying to go for a switch there. Get that chip damage and swap into your own Pokemon. Body slam number 1 will be launched by Out of Pocket, though. It'll do some nice chip damage. This is a positive matchup for Lickitung.
It is. We have those super effective lists, and actually a nice catch there from Paulinho. We were saying earlier how Lickitung is the best place to absorb energy, and looks like Paulinho is going to do it here. But the tricky part is now you're locked into this matchup, and Out of Pocket can just bring in his Annihilape and start getting ahead with these counters.
Trainers at home might be thinking, okay, well, Skarmory resists all of these attacks. Why don't I just bring that in? Well, this Annihilape is able to just throw one charge attack, farm all the way down. You don't even have to worry about a Power Whip. Some trainers may shield it, but you are really just fishing for a boost here, and you know that when that Cresselia potentially comes back in, you're likely going to be coming out with a ton of energy ready to unleash. Here comes the Power Whip from the Lickitung. It lands into the Annihilape. This brings Out of Pocket's Annihilape very low, but he is able to counter down. It's just a sliver of HP, but a Night Slash loaded and might be able to get to the Shadow Ball.
And that's a really nice way to get out of a switch-in matchup like that. Minimal HP to minimize farm, but also maximum energy here. Looks like he's going to commit to the Shadow Ball here. Oh, but the Cresselia actually throws the Grass Knot once again. Cresselia cutting off the energy from Out of Pocket's Annihilape.
Yeah, great counting there from Paulinho, knowing that the Annihilape was going to reach that Shadow Ball after one more counter. Now here comes the Skarmory. That's the perfect answer to that Cresselia. This is going to bring the Whiscash, and it actually looks like Switch Clock is up. We might see a switch at some point, but Pocket wants to lock in some damage or pressure a Protect Shield. Here comes the Protect Shield on the Shadow Whiscash from Paulinho.
That is the first Protect Shields used of the game here. And Whiscash, you know, still building up some energy, goes all the way to 99 energy before throwing this first Scald. Out of Pocket does put up a Protect Shield. He knows that this is going to do the most damage in the rest of the game to his Skarmory.
Yeah, Lickitung is actually a great Pokemon into both of these remaining Pokemon on the side of Paulinho. Does well into the Shadow Whiscash, does well into the Cresselia as well. I'm a bit surprised to see Out of Pocket not swapping out here, knowing that the Skarmory is a hard wall to that Cresselia, but I think he wants to get both Protect Shields here. Might even go for a catch at some point, but no. Here comes the next Scald from Paulinho's Shadow Whiscash. This is going to do a significant chunk of damage. Out of Pocket opting to use his final Protect Shield.
I think he's thinking that he can close out this game with Skarmory. You're able to take the Scalds no problem, and then of course resisting all attacks from Cresselia. I expect to see Pocket going for a big overfarm here before throwing that Sky Attack.
All right, well this Whiscash has no residual energy. I believe it might be on the 5 cycle. Actually, now a quick swap, bringing in the Cresselia is Paulinho Tad. It's now going to be met by the Lickitung from Out of Pocket. I'm curious to see here, is there any opportunity maybe for a farm down from Paulinho later on to throw a Scald into that Skarmory? But here comes the Moonblast from the Cresselia. Will we see a debuff? No, not this time.
And I think what you mentioned there was probably just the exact win con that Paulinho has. You need to somehow come out of your matchup with the Whiscash and have some energy to throw at that Skarmory, but looks like Out of Pocket is undercharging that Body Slam just a little bit, actually wants to get some energy of his own, but here is that Cresselia throwing the Grass Knot, and I think this is okay for Out of Pocket. Still has some, oh, but now realizing that he needs the farm as well, also goes for the undercharge here. And
all right, well,
down there.
It's really tough position here for Paulinho because all you need to do is get to one Power Whip, and you do get to the Power Whip. Pocket puts his fist in the air.
Look at the kid, he's so psyched.
But he's going to be able to squeak out a victory here in game number 3, decisive game number 3. He's going to be moving on to group finals, and momentum still on the side of Out of Pocket.
1 HP in dreams,
right,
baby.
Out of Pocket moving on to the group finals, and I believe on to day 2. So congratulations to Out of Pocket. Here's some cheers from the audience there. And I feel like all of those games were incredibly close, coming down to just a couple of seconds or a couple of HP. So, you know, just goes to show how great of a trainer that Paulinho is as well.
Absolutely. I really like the play, though, from Out of Pocket. I just can't say enough about some of the decisions that he made. Like I said, it's really tempting in so many situations. Okay, I want to actually swap out of my Skarmory versus that Whiscash. It aligns so nicely versus that Cresselia. But he was very flexible with and very creative with how he used his Pokemon, using Skarmory to be his Whiscash answer and using Lickitung to be his Cresselia answer. But I love the decision-making early on, which is I'm going to bring my Lickitung. I think it's going to match up nicely versus that Cresselia that's been so problematic for me in games 1 and 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look back at that series. And like you were saying, I love the adjustments that Pocket made, not just in the games, but in the team reading itself. This is actually the third game when Pocket brings the Skarmory, of course, expecting that Cresselia to come once again. Whiscash just throwing as many Scalds as it can, but not quite enough damage to close things out.
Chansey, Shiny,
I'm a bit surprised, actually, to not see the Registeel from Paulinho, knowing that there was a Skarmory, a Lickitung. Obviously, it has to watch out for things like the Annihilate, but it does so well into even Goodra and Wigglytuff as well. So no Registeel was a bit of a question mark for me. But there you can see that Lickitung able to get that farm down, has the Body Slam ready to go, just needs to get to that Power Whip. It's going to be double super effective damage, and that's plenty to knock out the Whiscash. Out of Pocket, a sigh of relief as he's going to be moving on to the group finals.
Group
finals. I was also wondering if Paulinho was going to bring it, if for nothing else, just for the Lickitung, but I feel like Out of Pocket was really favoring the Annihilate, so potentially a little bit scary to bring the Registeel into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Soph, I want to ask you, we've seen Water Gun Lantern 2 times now. We've seen plenty of Lantern. We've seen some of the Whiscash, some of the Quagsire. How is Lantern performing so far at Worlds in your mind?
I think it's performing quite well. Honestly, we saw on Out of Pocket's team there, but it didn't do a whole lot. I don't know if you remember, but in that game too, it pretty much just absorbs 2 Mud Bombs and calls it a day. But Pocket was so far ahead that it didn't matter. I think Lantern, you know, you've mentioned before, it's the bulky electric type, right? And that in itself is just already a unique role. So I understand why trainers are continuing to bring it, even though season after season it feels like Lantern is getting nerfed.
Yeah, I think people maybe find it a bit stale because it's been so good for so long, but it is a different dynamic with Water Gun in that it's going to charge 2 charge attacks a little bit slower. But what I like about especially that Game 2 team on the side of Out of Pocket is how much fast attack pressure he had with all 3 Pokemon. With Counter, with Lick, with Water Gun, really any matchup that you're in, you're very likely to be doing a decent amount of fast attack pressure. And I think that that's the one thing that the Lantern still has going for it, is with Water Gun and some of those matchups that might have been bad before with Spark, they're less bad now with Water Gun.
Yeah, in particular, one matchup that comes to mind is against Shadow Gligar, which has been one of the top Pokemon all year long.
Can we just get our big meta? Can you just give us our big meta shift now? Can we just get our big meta shift now, please?
Whereas before, when
Can
you
we
had
stop
Spark,
playing
it was
this?
pretty uncomfortable.
Give us the big meta shift. Let's go.
Meta
Meta
we could probably debate for
reveal.
hours on what the premier water-type Pokemon is going to be, but let's kick it over to the stage. We've got Butter standing by. He's going to be interviewing NAIC champion Out of Pocket.
Thank you so much, Wholesome. And not only NAIC champion, but the first trainer at the 2024 Pokemon Worlds to make it to day number 2. Congratulations. How are you feeling, Out of Pocket?
I thought Yakai was the first one to make it to day 2. Who's the first one?
I've had a lot of tough matches. After my winners round 1, every set since then has gone to game 3 and has ended in like really close fashion.
You're actually the only trainer to win a tournament in this current iteration of the meta, and you haven't dropped a single series since NAIC. Do you feel like that gives you an advantage in this current iteration? Do you feel like you're the king of this meta right now?
I mean, since
Why
NAIC,
you hyping up
a
your
lot of,
boy?
like,
Calm
meta
down,
buildings have been
Butters.
happening, to the point where the NAIC meta feels a lot different than the meta for this tournament. For example, Water Gun Lantern has been seeing a lot more usage, and Goodra Community Day let Goodra shine too, as you can see with my team.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And you're a trainer that you say you often just practice with people that you know. How do you prepare? There's a gap from NAIC now. Obviously, you ended on the top. How do you prepare from then to now at the World Championships?
I did a lot of best of 3 or best of 5 series practice with my close friends like Elite, SS Thorn, Lyle Jeffs, and many more. Even Paulinho once or twice. So those like practices helped me decide on my team and what Pokemon were gonna perform the best in this current meta.
All right, and last question. What would you say the percentage chance is that you're gonna be the Pokemon Go World Champion in 2024?
90%.
Okay, that's pretty solid. All right, thank you, Out of Pocket. Congratulations once again for day 2. Back to you, Jim and Sophia.
All right, thank you, Butters. Thank you, Out of Pocket. You know, funny story, actually, immediately after fresh off his NAIC champion title, it was Community Day for Goodra, just like we said. And actually, Out of Pocket was helping me identify this particular stat spread Goodra that is known as the Lickitung Slayer, and that it has an attack breakpoint versus most Lickitungs, able to do 1 more Dragon Breath damage. So already getting ahead of the world's meta was Out of Pocket immediately after his victory at NAIC.
Well, I have to say that even though Out of Pocket has been a very charismatic trainer, I feel like he's actually humbled a little bit. In the past, I've seen him confidently say with 100% certainty that he's going to win the tournament, but now he's dialed it back to just 90%.
You know, I think Out of Pocket's a great story when you
Just
see some of his
90.
development, especially
Well,
across this most
just
recent season. He
90%,
had success, I believe it
folks.
was in the 2023 season, winning the Peoria Regional, and then he had a stretch where he was getting close, he was top cutting, but never able to get to even, I think, top 2. So he was seeing some of his peers, some of his friends able to reach heights that he had felt before, but not in some time. And I think that he was just able to take some of those hardships, some of those struggles, some of those hurdles, and finally find that secret sauce at NAIC, take home not only a regional title, but an IC title. And now he's here on the stage of Worlds, trying to cross 1 more item off his list: regional, IC, Worlds.
Yeah, I remember at NAIC, he was talking about how he had, I mean, he was getting decent results throughout the season, but he himself was saying he was a little bit disappointed. He kept trying to kind of pioneer some new, unique picks, and I think at NAIC, he was like, I'm just gonna, you know, run the best Pokemon that I think there are, and it paid off dividends for him as soon as he tried that. So I'm wondering if he has that same mindset coming into Worlds, or if he's trying to maybe experiment a little bit here as well.
Can't wait to see more from Out of Pocket. Now, we talked about the Goodra Community Day. This weekend, we have a Community Day coming up as well. This is one that we've seen before, but we're going to be seeing it again. It is the Beldum Community Day here in August 2024. It's going to be on Sunday, August 18th from 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Evolve those Beldums all the way up to Metagross. It'll learn the unique move, Community Day move, Meteor Mash.
And Metagross is absolutely a must-have Pokemon for raiding as well as for Master League in the Go Battle League. Metagross has been one of the top picks in the Master League Premier format for years and years, so definitely want to make sure you get a almost perfect Beldum here.
Yeah, don't forget, actually, there is shadow variants of this as well. In some cases, you may not have evolved these ones just yet, so a great opportunity to evolve those shadow Metangs as well to get Metagross. In fact, if we talk with our co-caster, 2-0 Butters, he loves running the shadow Metagross in the Open Great League, believe it or not. It's one of his favorite Pokemon. He says those bullet punches add up so quickly, a lot of Pokemon can't withstand the pressure.
That's right. And speaking of trying to get those Shadow Metagross, I think we actually have an event right now, and we just had one where you could TM Frustration off of your Shadow Pokemon. So make sure you do that to all of your Beldum, all of your Metang before Community Day rolls around so that you can evolve and get that Meteor Mash.
There's a lot of things going on in Go right now that are just very exciting. We just wrapped up that Rocket Takeover, which was really cool, introducing some new Shadows, getting access to some Shadows that you maybe missed before, able to TM away Frustration, just like you said. But this week right now, don't forget there are 100 battles per day. So for those of you that are watching at home and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can do this as well, let's go apply it to Go
That's what I'm
Battle
doing.
League. For those of you that
Hopefully you're
haven't hit
enjoying
Legend
this.
or maybe that next
Hopefully you're
range
having fun
yet,
out there.
This is still your opportunity. And coinciding with it is Adventure Week as well, where you'll get another opportunity to TM off Frustration from some of those Pokemon. A great time
Next
to
year.
be a PvP battler here in Pokemon Go.
Not just being able to TM off Frustration, but I believe there's a lot of very relevant spawns out there right now with the World Championship Celebration event. Pokemon like Paldean Wooper, which does not spawn very often. Gotta get those Clodsire out there, as well as, of course, Lickitung we've seen making such an impact today, and Azumarill as well.
And they do have some of those exclusive moves as well, like Body Slam. Keep in mind, Lickitung, it's a Pokemon that we see so regularly. You don't even think to yourself, oh, it may not come with Body Slam initially. It is an exclusive move, so this is your opportunity to get those Lickitungs. Maybe trade with one of your friends as well to get those perfect stat spreads that might allow you to take down some of the next trainers that you see in the Go Battle League.
That's right. Lickitung has been around for a long time, and at first it was pretty hard to get, but now this is a prime opportunity to be getting those Lickitung as well as those XL Lickitung candy. But it looks like we have our next match pretty much ready.
School going out, it's Marta!
on the right here, talented trainer from Indonesia. I believe actually has qualified to the 2022 World Championships, wasn't able to make it, so really, really happy to see him make it here to Honolulu.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Sir Panic-a-Lot actually was the winner of the Indonesia playoffs here in 2024 back in May. It's very curious to see if he's going to be running the same team or if maybe he's switching it up in response to this new meta. He's going to be facing off versus Argentinian trainer Marto Galde, who we've seen in many tournaments before. He's had success not only this year, but in years past as well. He's making his way back to the world stage, and I can't wait to see him battle here with a pretty fun team as well, Soph.
Marto is known for being pretty fun. Actually, coincidentally, I believe both of these trainers are content creators as well. If you want to get to know them just a little bit better, we do see a pretty fun pick on Marto's side. Look at that Whimsicott. I feel like Whimsicott is a Pokemon that comes up a lot as a potential core breaker, and then it somehow just never makes its way into the central meta.
Well, you stole the words from my mouth, because when I think of Whimsicott, I think of core breaker, because it beats all of the mud boys and waters that we see so regularly. It needs to watch out, yes, for Ice Beam from Azumarill, but it beats Mandibuzz, it beats the dark types. In many cases, it does well even versus some of the bug types as well, like Charjabug. It resists all the Volt Switches. Now, it is going to struggle in some neutral matchups versus things like versus Lickitung, but it has so many great plays into so many consistently picked Pokemon in this current meta. It needs to watch out for things like Skarmory, and it has some really bad matchups, but if you're able to get those right alignments, it can absolutely sweep teams in some cases.
That's right, and if you look at Panic's team, there actually isn't a hard counter for the Whimsicott. Sometimes you see something like a Skeledirge or a Skarmory that can be really scary, but looking here, I think the hardest answer is probably going to be the Lickitung, which is just going to beat it neutrally. But let's zoom in just a little bit more on Sir Panic-a-Lot's team before we get into the games. Looking like pretty standard movesets all around. We do see that Shadow Quagsire rocking Aqua Tail and Stone Edge. Sometimes we see a Mud Bomb there, but everything else I think is the normal moveset.
Yeah, I know there's some debate for Azumarill. Do you run Ice Beam Play Rough? Do you run Ice Beam Hydro Pump? Do you run Play Rough Hydro Pump? We're going to be seeing Ice Beam Play Rough, which I think is most common in today's meta. That Ice Beam is going to be critical for fighting back versus that Whimsicott. I'm actually very curious to see, will Marto even bring the Whimsicott? In some cases, trainers, they'll keep a Pokemon on the bench just for pressure to try and bait out some Pokemon on one side, then you just bring your counters to the Whimsicott counter. But let's look at this team here. So it's the Skarmory, Lantern running Water Gun again. We've got Lickitung, Annihilate, Whimsicott, and Shadow Gligar.
Right, and the Whimsicott actually has a choice of charge attacks there. I think Marto was running Seed Bomb, which is just going to be the fastest charge attack that Whimsicott has available. Some trainers do choose to run Grass Knot, which does a little bit more damage, but Seed Bomb is going to be helpful against Pokemon like the Quagsire and the Azumarill.
All right, I'm very curious to see if that Whimsicott gets brought. There are so many good Pokemon. It resists the counters versus the Vigoroth. It has a great matchup there versus the Mandibuzz, able to hit so hard with those Moonblasts. But keep in mind, it's called Flimsy Whimsy for a reason. It is not going to be your bulkiest Pokemon. And actually, so let's move right into game number 1. We're going to be seeing Marto here with the Shadow Gligar facing off versus Panic's shiny Lickitung.
Two titans of this year's meta, but looks like Panic actually goes straight into the Quagsire. You do outpace the Gligar to a charge attack, but now you're met by the Whimsicott, able to get off this Stone Edge, but I think Marto is going to be very happy to just take this Stone Edge, farm up a ton of energy, and then start throwing those Seed Bombs.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow swap there, but that is intentional from Marto Galde, knowing that, hey, I can take one of these Stone Edge. Actually, an overfarm here, knowing, okay, yes, I survive one of these resisted Aqua Tails. I'm going to survive the subsequent Mud Shots as well. Just like you said, so a pretty firm overfarm here. Going to be able to maybe even get to 100 energy. Has 2 Seed Bombs loaded, and actually a shield coming from Sir Panic-a-Lot. There's another Seed Bomb basically ready to go here. Maybe if you take this to the 2 shield matchup, there is some play. Maybe you can farm down, but we're actually going to have a Charge Tech priority event here.
Is he going to take it to 2 shields?
This is not looking good for Panic.
Keep
he
it alive.
Aqua Tail, and I wonder if he's going to maybe do 0 bubbles on this Aqua Tail and try to get a Mud Shot down. This Whimsicott is pretty much dry. I think that's all you have to do. Does actually hit a couple of the bubbles. I'm not sure if this Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take out. Trying to get just a couple extra Mud Shots, but unfortunately for Panic, that Whimsicott does go down.
Okay, look, this Quagsire does look quite strong into this team. Oh, and a quick swap out now. Actually, the Mandibuzz comes in. This is going to bring in the Water Gun Lantern on the side of Marto. This Gligar is going to have a lot to do in the back. Not only is it going to have to take out this this Quagsire, it's going to have to take out the Lickitung as well. So plenty of bulk still on the side of Sir Panic-a-Lot, but he has 0 Protect Shields remaining.
That's right, Marto still has 2 shields up, so a lot of work for the Gligar, but it's going to get a lot of help. Lantern able to throw this Thunderbolt. I don't think this is enough to take out the Mandibuzz, but it is super effective damage, and this Mandibuzz has no Protect shields. Gonna go, oh, actually still over 25% health there, but here comes a Dark Pulse from Serpanic-a-Lot.
I think that as Marto, you probably can sweep with this Gligar. You're thinking to yourself, okay, I have to get through this Quagsire. I have the non-resisted wing attacks. They're just hitting for neutral. I have plenty of energy. Okay, but now Mandibuzz able to get to this Dark Pulse prior to Marto able to reach his own charge attack. I'm curious to see what Marto's going to do here, if he simply goes for a farm down or if he's going to be throwing any energy. Keep an eye on Switch Clock. So actually Panic has Switch Clock ready to go after this charge attack.
Mandibuzz is going to go down to this Aerial Ace, and it's just going to be Gligar against the Worlds. You do have 2 shields up, but you still have a full health Lickitung to get through. So we're just going to have to see how Marto is able to manage the energy.
All right, well, we have Serpanic-a-Lot. I think this is going to be Sir Diggs-a-Lot here. This is going to be lots of digs coming in from Marto Gallaudet. Needs to land at least 2 digs here onto this Lickitung. Probably another dig into the Quagsire as well. But here comes the Body Slam. Marto knows that he can hang on versus this one, but wants to preserve some HP. You have to think to yourself, okay, well, what's going to be the hardest hitting charge attack? It's probably going to be those Aqua Tails, but you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you simply get fast attack down.
Oh, and I think this is charge attack priority. I'm not sure if Marto hit that dig, but here comes the Aqua Tail. You do have to put up the Protect Shield here, or you're going to be knocked out very, very soon.
It's gonna be tough, folks.
Looks like Marto did actually get the dig off. I wonder if you ever undercharge here a little bit. Has to come down to whether Marto was keeping track of the Quagsire's energy, but no, just plays it safe. Goes for the fully charged dig, and I think he just needs to land maybe 1 dig against this Lickitung.
Oh
okay,
my
knows
goodness.
that you're not going to get knocked out by 1 Body Slam. A little curious to see Marto not throwing that charge attack, but this is just the Body Slam, not the Power Whip, which does slightly more damage. Able to hang on, and Marto has the charge attack ready to go. Throws the dig. This is going to be our 3rd consecutive dig that we've seen here from Marto.
Buddy.
This should be plenty to knock out the shiny Lickitung on the side of Serpanic-a-Lot. And game number 1 goes to Marto Gallaudet.
Sweeping the game with that Shadow Gligar here. Cheers from the crowd there, and really nice recognition that there isn't really fast attack pressure from Serpanic-a-Lot for that Shadow Gligar, right? You have the Quagsire, you've got the Lickitung, and that's what allowed him to get to all those digs down the line with 2 Protect Shields up.
Well, I understand the rationale, the rationale of double shielding that Quagsire, knowing how much play that it has into not only the Gligar, but also the Lantern as well. However, there is so much fast attack pressure from both of those Pokemon, especially with the Water Gun Lantern, that I think it put Marto in a really good spot there. But it was a really interesting early game, so if we saw the double shield so early on, and Marto opting not to protect his Whimsicott whatsoever.
I think that was a kind of big mistake from Serpanic-a-Lot to throw the Aqua Tail on charge attack priority, and that's kind of what forced him to go down 2 Protect Shields, and then, you know, kind of down the line that made it so that he couldn't protect his Mandibuzz or his Lickitung against all these charge attacks.
Yeah, so
he definitely did some things that caused him the matchup, but they weren't bad things. It was unfortunate, but that Whimsy, playing that Whimsy was the dub for Marto.
It's such a deficit early on. Serpanic-a-Lot was unable to come back, and Marto in firm control here after game number 1. Now that said, we did see Whimsicott in game number 1. It wouldn't shock me to see it in game number 2 here.
Marto is ready. We got the thumbs up. We got the thumbs up. Let's go!
See that Whimsicott again from Marto. This time it's met by the
Right into the Whimsy. He's playing it like he knows it and he loves it. Let's go. He brought Scarf, Whimsy, and Lantern. I like it. Okay, okay. He's going to require alignments here. He's already in a good one.
Here comes the Body Slam, though, from the Lickitung on the side of Serpanic. Lands into the Whimsicott. That does almost half its HP after the licks, but this, Marto's Whimsicott will be landing. It looks like a Moonblast to start. I don't expect a Protect Shield on the side of Serpanic-a-Lot. We saw it early in game number 1, not this time.
Puts Lickitung below half health there, but Lickitung is almost at another Body Slam here. Oh, actually, but Marto catches it on Skarmory and gets the Steel Wing through.
That's a good
Very
catch.
Nice play, but now if you're
That's a good
Serpanic-a-Lot,
catch.
You're able to lock in your Charge Bug onto the Skarmory.
As Marto, you preserve your Whimsicott, you tank resisted damage, but now you have a huge answer from Serpanic-a-Lot. You have to figure out a way to now get through this Charge Bug. Whimsicott's going to be a tough answer there as well eventually, but okay, actually going straight for this Brave Bird here. This is going to be neutral damage, and Serpanic-a-Lot actually using the Protect Shield. This is a huge Protect Shield. Does it set up a full farm down at this point?
This is a great situation for Serpanic-a-Lot. There's no Gligar in the back to wall this energy.
Oh!
Gets to this very last Sky attack just before the Volt Switch.
That's crazy. Volt Switch turn got you again. 4-turn move does you dirty.
Hoping that it can be a sponge for all of this energy from Serpanic.
Yeah,
Alot,
Wishcash
Charge
has to
Bug,
soak
which
all
has
this
800
up.
energy.
Nice!
Seed Bomb right away. Serpanic trying to think to himself, is this going to be the Moonblast? Is it just the Seed Bomb? Will we use the second Protect Shield? No. This is
No,
resistant damage.
doesn't.
Charge
Stays
Bug is
alive.
gone.
That's good. I would say shield this, but he doesn't want to.
Panic a lot is going to be able to get the most value
He's gonna
possible
get
out of this
one,
Charge Bug. X's are
two
coming through here.
Pokemon
Actually misses a
still,
couple
and it's
bubbles, but still
half
gets
of
the spot. Nightingale
Marco.
with a charge check on
This
this
is
land,
not
but
in
that
your
is
favor,
slowly
pal.
swap out to avoid getting farmed down.
He might be
Right,
thinking
yeah,
about
you're
next
gonna get
matchup.
to that last X Scissor. You're on the 3 cycle, not the 2 cycle. Throws the X Scissor, immediately swaps now into the Vigoroth. These counters, they're not stab, but it's still a great fast attack, doing a lot of damage. Keep in mind, this is the water gun variant of the Lantern, so it's not going to get to charge attacks quite as fast. Meanwhile, Serpanic Alot able to get to these body slams so quickly.
And it's looking good for Serpanic a lot. Lantern already at half health.
Mhm.
This is Marto's final.
Tell it
Pokemon
self.
there. Still
Tell it
having
wholesome.
some energy, but Serpanic a lot actually able to get off this body slam first. And this Vigoroth is still so healthy, still out of Thunderbolt and Surf range.
I think that this Lantern will be able to farm down the Charge Bug, but don't forget, we still need to not only get through the normal type Vigoroth, but the normal type, the Lickitung as well. I think that both of these Pokemon are going to need at least one charge attack, maybe even a Thunderbolt into the Lickitung. Here comes the Surf from the Vigoroth. It hangs on. It's one counter away from the Body Slam, and it gets there. Serpanic Alot, Vigoroth is going to reach this Body Slam. Is this going to be enough to knock out? I think it will be.
It should be.
If it's not, I think you have
If
plenty
not,
of
there's a Volt
pressure in
Switch.
the back, but looks like that
There's enough
Lantern
poke. There's a
does
lick.
go down, and
There's a
Serpanic
Volt
Alot
Switch.
able to tie up this series.
Lot of damage.
And we hear so much support from the crowd there. A lot of
Wow,
people watching.
incredible. You can hear that
Right,
crowd.
you hear the crowd going crazy here. A lot of support, just like you said. So, okay, game
Let's
one,
go.
how strong that Whimsicott was. But like we said, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon. It's flimsy, as we say. And when you get lined up versus a bulk monster like Lickitung, it's definitely going to struggle. Now, we have to think in game number 2 there, okay, I'm going to try and make a play here. Marto, as we saw, actually catching that body slam from the Lickitung. But what do you give up? You give up alignment, and it allowed this exact matchup here. We see that Charge Bug getting a huge farm down, which was pivotal in game number 2.
That's right. In both of those games, we saw one of the trainers kind of give up switch advantage, which allowed the opponent to get a huge advantage out of that mid game. First game, it was Marto. This game, it was Serpanic a lot. All that energy on that Charge Bug, helped put this Lantern eventually pretty low in the end.
Yeah, we're seeing these trainers take risks, and we're seeing their opposing trainers capitalize on those risks that they're taking. So I'm so curious to see in game number 3 with so much on the line. We're here in the World Championships. Falling down into the loser's bracket is such an adjustment, such a hard gauntlet that you'd have to face. You know you're so close to making it to day 2 and moving on to Saturday, which is going to put you in such a great position to try and get to that final step of World Champion. But it's all on this game right now. Forget everything in the past. Forget your future rounds. Forget your future regionals. This is the one game that matters most to you right now. And how do you adapt?
It is the decisive
Yep.
game 3
This
of
is
the
it.
winner
This is
of
for
the Sunrise
2024.
Master. Just like you said, winner of this next individual game here is going to go on to day 2 in such a nice position. So both of these
You
trainers
get to
can give a little
advance.
bit more
You're
time to
done.
confirm
You're
the
done for the
strategy and
day.
lock in their team.
4-hour tournament
I
over.
think we've seen most of the Pokemon from both of these trainers, but we have not seen the Azumarill yet from Serpanic Alot. Will we see it in game number 3?
Here we go, game 3.
Great lead for Marto Galley. The
Marto
Shadow
gets
Blast
a great call.
From the Charge Bug, a quick swap by Serpanic Alot. He brings in his Lickitung, but it's met by the Annihilate from Marto Galde.
It's looking good for Marto. Good lead, good swap. Just
Brings the
gonna come down
Whimsicott
here.
again.
Handles this
Brought the
mid-game.
Whimsy again.
Alignment's
Love
gonna be low,
it.
but takes this power whip. Annihilate is able to survive it, no problem. You are getting quite low from these licks though, so Serpanic Alot, if he wants to, might be able to shield and lick down through this.
Dangerously low HP on this Annihilate right now. 2 Night Slash is ready to go. Here comes the first no shielded. Will he be able to still get the second one? Yes. Serpanic Alot has a decision to make.
Can you imagine realizing and seeing just a little bit of red to give your opponent no extra bonus of health, but you can still throw 2 charge moves off of Lick? That's incredible.
Recognize the switch clock is not up. He's going to be able to get a lot of farm before Serpanic Alot is able to swap into his Vigoroth.
And this is an absolutely terrible matchup for Chargeback. All of your attacks are resisted.
Wow.
And Gligar is just
Wow.
a ton of energy here.
There's so much energy I just went on to that Gligar.
Is still going
2
to be
extra
over
attacks before the charge
50%
move went
health
on.
there.
Huge.
News for Serpanic
Huge,
Alot.
huge,
His Vigoroth
huge.
no longer has to face that Annihilate. It has been removed from the field. But this Gligar has so much energy, it's going to be taking this Aerial Ace now on the Charjabug. Quick swap now coming from Serpanicolot. Let's not forget that X-Scissor that is banked, but Marto going to be opting to stay in with his Shadow Gligar. He has a charge attack ready to go. It's going to be the dig, and it gets shielded by Serpanicolot.
That's a nice call. Marto is going to bring in that Whimsicott.
Good call, good call. Now double shield the rock slides and you're good. Only problem is your boy's gonna bait you on a body slam. He knows. He knows! Marto's feeling like Messi out here. Let's go!
Have any fast attack pressure as this Whimsicott, so I think like you said, you might just go for double Seed Bomb.
Crestball!
Here comes the first charge attack from the Whimsicott. Lots of energy.
Here comes the first.
Seed
Seed Bomb gets the shield and that's it.
That's right, shaking his head. You know,
He knew it. Masharan over there.
But Marto still has 2 shields up, as well as a pretty healthy Gligar in the back.
Yeah, Gligar knows how to close out these matches. Okay, and actually charge attack priority. Whimsicott's gonna win this one. This is the Moonblast right.
Come on, Argentina representing day 2 by Vigor. Oh my goodness. He's like, no, we're good, we're good. He's like, we're good, we're good.
That's right, and he knows that this Gligar can close out this game.
Thought he was going to be mad about it, but he's fine because he's got the Gligar and a shield for the energy. 2, 3, Sir Panic knows. Hey, Sir Panic, great job. GG's.
He did it in game 1. He did it again in game number 3. Gligar use Aerial Ace, knocks out the Charjabug, and Marto is going to be moving on to the next round. Congratulations. That's on it for Sir
Marto!
Marto able to capitalize on a phenomenal lead.
Really nice gameplay throughout the series from Marto. He knew exactly how to use his Gligar. Game 1 saved both shields for it, and Game 3 there, knew that the Gligar was able to take out the rest of Panic's Pokemon, so was totally happy to just let his Whimsicott go.
That's right. So don't want to brag too much here, but I did pick Shadow Gligar as one of my caster predictions. It's just so consistent. You know exactly what you're getting with Shadow Gligar. There's no mystery matchups there whatsoever, and it has so much great coverage with Aerial Ace flying type charge attack damage, and then Dig, which can hit the Steels, you can hit the Fighters, you can hit the Bugs. There's just so many Pokemon that it has coverage for that is one of those premier picks, and we just saw how great it was for Marto Gaude. Congratulations to him.
That's right. Well, let's take one more look at this series. Really nice play from Marto, and look here.
Show us the new season movesets. Show us the new season movesets.
Went up a shield, but unfortunately, just this Vigoroth didn't have enough health or any kind of advantage really to overcome this matchup.
That's right. Yeah, I think we actually saw some early shields very regularly from Sir Panic in game number 1 and in game number 3, using those Protect Shields so early. Did not work out for him there, and I don't think we really got to see Vigoroth on display and really shining there, unfortunately. It does have some great matchups, especially if you can get it aligned versus things like a Lickitung, and he actually got to avoid the Annihilate matchup as well, but that Gligar is just too strong, resists all of the damage coming from that Charjabug. Such a dominant matchup, and Marto able to capitalize.
I think Panic really needed to align one of those water-type Pokemon like the Azumarill that you mentioned, or the Quagsire we saw in game 1 on the Gligar, but unfortunately when we saw the Quagsire on the field, it just wasn't doing that well. It was against the Whimsicott, had to go down 2 Protect Shields, and didn't have enough energy to close out that first game, and I think Panic kind of just dropped that strategy from there.
Do you like Marto bringing Whimsicott in all 3 games? Was that a smart decision?
I mean, I think there's 2 kinds of decisions, right? One is you're trying to outthink your opponent, thinking about what they're going to bring and thinking about what they think you think. You can play that game, but if you have a Pokemon as good as Whimsicott is in that matchup, I don't even think you need to go there, right? Whimsicott had no hard counters on Panic's team. It was so safe, and I think Marto recognized that and just, wasn't afraid to go for it.
Yeah, well said. Like we were talking about earlier, sometimes you don't bring it knowing that your opponent's most likely going to bring their answers to your Whimsicott, and then you can bring the answers to those answers. But just like you said, when it's that strong, just bring it. Unleash it, and we saw that in game number 1 and game number 3. The only place we saw that Whimsicott struggle was versus the Lickitung in game 2.
That's right. Well, let's hear from the master of the Whimsicott himself. I think we have Amanda on the stage ready to interview Marto. Take it away.
I'm here on the stage with Marto Gaude. Not your first time on the world stage.
Marto
but yeah,
Gaude.
I think you have a couple of fans in the crowd.
Just a couple, just a couple.
So, okay, we haven't got to see many of your
And out here in the stadiums.
winner's side of the bracket. We just saw some fantastic matches against Sir Panic. How are you feeling about this year's performance?
I'm super happy. I feel like I can be in a bigger level, right now, so I'm very happy with my performance. Yeah, that's it.
So how much team building and preparation have you put into Worlds? Because I know that you performed at a couple of different tournaments over this season. I know you had a hard time in LAIC when you registered something wrong at the beginning, but everything's correct now. We got everything correct. You're feeling super confident for this sim?
Yeah, so I'm very known for not doing very good team building. It's not my strength, but I did practice a bit for this tournament. Not way too much, not way too little, just like what I needed. And yeah, I'm very happy. LAIC
Wouldn't it be
was a
nice to be
disaster,
that good?
I'm recovering for it.
Yeah, you're definitely recovering, and you're not a first-time performer at Worlds. You've done it before. How confident are you in this performance? I mean, you've been playing for a long time. You know a lot of the competitors. I'm sure that you are feeling pretty good, especially being able to advance as far as you have. But do you think you have what it takes to take it all the way?
Yes, I do think I have.
Do
what it has,
legendaries
but, you know,
happen
anything can
anymore
happen,
in
it's
GBL?
Pokemon. So we'll see.
And last but not least, is there anyone you really want to shout out or thank now that we got you on the stage? You have a little bit of time for yourself, taking it in all in.
Yeah, there's a lot of people to shout out. First of all, my girlfriend, she has been very supportive of me. She's right here in the crowd. 7-Eleven Gaming, without them, I don't think I could be here. I would have stopped a long time ago. And the people that watch me on Twitch, my community, I just love them. I feel the support. My family in my home is probably watching me, so I'm very happy.
Woo! Congratulations again.
Marco!
Give it up for Marco Gaudet. A lot of fans in the... We love it. We love all of it. Soak it up. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a short break. We're going to show some highlights of some stuff that has already been going on. Don't go anywhere. We have tons more battles to go.
All right, tons more battles to go. Love it. They already got highlights.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some help left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, yeah, play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Put your hands up!
S. James P21!
A lot of times when I went up on stage, I wasn't even sure what I was going to do until maybe like 30 seconds before the match. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, they probably don't know what I'm doing either, so that unique kind of play sets me apart.
We've got Lantern, Annihilate with Night Slash, Dugong, as well as Cresselia with Moonblast, Shadow Gligar, and Lickitung.
I think all of those Pokemon were were very safe, very neutral in a lot of matchups, and also had like a decent amount of flexibility as well. Dugong, I think the bench pressure that it provided for my team was huge. It helped me force other people to like choose their team comps around Dugong. I hadn't really practiced with this team before, so I didn't really know what I was weak to. There were a few times where I played like a Mandibuzz or a Shadow A-Slash or a Bastion. Those picks were very different, so I kind of had to make an adjustment on the fly for those kind of Pokemon.
SJP just narrowly coming away with the victory.
I played my friend Elam. That was on day 1. He actually made it pretty far in the tournament as well. And we played each other before, but never in like a high stakes matchup like this. So getting to share the stage with him was like a really cool moment for me. I think it was versus Gordon Flat. I think I did like 2 wing attacks on a Gligar and put it like perfectly into range with a body slam on Lickitung. Switched combo play kind of deal. I thought there was no way I was winning that game, and somehow I came out on top.
How in the world did SJ just win that game?
My most difficult matchup was versus Out of Pocket. He had a really unique team where he had regular for Alligator, which I didn't see anywhere else in the
His way or her way is so totalitarian. He's got no time for you. Looking up bruising so he don't want you to. So step out the queue, he makes examples of you when there's nothing you can say.
Two of the best we have in North America.
In the last matchup, I think I had a pretty good team comp advantage. I think I knew I was
Bloop.
going to win after game 1. I realized how
Oh,
good
didn't think it was
Microsoft
gonna be the
was
rock
in the
slide.
matchup. There were just so many
Didn't
different ways
think
that
it was
I
gonna
could
be
play
the rock slide. Is this a second rock slide?
Absolutely.
Get the shield, get the shield. I got the shield. Throw that energy.
win Worlds, but I'm going to try my best. I've had a number of accomplishments that I'm really proud of in this game. A lot of them were with my team. I think just getting to share those moments.
Crap,
with
I
my
wanted to
friends
catch that.
Is kind of just like the cherry on top for me.
Oh, nice. How does this matchup play out? I don't know.
In Honolulu, and I'm joined by Caleb Ping. We're gonna meet the casters, so I'm gonna actually ask Caleb.
Caleb looks good with the haircut. Butters looks all suited up. Everybody's looking spot on.
Grit. Ooh, I like that. Okay, yeah. I mean, you need for second place finishes, you need a lot of grit.
About 4 minutes left.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
It's got to be Gyarados. I know a lot of people think it's Bastion, but it's actually Gyarados from the back in old red and blue Pokemon days.
Do you think we'll see Gyarados in the World Championships? I feel like there's one prominent trainer that might run it. Do you think Shadow Gyarados could be a thing?
Yeah, I've heard rumors of this as well. I would love to see it succeed. I personally have my doubts, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Fair enough. And Caleb, what's the first World Championship that you attended?
It was actually London 2022, our first ever.
Come on, Whiscash. Is this the one? Are you the one? No.
Is Bastion meta, Caleb?
Oh, you know it is. And I think the trainers that don't believe it's meta are definitely not going to respect it in this tournament. And, you know, I might not be playing in this tournament, but there's a lot of Bastion lovers that are, and they're ready to break some teams.
I don't know why I'm so curious about this one, but Caleb, what's your favorite color?
I don't have a favorite color, actually.
Defi sent me a gift.
No, it's actually not surprising because I couldn't possibly imagine what your favorite color was, and now this totally makes sense. Why do you not have a favorite color?
I don't know why people have favorite colors. Actually, the better question, because I don't really lean towards any specific.
Woohoo! Honolulu.
I don't have a favorite one.
Thank you, Defi.
I like that. All right, what is your safe swap of choice? And don't say Bastion.
So Bastion should never be a safe swap of anyone's choice, in my opinion. But overall, I like the more flexible picks too. I'm a big fan of Feraligatr in this current meta. Sableye was one of my favorites back in day 2. It's a lot of people's favorite safe swaps. But in this current meta, probably Feraligatr.
Feraligatr, okay. Yeah, it's super strong, has amazing coverage. All right, Caleb, now these are the tougher questions. Who do you think will win the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championship?
I think a lot of people have the potential to, right? Especially in our current state of the game. I think everyone is at a very high level of playing. These are the best that players have ever been so far. But if I had to pick just one, I'd probably go with SJP. He's been playing really, really well.
I like
First
that.
year
I like that.
competing, But first place and a second place finish in the 2 regionals he's attended, and honestly, his gameplay is super clean. I've never seen anyone play as clean as him. So if I had to pick one person, it'd be SJP.
I like that. That's a bold pick. Fantastic. All right. Favorite Pokemon plushie that you own?
I shall be right back.
I mean, it's got to be the Bastion plushie, right? It's the one that brings a lot of the regionals, a lot of the ones I get second place in, and second place is good enough for me.
And last question. I can't wait to hear this. Who's the greatest Pokemon Go player of all time? Who's your GOAT?
Ooh, that is a
All right.
fantastic question. And
So,
I don't know.
I'm going 10 more minutes, find out what the next matchup is. Hopefully, they'll reveal the new meta. If they don't reveal the new meta, we'll do one more matchup, and then we will call it. Because I have a night to do. We've been live streaming for 5 hours. I don't know if anybody's been watching. It have been great having a couple people jump in, but it's been wonderful. And
so personally speaking, I think
yeah, Worlds, we'll do one more live party right here. Just one person watch, probably me. It's all good.
He's definitely got a GOAT resume, as do you, Caleb. That's it for
No worries.
Casters with Caleb, but stay tuned, because up next, we got Will and Amanda.
Will and Amanda. So they've definitely been cleaning this up and edited. They've got people there that are editing on the spot. This is beautiful. This is production work. Let's go. They are crunching it, killing it.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships. We are well on our way here on the Pokemon Go side. We already have some trainers making it into day number 2. And of course, we have a ton of brackets.
This isn't Will and Amanda.
I'm Tua Butters, joined by Caleb.
They lied to
who
us.
Does not have a favorite color.
I don't have a favorite color. We're not joined by Will and Amanda yet, but it's still the
He got it. Yay!
Soon to come. But even sooner to come is some of these awesome battles, because we've seen incredible battles so far. We have a couple trainers already qualified for that day number 2 top 32 cuts, and another trainer is going to join them very soon in this upcoming matchup. I think we saw a little, preview of what the trophies are looking like. A lot on the line here. The trophies are quite nice. A lot of glory, prize money as well, guaranteed invite for next year if you win the whole thing. So a lot to fight for here this weekend, Butters.
Yeah, these trainers are trying to make trophy moves to try to be on that stage on Championship Sunday. And if you'll oblige me for a second, Caleb, because we're at the point where we have Abhinav up next, who is a trainer who started the double normal trend, in my opinion, which is the Vigoroth and Lickitung. And now we've seen it all over the World Championship. So I want to talk about this double normal, the Lickitung and Vigoroth. Are these the most flexible?
We're not going to talk about the meta.
Meta right now, do you think?
Lickitung definitely is for sure. I think Vigoroth can be for the most part if you don't face off against Annihilate. Against Annihilate teams, it doesn't feel necessarily as flexible.
Right.
Lock it into that lead matchup, Vigoroth versus Annihilate. If you don't win Switch Fans, it's pretty much over. But I think given how few Annihilate we've really seen today, and throughout the tournament, it's barely even at that 50% mark, I think, in usage. I think Vigoroth has become one of the safer Pokemon in today's tournament.
Well, you set this stat up perfectly, because I have data from 29 tournaments from the 2024 season, and 10 of those champions were using Annihilate, 10 of those champions were using Vigoroth, and 9 of those champions were not using either. So it's actually very close. So the World Championships will actually decide which is better, probably, between Vigoroth and Annihilate, and I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be a good showdown between the two.
Annihilate! Let's go, boy!
Abhinav coming up next. We saw Abhinav already on stage earlier today. We got the pleasure of casting that set of battles, and then we have Lorgan Rocket, who I believe is maybe his first time on stage today, but no stranger to the championship series. One of the few trainers who qualify for World Championships every year since its inception, and he actually had a very high finish in that first year at London for World Championships in 2020.
Yeah, he placed 4th in that competition, and actually, it's very unique. Lurgan Rocket has his best performances in the biggest tournaments. because he had a Liverpool tournament, which was the biggest European regional at the time. That was his best European regional. And then he just placed top 5 at the European International Championships as well. So this is a trainer when the moment is big, he rises up and matches that moment.
Yeah, he kind of knows how to clutch up, and that's going to be what he's going to be trying to do here again. I know he tends to struggle against one of his, European rivals, Paul Lasha, but it seems like as long as he doesn't match up against Paul Lasha, he has a pretty good chance of winning here. Lorgan Rocket running a pretty spicy team too. We saw Arceus Rella saying he's the Talonflame master, the best Talonflame player there is, but it seems like Lorgan wants to dispute that, running his own Talonflame in this tournament.
Yeah, and also running a Goodra as well, and not the Shadow Poliwrath, the normal Poliwrath, and the Registeel, which we have seen way more. Registeel was pretty much outside of the meta because of how strong Shadow Gligar was, but Registeel has made a comeback. Sometimes it's looked clunky so far in the World Championships, but it has a ton of potential.
Yeah, what a lineup. What a matchup.
Take a deeper look at Lurgan Rocket's team and the full moveset combination. Running that Incinerate, Flame Charge, Fly combination on the Talonflame, Lickitung, Celia with
Lurgan Rocket, what's going on?
You got the Community Day move exclusive Goodra with Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail, and we have
Lightning striking again. Lightning striking again. Annihilate! Boom! Ivanov back on the stage.
Pokemon Go back in 2022, and here he is in Honolulu, Hawaii for another Worlds run.
And of course, he has the Cresselia that he is famous for. And on this side, we have Ivanov with the Shadow Gligar, the Annihilate, the Spark Lantern. Hold up, he's running the Spark Lantern. That is very surprising here. We haven't seen much Spark Lantern at all, so
dang. Double close combat. All right, let's get back to the matchup. This will be the last matchup of the night.
Did get nerfed in the last update, so a lot of these trainers have opted to use that water gun, but against the mirror, it's going to be stronger against the opposing lanterns. Also, it's going to be better against things like Altaria, where you're throwing neutral sparks instead of resisted water guns.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting decision to see that. I actually didn't pick up on the Spark earlier when Ivanov play off against Goji, I believe, because the Lantern just never really came out to play. But Spark here could be interesting, particularly in that Poliwrath matchup. I think it's the biggest determining factor, having a much better matchup against that Water-type Pokemon. Everything else is pretty much roughly the same. Running that Spark Lantern over the Water-type Lantern. But looks like Ivanov's ready to go, locking in here. And hey, he's rocking that Berserker plush too. You know, someone backstage in production probably loves that one.
Yeah, and in the beautiful Hawaiian shirt as well. He gave a thumbs up there. Looks like Lurgan is still going over his options and how he's going to deal with that double ground combo that we've seen Ivanov use in his first matchup, the Shadow Gligar and the Shadow Quagsire. Of course, he had the Lickitung as well, but specifically the Shadow Gligar and the Shadow Quagsire. I feel like this is the reason you run normal Poliwrath, because you're able to absorb an aerial ace after you throw an Icy Wind debuff, and you can win the 1 perk tech shield situations against Shadow Gligar. I think that's the biggest reason you go for that normal Poliwrath, and that normal Poliwrath is going to be really good against those ground types, which Ivanov has been leaning on so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it completely walls off that moveset combination.
Poly's showing up big tonight. No one's expecting the Poly. Look at Lurgan, he's like, yeah, Poly.
How these two trainers are going to square off. We are in the finals here of their group. Winner this will make it onto top 32 day number 2.
Here we go.
Loser will move down.
Licky ain't a licky.
We kick it off here with a Lickitung mirror matchup. It doesn't really get more exhilarating than this, Butters.
Yeah, it doesn't, but this is a good time to update. Actually,
oh my God, is it season 1?
Semi, so I believe whoever wins this will go into the winners finals of this group. But both these trainers are extremely close to day number 2 as the first body slam does connect, and it looks like it is going to be a best buddy Lickitung versus best buddy Lickitung. I kind of want to look at the combat powers of both of them, but this is going to be a long battle between these two normal types.
Yeah, you got to imagine that at some point in time you'll figure out who's going to win that charge attack priority, but both trainers charging up a little extra energy before throwing. And for those that are wondering at home why that's the case,
you're safe this weekend.
Another Pokemon, having that extra energy can allow you to throw a move and then swap out if need be. especially because one body slam is not enough to threaten the knockout on the Lickitung. Having extra energy is always useful in case the plays become a little bit more three-dimensional.
I need to point something out here. Lurgan Rocket is known for using different spreads here, and I believe this is going to be the level 51 with the maximum defense possible in the Lickitung. Now, this is huge because it changes the matchup with Annihilates that have more attack to try to do more damage against Lickitung. This is the one Lickitung that can counter it, so that's going to be fascinating to see in the battle later on if it does match up with the Annihilate.
And if that's the case, that means that he should potentially lose charge attack priority. Looks like Abhinav didn't even go for the body slam there too. Both players over farming a little bit. Does Abhinav opt to let this go and is going to let that Lickitung go down? You can see Lurgan Rocket reaching for the Goodra safe swap right away, feeling confident that no matter what comes out, it'll be okay. Knowing that his team's actually triple weak to Skarmory, thinking maybe
My goodness, that
Skarmory
Goodra looks
so
so good.
Right away. This is actually a pretty solid matchup for Goodra, especially with the super effect.
Goodra.
He's actually going to be the backline Pokemon, trying to build to double Aqua Tail to try to take out this Annihilate.
This is actually going to be clunky for Abhinav. It actually gives up a Protect Shield with Aqua Tail, which is not that strong of a move, but the thing is, Goodra has just enough bulk to be able to get to the next Aqua Tail, so you actually have to commit all that energy. So now you gave up a Protect Shield, you gave up about 30% of your health just to knock out this Goodra. So the Goodra from Lurgan Rocket actually did pretty good in that scenario, but now it's going to all come down to the Cresselia, and the problem is there is one Protect Shield remaining for Abhinav, but there is that full Gligar in the back.
Oh, and going for the bait here. Lurgan Rocket snuffs it out, does not shield the bait. That's going to be huge for Lurgan Rocket. Still having 2 shield remaining. No boost on the side. Going straight for the Moonblast, actually. Pretty bold. I thought, you know, Grass Knot might be enough with the cyclical damage, but is not playing it around and is going to connect the Moonblast, taking out the Annihilate. It's Gligar against the world here, but there's still 2 full shields on the side.
Gligar against the shields.
Gligar
Gligar against the shield. Not the world, the shield.
That would have been a really
Lurgan
strong
Rocket
play,
played
in my
that
opinion,
shield
because
situ game
now he
so
is going
good.
for the Moonblast. There is one protection. Abhinav tries to call it, but he catches a Moonblast instead, and now suddenly this guy
So
is
good.
dangerously low.
He played it so good.
Cresselia uses a Protect Shield here, but as soon as some Psycho Cuts start going through,
Like,
and
he
some
could just
damage
lick
on
it
the
down and be
Lickitung,
just
Abhinav
fine.
is just against the wall right now.
Yeah, it looks like Lurgan Rocket just going to go for the fast attack pressure, even try to potentially catch a move, but it's a little too late there too. Way too much health
Lick
remaining
down.
on the side
Da-da-da-da-dum.
of Lurgan Rocket's Pokemon, and he's going to come up with that
That
first win against
executor
Abhinav.
helmet's so
Yeah,
good.
and this is why he's a trainer that rises to these moments, because when you're put in that situation with 2 Protect Shields,
Does he
you are
rise
pretty
to the
ahead
occasion?
at that
And you
time.
mean moments?
You usually don't want to risk it.
Butters?
You have 2 Protect Shields remaining, you're ahead in the matchup, you don't want to risk not protecting a Shadow Ball and losing the game. But to make that
Oh
call
my
in that
goodness,
moment
what some
is the
calls.
reason he
Lurgan
places
Rocket
so
just
highly in
so
these big
cool and
competitions.
collective on that.
It's Lurgan
So
Rocket,
cool,
Mr.
calm, collective.
Clutch here
It's
for
like he
sure.
plays
He's
Abhinav constantly and knows how to play,
international
battle
offense.
against
And
them.
like you said too, running Cresselia in his first Worlds run. I mean, back then Cresselia wasn't even that meta relevant, but he found a way to run that Cresselia with that Diggersby core and just played it to perfection. Not running the Diggersby this time, but still having the Cresselia.
And I actually like how they put that Lickitung in slow motion there, because they were both over on energy, right?
Yeah.
And if it is the spread that I think Lurgan is running, he will lose charge attack priority. So it's weird that Abhinav didn't throw the body slam to just try to take the alignment, and they both went over, and then Lurgan was the one that actually threw the body slam.
Yeah, I think it's one of those times where you have 2 very experienced players giving each other
Okay,
kind
here
of
we
credit
go.
on like what they can do, right? Recognizing that, oh, maybe they might just go for a catch and bank the body slam for later. So both kind of went over the energy to the point where they're like,
Is there
either they're
Pokemon
gonna
in the
throw it at
water?
any half
God, wouldn't it be
second
cool if they
before
just
that,
put like
but they just both
plushies or like
chose to hold on
Pokemon
a little
faces in
bit,
the water?
and it looked
Like
Abhinav
animatronic
held
did,
on a
like
little
fucking
too long in
Disneyland,
that
you know?
scenario. And so we somehow don't even know which one
And then goes back
even though
in.
I thought we would after what? It was like 20
That would be
body
super
slams
fun.
between the 2 of them. I'm exaggerating a little bit. It was probably like 10. But
No, yeah, but I think you're right. And then also, you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable. You don't want to leave your
Shadow
Lickitung
Pioneer.
in that spot where it can get farmed down. A soft loss is sometimes tough in the backline matchup. And
Okay.
Abhinav, a
I'd say he's
Shadow
other things, but a
Pioneer.
Shadow Pioneer, sure.
He's been a pioneer in multiple
You know
ways
what
because
mine's gonna
he
be
has been
underneath?
able
The
to
hype.
set the
No
meta
one
in
can
the
hit
past,
his
and
energy
now
of
He's
casting.
running that meta team, and if Spark Lantern works
Won't
out,
it be
it's
about
already in the winner's
battling?
semi right
Like,
here. We haven't
no one
confirmed
can
that it
battle
is
as
that Spark
loudly
Lantern,
as
but
him or
that
something
would
like that, right?
definitely be a pioneer move from Abhinav as we lock into game number 2.
Yeah, a small wrinkle in the strategy of a meta team could prove to be useful
Man, I love
against
this.
Lurking Rockets.
Let's
Not gonna make a
go.
huge difference here, but we get another Lickitung lead for Abhinav against Gudra. I know you know Gudra pretty well here.
Same
What's the
team,
odds of
same
Gudra
plays.
winning
Let's
this
see if
matchup
Abhi
head-to-head?
can figure it
I can
out.
already see that Lurgan does not do the extra Dragon Breath damage, so it's going to lose this matchup. If he did have a different one that had more attack, he would be doing more Dragon Breath pressure right now, and he could win the one Protect Shield situation against Lickitung. He does not have that Gudra, so this is going to be a soft loss. Looks like Lurgan is going to try to throw both his Aqua Tails as soon as possible so he can ensure that soft loss. But the thing is, you don't have a clean way to finish up this Lickitung with your Lickitung and a Cresselia in the back.
Yeah, and great place from Abhinav to recognize that you're going to lose charge attack prior to getting to that next body slam. So you're going to overfarm a little bit, but the thing is, the Dragon Breath damage is really adding up. Even if you soft lose this matchup,
All right.
Lurking Rocket come away with a lot of farm on his own Lickitung.
The thing is, how do you finish this thing off? It looks like Abhinav is actually just going to pivot out no matter what. You see him already clicking on it, and Lurgan is with a tough decision. He has to bring in his own Lickitung, and then it pivots into the Shadow Gligar here, and actually this works out for Lurgan because now his Cresselia is going to be meeting that Annihilate in the back, and this is going to be crucial if there's going to be Protect Shields in this mid-round matchup, because that's going to determine a lot in the back line.
And I really like that play from Abhinav because somehow Lurking Rockets team doesn't really have a Gligar answer, right? You have the Gudra that generally beats it, but even then, you can still lose that Gligar in a head-to-head matchup. But Lurgan's made it all the way here, undefeated so far, so something's working, even though he doesn't have a check to one of the most meta Pokemon in this current meta, the most meta flyer for sure. And we can see Lickitung doing quite a bit, and Abhinav opting to let it go, putting everything on Annihilate, but is going to get one dig before letting go, and it looks like both trainers not going to use their shields at all.
And it looks like Lickitung might barely
What are they
hold on. Do you
bird
pivot
swing
out?
this
And
whole
yes,
thing?
there
And
is
he's
the
still
pivot
around!
that extra Psycho Cut advantage, which could be crucial against the
That's
Annihilate
a
in the back.
true.
But remember,
That gives you the
Abhinav
difference
does
right
have
there.
that Lickitung, and the timer is up. So if you're able to catch a Grass Knot or a Moonblast, this could flip the entire matchup.
Here comes the
Oh,
Grass
this is
Knot.
such an uncomfortable
He went
matchup
hard on
on
him with the
both
Moonblast
ends.
last time. Is he going to call it?
Shadow Ball, but could be
He's
baited.
going
Oh,
to get
range
baited for the
United
first one.
You get the Grass Knot and Moonblast combination. It's kind of a game of chicken here, Butters.
Yeah, and the problem
Come
is
on.
you can't take
Shadow
the
Ball, yeah.
Shadow Ball.
Yeah.
He's going for it.
Oh
Last
my
time he
goodness.
went for the bait. Lurgan thinks, can he double
He's going to
down?
take it too.
Calls it
What a
correctly.
call.
Calls the
Lurgan
Shadow Ball.
Rocket making
Huge
all the
swing. That's 2 more
calls.
counters worth of energy than the Night Slash is. So now this Annihilate's going to be much
Gonna
slower
go for
to
it
the
this
further
time.
energy.
You know he's gonna go for it this time. Yeah.
Because he knows.
Oh, it's gonna come down to the Lickitung catch. It's gonna go down to a Lickitung catch.
Victory even more here. What's the play here? You gotta catch on the Lickitung if possible. Going for
Yeah! Yeah, get him on the bait!
Evens the bait. I could shield this up and get some Moonblast beforehand, but there's still that Lickitung.
They're
lurking
both
in the back.
anticipating, and look, he tried to swap out, tried to catch it, but the thing is, you have to throw here because this Lickitung will get to a charge attack, so you throw the Grass Knot.
Yeah, Lickitung will get to a charge attack because that Cycle Cut won't take him out, and he's almost at 2. But he's not at it yet. But he's also unlocked his.
You have to throw a Night Slash, but you don't. And now the Moonblast is going to be
Abhi left too quickly, my man. Lurking Rocket spiking that camera. Get out of here, boy. Get your ass out of here. Giving the wink to the camera. Way to go. GG's to both. Absolutely. That's great. That's great. You know these battlers know each other so well. They've been battling in the circuit for so many years. Well done. Absolutely stunning. GG's.
And like you said, there's no clear Shadow Gligar answer, but you have a bunch of neutral plays, and if you make calls like that, like letting the Night Slash go and then protect shielding the Shadow Ball, that's how you move on.
Yeah, that's right. Lurking Rocket, a very strong 2-0 performance against Abhinav. Honestly, Abhinav making it this far undefeated so far was still impressive. I mean, he said he didn't even practice for this tournament, and he looked really on point. But those are close games back and forth. And like we said, that final matchup, Annihilate versus Cresselia, yes, Abhinav, it was Lurking Rocket that had a Cycle Cut lead there, but it was still a very tense moment because any bait calls gone wrong there could have been it. But Lurking Rocket making all the calls from the beginning to the end.
And the thing is, if
Made
Abhinav did
all
know the
the
back
calls.
line there, he would
Made
have known that Lurgan
all
didn't have a really clean
the
way to
calls.
knock
He
out
did
his
great.
Lickitung, and
That's a
actually
good one to
he
end on,
wouldn't have
folks.
needed to
Just
pivot
watching that
out
Lurking Rocket play
Gligar
that
there,
beautifully.
because then you would have to bring in your own Lickitung if you're
I mean,
learning
he
and
brought
get
in
all the
tank,
way to
right? He's
body
playing
slam
the
'cause you're
tank
not
game.
looking
That's
down.
his
Or for
team.
Cresselia,
That's
it
his
comes
line
in,
right
take a
there.
ton
He's got the
of
poly,
lick
that's
damage,
good.
but he didn't know those
For the
back
Vigor
lines
Rock
like we saw,
lineups.
so
He's
he
got
pivoted
the
and did.
Talon Flame,
That
that's
is what
good.
caused this
For,
backline
you know,
matchup.
those steel
But
lineups.
Logan was the one who got out there
But
first, got the extra
he's
cycle
all
cut
about the tank,
advantage,
as you can
and
see.
then
He's got
the
nothing
bait
but
with the
tanks
grass
out there.
knot and called the shadow ball
Beautiful.
and eventually
Beautiful
won the game.
job. Look at him. He even looked up. He goes, yeah. Spike that TV and wink. Attaboy. Game over.
Confident here in World Championships this year. Logan Rocket already very impressive resume under his belt, but he's still looking for that world champion title.
Yeah, I mean, he got so close in 2022 to get top 4. That is not easy, and this is when he does well. He likes those bright lights. He likes to look into the camera and put on a show. He has. That was really impressive stuff. But like you said, Abhinav, make it this far. Pretty meta team. I'm really fascinated about that Spark Lantern choice because almost no one runs Spark Lantern anymore just because it's a little bit worse, but maybe a little bit worse of an amazing Pokemon isn't terrible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're really going to try to lock into the opposing Lantern if possible, and of course,
All right,
better
folks,
into Feraligatr
it's
and
been
Poliwrath,
5
both Pokemon
wonderful hours. Go ahead and
semi-meta
check it
here
out at
and
the
there,
live
not
stream
as
if you're
meta,
watching
but
still.
a little
Thank
bit
you
more
for
meta.
tuning
I don't
in
think we've seen the
and hanging out
Lantern
with
at
me
all in
while
any
we
of
were
the
watching, did some live stream battles. Good luck on your GBL
so
run.
see if
And
it's been working for
we'll
him
keep
or
on
it's just
cheering
been
all
a
of
lot
our
of bench
friends
pressure.
here.
And,
All right,
you know,
Worlds.
some of these players, they might not
Thank you
read
for all
the team
watching
sheet
the Pokeball
well and
Network.
expect
I'm
it
so
to be
full
water
like
gun. I've
always.
done that person myself.
Keep on